are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
Take a seat. Please take a seat where you can. We're not starting quite yet. We'll start in a couple of minutes. In 30 seconds, I gather. So we're going to start in 30 seconds. Please, everyone, take a seat, relax, sit back, get ready to rumble. We're starting in about 30 seconds' time. Please, everyone, take your seats. Hello, welcome everyone. A very good morning to you. I'm awaiting the hush, the silence, the golden silence of a room, a full room, a physical room. Morning everyone, welcome to the 5th Annual Sustainable Investment Forum Europe 2022. Yes, it's the 5th annual, and yes, this is live. We are live in London. This event organized by Climate Action, with the official support of UNEP FI and headline partner NN Investment Partners. I'm Mark Barton. I'm your chair for the forum, both today, which is parts 1 and 2, and also next Wednesday, Thursday, which are parts 3 and 4. They're virtual. Today's physical. That's wonderful. Thank you all for being here. An atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. Those were the words of the UN Secretary General after the recent update from the IPCC earlier in February. And that report, as you all know very well, concluded the window for averting the worst effects of climate change is closing fast. And it comes, as we all know, energy prices soaring. We've got this war in Ukraine. Governments are rethinking their energy policies as well. But the ICC report back in February, it made it very clear that increasing fossil fuels would make 1.5 degree target beyond reach. Here in the UK, where of course we are, much of the focus is on accelerating efforts to reduce emissions to net zero. Internationally, all eyes are already turning to COP27. We just had COP26. We're already talking about COP27 in Egypt. Very excited about that. And some campaigners already hoping that by holding the event in Africa, on African soil, that will accelerate funding for adaptation. And it's also fitting that today's forum this year follows on from Earth Day, which of course was on Friday, April the 22nd. The theme of Earth Day was Invest in Our Planet. So as we meet in person and virtually as well, let's not forget our virtual brothers and sisters today. We want to ensure that constructive dialogue in forums such as these turn global climate commitments into tangible action to ensure a just and equitable transition to net zero, turning words into action. That's what this sort of forum is all about, bringing together key stakeholders, investment leaders from across Europe and the rest of the world with the goal to align alongside global initiatives to enhance ESG and responsible investing. So let's get to today. We've got loads of themes today. One, is green finally going mainstream, turning COP26 commitments into tangible action, enabling constructive dialogue to support the global implementation of a green recovery. Two, meeting the UN SDGs, collaborating for impactful, holistic, responsible investment across borders and across assets as well. Three, leveraging private-public partnerships and blended capital flows to enable accelerated growth of climate solutions needed in both developed and emerging market countries. Four, what are the underlying principles of a just transition? Five, the climate risk challenge of dealing with stranded assets. And finally, the net zero transition in a real economy, encouraging investors to actively support decarbonization efforts through engagement with companies and stakeholders as well. Right, let's get on to some housekeeping matters before we crack on today. Lots to chat about. We do want you to engage. We do want you all to ask questions today, both virtually and physically as well. You can do so, get on the event platform. You can do that in the room, or you can do that virtually as well via the app as well. So you can ask a question via the event platform on the app, click live discussion and ask your question. And if you're brave enough to wave your hand, I will notice the hand wavers, and I want you to wave your hand in this physical audience because I want you to engage. And at any time, be brave, just wave your hand, and we'll probably wait to the end of the discussion, but maybe we'll just interject and we'll have you stand up, tell us who you are, where you're from, and who you'd like to ask your question to. So please do be brave. Please ask questions, both virtually and physically. All you virtual attendees as well, you can do that via the app. Please tweet as well. Please use social media. Spread the message, spread the word. Tell everyone what we're doing today. Tweet us at climate_action_. And of course, the hashtags you can use are hashtag Climate Action Live, hashtag SindVEurope. Who's happy that Elon Musk bought Twitter? Hands up, hands up. Come on. Hands up. First poll of the day. $44 billion. Who is happy that Elon Musk bought Twitter? No one in the room. Not one who is unhappy he bought Twitter? Okay. Who actually doesn't care and wish Dad shut up and stop talking about Elon Musk and Twitter? Okay, you win. I'll move on. Right, so thanks for joining us, all of you, both in the person and in the room. We're really thrilled to have you all here. Finally, another physical event. We really have missed these physical events. I want to open up the forum. We've got a welcome address from our official event partner, UNEP-FI, so it is fitting for me to welcome to the virtual stage to kick off the 5th annual Sustainable Investment Forum Europe 2022, Eric Usher, head of the UN Environment Programme Finance Initiative, which of course is a global partnership bringing together the UN with 230 banks, insurers and asset managers working to develop the sustainable finance and responsible investment agendas. Eric, good morning to you. The virtual floor is yours.
Well, good morning, Mark, and good morning, everyone, physically and around the world. And to the Climate Action team, I think congrats for organizing another packed SIF Europe agenda. We're going to be covering so many of the key issues the sustainable finance community is grappling with today. But importantly, let me start by highlighting the UN resolution, which strongly deplored Russia's aggression and reaffirmed the General Assembly's commitment to the sovereignty, the independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. As hostilities continue, the UN Environment Programme echoes the call of UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres for an immediate ceasefire to ensure the safety of all people in an environment that sustains life on the planet. The Secretary General is in Moscow today and Kiev tomorrow, working towards that objective. So the wider context for this year's Sustainable Investment Forum is more precarious than ever. War has returned to Europe, the global energy and food systems are in flux, and climate change is increasingly understood to be an existential risk and code red for humanity. On a somewhat more promising side, in the wake of COP26 in Glasgow, there has been a significant uptick in commitments to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. And I think considering all the bad news today, these actions are inspiring to see and herald some significant changes ahead. The developments in Ukraine are likely to accelerate this race, and we hope are going to hasten the relegation of fossil fuels to the history books. Now, this race to rapidly decarbonize the global economy, to get ourselves off fossil fuels and all greenhouse gas emitting activities, is going to be incredibly challenging, to say the least. And it's going to require the coordinated effort of a wide array of actors across industries. It's also going to require immense investment, about $100 to $150 trillion US over the coming cumulatively over the coming 30 years. And as you well know, at COP26, Mark Carney announced that the GFANZ umbrella of alliances had amassed 130 trillion of commitments from across the finance industry for achieving net zero. Now, the workings of these commitments will get a lot of focus in this year's SIF Europe. GFANZ today includes 7 alliances, of which UNEP-FI is proud to be convening 3 of them, including the path-breaking Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, which was the first, established in 2019. Its 70-plus asset owners with over $10 trillion in assets have established a clear target-setting protocol for setting 2025 reduction targets. Over half of these investors have already released their 2025 targets in the lead-up to Glasgow, which mostly were in the 25 to 30% reduction range. This is astoundingly challenging reductions for these large and many universal investors who finance across the economy. Now, as the wider GFANZ was getting underway, we worked closely with Mark Carney, with Nigel Topping, and with Prince Charles Sustainable Markets Initiative to establish the Net Zero Banking Alliance, which we now manage. NZBA, or NESBA, another acronym, I apologize, brings together today 108 banks in a Paris-aligned commitment to achieving net zero across their lending and investment activities. Collectively, this group represents close to 40% of global banking assets. So this group really is a game changer. It includes Europe's 10 largest banks. It includes North America's 10 largest banks. It includes 6 of the largest from Latin America and strong representation from all regions. Over half of globally systemically important banks, GSIBs, are included from around the world. So this truly is a global movement now to match the global urgency. Several NESBA members have issued their first round of targets for 2030 for priority sectors, and we look forward to more doing so this year. Over time, member banks will need to set targets covering all nine high-emitting sectors of the economy, progressing towards complete coverage of their portfolios and their clients' emissions. Meanwhile, the Net Zero Insurance Alliance is a grouping of 25 insurers who realize the need not only to get their investment portfolios decarbonizing, but also their insurance underwriting, which is their core business. They just recently released a white paper on the basic notion of net zero insurance and are working with PCAF to produce the first global standard to measure insurance-associated emissions, which essentially is the insurance equivalent of financed emissions. And with SBTI, they're working to produce the NZIA target setting protocol, which is akin to what they've already done for investments through the Asset Owner Alliance. The work of a global net zero transition is too much for any one group to take on. So if we are to successfully create a net zero future, we must align to collaborate and coordinate with equally ambitious targets so that together we can drive forward this challenging work. And these commitments must be credible. They must have integrity and not simply be greenwash. It is for this reason that Secretary General Guterres has established in March a high-level expert group to develop stronger and clearer standards for net zero emissions pledges and to speed up their implementation. Another important development coming out of COP26 is on impact management and disclosure with the establishment of the IFRS International Sustainability Standards Boards, the ISSB. Led by the newly recruited chair, Emmanuel Faber, they've launched a consultation on their first two proposed standards on climate-related disclosure requirements and on wider sustainability-related disclosure requirements. And indeed, climate is not the only sustainability topic moving quickly today. Building off the success of the TCFD, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, the TNFD, is well underway with their first beta version of the framework out for consultation. Work is also underway with the Convention on Biological Diversity, the CBD, to help set the enabling environment for aligning finance to a nature-positive pathway. Now, we expect that the new global biodiversity framework, to be agreed later this year, will call for public and private financial flows to align with a nature-positive pathway, somewhat similar to the Paris Agreement, Article 2.1c. And we have the UN Environment Assembly resolution last month to negotiate a legally binding treaty to tackle plastic pollution. So work on plastics and the circular economy is also ramping up. So much is happening, and this year's SIF has so many sessions drawing on global leaders in the field to help you make sense of developments, to prepare for the challenges ahead and those that are already well underway. Here at UNEP-FI, 2022 is a year to look back, but more importantly, to look forward. Our home within the UN Environment Programme, was established 50 years ago at the Stockholm Conference on Environment and Development in 1972. UNEP-FI itself was established 30 years ago at the Rio Earth Summit. And our principles for sustainable insurance were established 10 years ago. And just last year, we have the 1-year anniversary now of the Net Zero Banking and Insurance Alliances, along with the wider GFANZ. So we're seeing a level of sustainability engagement never seen before within the finance industry. This work is hugely complex and hugely encouraging, but we must not rest on our laurels. We must now turn to the complex tasks ahead as we move from pledge to action and seek to achieve the rapid real economy transformation that is required. With that, I thank all distinguished speakers and you, the audience, for your attention and commitment to financing sustainable communities and truly prosperous growth. Thank you.
Big round of applause. Well done, Eric. Thanks very much indeed. Eric, we've got a couple of seconds. I'm going to chuck in a question, a spontaneous question. How are you feeling as COP27 approaches? I know we're 7 months away. A big amount of discussion was spent in the lead up to COP26, excitement. What does it feel like as we approach COP27 in November in Egypt?
Well, I think the truly significant change, at least from our perspective, is that the finance sector is a key part, and both the private and the public aspects of the finance sector are key actors in this space now to an extent that was never, I think, assumed or believed would be the case just a few years ago. As we move towards COP27, there will be an increased focus on resilience, on adaptation, and I think this is an extended challenge to the finance community is what does it mean to build not only net zero, but high resilient portfolios. What does that mean for the communities that are being financed for their resilience to climate change? So we are going to see some shift of focus, but most importantly, it's really about following through on pledges and commitments and showing that this level of activity is real. That level of activity has to translate into the relationship that the financial community has with their clients to be able to concretely convey What do they talk about when they talk about net zero transition pathways? And what does it mean, both in terms of the risks, but also very much the opportunities, the potential to take part and play a leading role in this economic transition?
Eric, brilliant. Fantastic welcome to the 5th Annual Sustainable Investment Forum Europe 2022. Big round of applause for Eric Usher. Fantastic to be joined by Eric Usher. Resilience, adaptation, big themes for COP27 in Egypt in 2022 in November. Can't wait for that, particularly relevant because it's taking place on African soil. So the focus on adaptation is all the more so relevant. Now, big thanks to Eric, big thanks to all our partners as well for making this forum responsible. Special mention to our official partner, UNEP FI, you've met them. Our headline partner, NN Investment Partners, you're going to meet them in just a few seconds' time, as well as many other partners as well supporting us and making this special forum possible. As you can see them all as they come up on screen, and also you can see them either side of the stage. Please meet, please connect, please engage with our partners, find out more about their climate action plans and about their solutions as well. For online attendees, please visit the virtual expo throughout the online event platform and the app as well. And for in-person attendees, all you wonderful people in this room, please visit the exhibition area in the networking sessions, when we have those networking sessions in the little breaks between all the action, when we had the panels and the speeches and the one-on-ones as well. So let's move on. I said I'd introduce you to our headline partner, NN Investment Partners, and I'm delighted to welcome on stage Valentin van Nieuwenhuyzen, CIO, Chief Investment Officer of NN Investment Partners. Valentin has over 18 years of experience working in financial markets. Valentin also chair of NNIP's Tactical Asset Allocation Committee and the firm's key spokesperson on the macro and the market outlook. Valentin, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody here today. Warm welcome from my side. My name is indeed Valentin van Nieuwenhuyzen. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of NN Investment Partners. And I'm really honored to be here today with you to really go over the most important transformational force that is running through our global economic and financial system. However, before I start, let me ask you a question. Is there anybody here in the room who already today feels like they've made an important decision? Any hands? We were raising hands earlier. Anybody? Not too many people doubting. 1, 2. So maybe you're not sure. Maybe you're thinking a little bit, what is an important decision? But perhaps we should actually all have raised our hands. It could very well be that you already made a very important decision today, whether you realize it or not. Because our day-to-day decisions, in both our personal lives and our work, our professional lives, add up to something bigger. What we choose to do and what we choose not to do impacts the society that we live in. It steers economic development, and it determines thereby the future of our planet. If we aspire to steer for a more sustainable future, we all need to take our responsibility, both individually and collectively, as a financial industry. Together, we have the influence to contribute to a more sustainable economy. As already mentioned earlier, this month's IPCC report once again hammered home the facts that we all already know all too well. Without immediate action, limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees is beyond reach. And we know the cost of failure, because we observe it already almost on a daily basis. We see the loss of biodiversity, we see the heat waves, we see the floodings, we see the melting of the polar ice caps. At the same time, the same IPCC report also points out there is growing evidence of action that can mitigate climate change, and that action is really paying off. Clearly not yet enough. It is crucial to recognize that change for the better is possible, but we have to take our responsibility for that. I see this reflected in the changes that we've made by putting responsible investing at the core of everything we do at NN Investment Partners. Incorporating sustainable investment practices helps us to both contribute to society, make a real-world impact, while also having learned that investing in companies and governments that have sustainable business practices generates more stable future returns for our clients. As asset managers, we are in a privileged position to put capital to work and to reward change for the better. Treating today's developments and threats as a factor in our investment decision-making, something that we have done with many other megatrends for many times, should actually come very naturally for any investor with a forward-thinking mindset to identify future-proof opportunities and newly emerging risks on the horizon. So as we come together today to build momentum on this idea, it's wonderful to meet again in the same space, to connect person to person, and to share our views and our thoughts. While our experiences of the pandemic have recently been overshadowed by the darkness of events in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, it is still valuable to remember how the pandemic and the pause for reflection it created brought home to us the need to find a better balance in our personal lives, in society, and between the needs of economic development and the needs of our planet. It thereby once again highlighted the need for a more sustainable future. It's now clearer than ever before that as financial institutions, we need to take our responsibility when it comes to society, the environment, and the way we allocate capital to steer towards a more inclusive society and a more sustainable economy. Firstly, we need to take our responsibility to manage rapidly arising risks and opportunities for the assets we oversee for our clients in every area of E, S, and G. Environmentally, the consequences of a rapidly changing climate. Socially, the increasing friction and polarization in our societies. And in terms of governance, the shifting political and institutional landscape. Again, very much in the headlines today. This should be a key priority for any money manager, even without a sustainability conscious. Secondly, we need to take our responsibility to be proactive in contributing to society, our economy, and all life on the planet by consciously striving for a better balance between economic growth and planetary boundaries, and plotting a sustainable course for humanity to still explore, develop, and prosper. And thirdly, we need to take our responsibility to allocate capital to places where we really put it to work. We can do this by steering the companies and the governments in which we're already invested towards applying more sustainable business models. We can do this by engaging with them and taking an active ownership role. And at the same time, we can continue to seek out market opportunities that enable us to make an impact. through green bonds and social bonds, through sustainable and impact equity strategies, and by impact solutions in private markets. So, what do we need to consider if we move forward indeed to COP27 already and beyond? We know we need to take action fast. We know there is an urgent need for change. But where exactly? The IPCC report reiterates that change must come at every level. We need to focus on transition of the whole system and making a real-world impact, rather than aiming for quick gains. And we need to focus on inclusion over exclusion. We need to operate at a global scale to ensure that we drive change, while maintaining a local presence. As the CIO of NN Investment Partners, I see it as my responsibility to put our clients' capital to work while meeting their financial needs. And not only to finance change, but to also change finance. We've seen the growing acknowledgement of sustainability in business in general, and in finance too. And we should embrace this change. This is also where our company's future, a future with Goldman Sachs Asset Management, offers a great opportunity, both to scale up the impact that we can have and to accelerate the pace of change needed in a financial and broader economic system. I see it as my responsibility to make sure that we don't lose our global challenge out of sight, balance this with our client needs, and also to put the emphasis firmly on the social dimension of climate change, to steer for a just transition. We need to ensure that people are trained with the skills they need to deal with the transition, that companies take care of the communities as their activities and business model change. We need to ensure that our investee companies and governments are supported into this change, and that, as we are convinced, this leads to better outcomes for all. If we fail to include the social dimension, to balance social with the environment will be increasingly hard, and the path towards a net zero economy will also be very hard. And finance must be a big enabler on both of these dimensions. In finance, we also must ensure that we have the skills that we need to push ahead with this transition. We need to keep investing in ourselves, our knowledge, our technology, the tooling that we use, discovering new techniques to identify the right opportunities, the weaknesses, the risks, and the strengths. Exploring innovative ways to guide our decision-making and knowledge sharing. At NNIP, this is not new to us, as we've increasingly put adaptability central in our culture and investment approach. The challenge that we face today is to overcome the tragedy of the commons. We have to stop over-consuming a scarce and fragile common good. In this case, the wonderful and diverse planet that we all individually cherish. This means changing the rules and adjusting incentives. And although this is largely determined by public policymakers, we can inspire the best direction to take for capital markets and financial services. And possibly even more crucial to managing our common good optimally is to acknowledge the fundamental need for cooperation. This is where we can make use of the wonderful opportunity that the Sustainable Investment Forum offers us, taking our individual and collective responsibility to lead by example. We are here at the forum because we want to learn from each other, leave a little smarter, and take home new inspiration. We're here because we can contribute to society together with our clients and in line with our fiduciary commitment. We're here to share ideas, not necessarily to take decisions. However, I have no doubt that at the end of the day, and the days and sessions to come, some very important decisions will be made. On the way towards a sustainable and equitable global economy, I urge you to take the lead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Brilliant. Valentin there, fantastic address, thought-provoking, inspiring, and reiterating what we can do as individuals to promote and enhance change as well. It reminded me a section of the IPC report which talked about behavioral and cultural changes. The IPCC said that this, by focusing on these changes, can wring out 40 to 70% of emissions, just thinking about our beef consumption, air travel, building energy, so on and so forth. But behavioral and cultural changes are so very important. Brilliant. Big thanks to Valentin there. If you have any further questions, you'd like to learn more from our headline partner, NN Investment Partners, please do connect with them during the networking breaks if you're in the room. And of course, if you're watching virtually, visit their virtual expo and connect with their team as well. Right, let's move it on to our next session, our first panel of the day. I do love our panels. We want to get you involved. Be brave during the panel. Stick your hand up. Ask a question either during or at the end, because we want you to be engaged both virtually and physically as well. Net Zero, this is the name of the panel. Is green finally going mainstream, turning COP commitments into action, ensuring constructive dialogue with developing countries for the global implementation of a green recovery? How do we move forward from COP26? Allocators of capital have a critical role in shaping a more sustainable and inclusive future. Right, I'm going to hand you over to the moderator of the panel. Let's give a massive round of applause to Sean Kidney, CEO of the Climate Bonds Initiative. Big round of applause.
Thank you. I think NNIP have just announced that their green bond fund is at $2.5 billion. That's just one fund. I think we're getting mainstream. The outstanding amount of green bonds globally is 1.8 trillion or thereabouts now. Green and sustainable is about 3 trillion. This is no longer small beer. But of course, it is not anywhere near enough. We know what the challenge is. Some of you will have seen the McKinsey's report earlier this year. $9.2 trillion needed a year to be shifted to be going into mitigation investments and resilience on top of that. That's still a long way to go to be able to challenge it. We need about 90 trillion mobilised in the next 30 years. So I'm going to suggest, but we'll ask our panellists in a minute, we're going mainstream, but we've got a long way to go before we can truly pat ourselves on the back. Well, let's see what our panellists say. First, can I welcome to the stage Olivier Rousseau, who's the Executive Director of the Fonds de Réserve pour les Retraites, an asset owner, if you like, from Paris. Please join me. I'd like to welcome Pietro Bertazzi, who's from CDP, was once called Carbon Disclosure Project, but not for many years, who's the Global Director of Policy Engagement and External Affairs. Andrew Grant, who's Moody's Vice President of Climate Solutions. Now, isn't it cool that Moody's have a Vice President of Climate Solutions? 6 years ago, this wasn't the case. Something's changing. And finally, but in many ways, most importantly, can I invite Caron Lemont, who's the head of ESG research, engagement and voting at Amundi, Europe's largest fund manager and a real pioneer or at least Amundi has been a real pioneer in net zero strategies. We'll hear a little bit more about that. So you know what the problem is. We have this huge capex challenge to achieve the transition. You know that it isn't just in rich countries. While we are a rich country crowd here, some 70% of the capex required to shift our economy to become low carbon and climate resilient will be in emerging markets over the next 30 years. We're creating a string of cities of 20 million people plus around the emerging markets. If those cities are not green, we are stuffed. So we need to have a global perspective on this particular question. You know that there's a bit of good news here, that the capital flows that are required are not entirely new. Of the 9.2 trillion that McKinsey says we've got to invest in mitigation, at least 90% of that is a recalibration of existing capital flows. That is enough with the freeways, more with the railways, for example. Same capex at the end of the year, just different allocation, or different specifications for buildings so they're super energy efficient, for example. So that's good news. There is a capex slump. It's about 10% of the total capex spend that we have, which we're not spending now. But we have a world awash in capital. I mean, Amundi has no shortage of capital to deploy. Trillions, well, more than $1 trillion anyway to deploy. And there's a shortage of investment opportunities in the rich countries. That's why interest rates are still very low, despite the war in the Ukraine, etc. So we've got that. We have some good news, which is that green bonds, social bonds, sustainable bonds, and green finance are clearly becoming a big story. Clearly, when we have $3 trillion outstanding, we are no longer talking about a niche product. We are talking about something which is, well, I'm hesitating to use the word mainstream because that's up to my panelists to decide whether we're there yet. But you get the idea. We just have a lot of work to do to achieve what we need to get to. And note that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report that came out just a few short weeks ago said that we have to get emissions down 50% in 8 years by 2030 to even have a reasonable chance of avoiding catastrophic climate change. Folks, that is a big mountain to climb. Olivia, speaking of mountains, you are a substantial, significant, important, and I have to say vocal asset owner in the scheme of things. What's your perspective of this? Is it going mainstream? And most importantly, how do we tackle this challenge?
Yes, it's certainly going mainstream from all sides. You have NGOs, you have regulators, you have society and clients, and you have corporates and financial institutions. However, in some cases, the requirements, the demands, are not put on the right entities. And here I would like to put the negative side of this becoming mainstream. While there is a lot of changes in the speeches, in the regulatory demands, in the society being vocal, the real world is not changing at the same speed, and some of the bad assets just get transferred to bad owners. You have the good people, asset owners, asset managers, part of the plenty of initiatives. By the way, there is an alarming inflation in the number of initiatives that good, well-intending people can subscribe to. It becomes a job in itself to follow the number of these initiatives, and it's not necessarily producing the best results. Some concentration would be more efficient, in my opinion. But while this is happening, you have private equity firms, you have some family offices, you have some hedge funds who just don't care, and they buy very cheaply assets that people that are well-intended or just wanting to manage their reputation are selling on the cheap. In short, we are creating a bad climate premium for investors who dare to go into them.
Sorry, a bad climate?
Premium, a bad climate premium. A premium that people can collect if they dare to invest in bad assets.
Okay, so we've got an interesting challenge there. Carolyn, I think this is a cue for you. You're the fund manager managing the capital of asset owners at Amundi. Tell us your take on this, both the broader issue of the roadmap and, of course, Olivia's comments.
Okay, I will answer directly to Olivier's comments. I think one of the things is we need to a little bit think bottom up, think of what are the angle there. And one thing we are doing, we are engaging a lot banks and insurance about their, for example, their call policies, because every asset, even if it's privately held, need an insurer, need banks. All the banks, all the insurance have a strong call policy. So these assets won't be able to get any finance. So we also need to, as Olivier said, just think of what we are doing and try to find some remediation. So engagement in one of the things which is very efficient if we want to have real life impact. Discussing with issuers, pushing them to do the right thing, it's a good thing to do. It's quite, it takes time, a lot of effort, but it's very efficient. Together with the financial part, with green bonds, investing in green bonds, you push the issuers, the one with deep money, to convert that capex from brown to green, and this is also efficient. Not only doing their own net zero transition, but also increasing their capex in order to more finance the effort we need to convert ourselves. So I think engagement is really, really important on that way. It could be directly dialogue, it could be through votings. So it's together with creating some funds, like green bond funds, with the net zero funds, but you have to do both.
So what we would call a climate bonds or the EU platform transition focus on companies, not a shift. So is that an adequate response to Olivier's concern here about creating bad climate assets? Sense? I mean, is the antidote there? And Olivia, I'm just going to ask you to pick up the question a minute too before I go to Pietro next. But first, Caroline, is that an adequate response really for this issue? Is there a challenge that we're creating these bad assets?
At least it's our response. We were concerned, like Olivier, that some coal assets mainly were going to private markets.
That we actually need to close down, we shouldn't allow to exist anymore, right?
So that's why we are increasing our engagement with banks and insurance.
So how do we fix this?
Well, what Caroline said is part of the solution, but I'm afraid a small part of the solution. We've been hiding the reality to ourselves to a large extent. It's not just enough to say the financial sector, being the investors, the asset owners, the asset managers, the banks, have all the keys to the problem. It's not true. It's easy because typically you don't like banks. People like their grocery store next door and hate their bank. And the public opinion very much likes to bring this forward. But it's regulation, it's taxation that will save us. And the states are very, very shy, to say the least. And when they try to do their job very properly, think of the yellow vests in France.
Yep.
A good intention, poorly implemented, because implementation meant that the most fragile, financially speaking, were the most affected. And here I have to mention a very good initiative that came from the US. It hasn't been transformed into reality, but still it was good on the climate side to have inspiring thoughts from the US, which we're not so used to. And this is a coalition of very big leaders from the Republican and the Democratic Party, the Democrat Party. I think it was back to 2014. You had people like George Shultz. You had people like Jim Baker. And they said, well, we want a populist carbon tax. The carbon tax, we all know what it is. A populist one, it meant the proceeds of the carbon tax will not go to the main budget, but they will be given back to the people, but based on one person, one amount. So the rich people would have been paid more carbon tax, of course, running jets, traveling more, and so on and so on. but the poor people, most of them would have gotten more money than they would have borne through this carbon tax. It was a very good idea. It didn't come to reality, but at least the concept is there, and I think it shows the way for future implementations. Or another practical approach in my country, the fact that we help the poor people by saying we send energy checks only to the poor people.
Simple things to do. But your key point is state action is essential. It's not enough to just rail about finance changing. So, Pietro, two things. First is CDP has been riding shotgun on this for the last 15 years and seen an enormous change. So question, are we approaching mainstream or not? And then secondly, what does a roadmap look going forward?
Thank you, Sean, and hi everybody. You know, I've been working in this field for almost 2 decades now. So everything in life is relative, and I think that I thought I was in a niche, and now this topic is hitting headlines of newspaper. The assessment report of the IPCC saying basically the same thing that they said 20 years ago. Now it's hitting the news on BBC really prime time. So I think it's we're getting mainstream. But you're right. The CDP, we had a fantastic journey. At the moment, our over 14,000 companies reporting with CDP are showing us data. And it would be no surprise that I will come to this panel bringing the point of disclosure, because disclosure is the bedrock of action. And I love the discussion the financial community is having, but this discussion is empowered by the facts that come out of disclosure. At the same time, COP26, finally we finalized the Paris rule book. A bit late, right? So now we can say it's all implementation. Finally, it's all implementation. We need to pull it off. Mm-hmm. Are we mainstream with this practice? Are we delivering? I would rather frame the question: are we delivering what we have to deliver? And indeed, the answer is clearly no. Mm-hmm. I was skimming through the stats that CDP team has provided me, for this speech, and I saw that actually. At times you say, is the glass half full or half empty? But I see a pattern of 1/3 full. It looks like, from different stats that we have, that 1/3 of the banks, we did a report in Southeast Asia where sustainable finance is actually picking up quite fast. But only 1/3 of the financial institutions in Southeast Asia were actually disclosing information on one very particular and very important topic, which is deforestation, which counts for actually 15% of emissions. Mm. And we saw that actually this is incredibly low for a jurisdiction where deforestation is so important. 1/3 of the overall CDP disclosures are told us that are developing transition plans. It's only 1/3. It's still, quite a long way to go. And in Europe, only 1/3 of, this is particularly important for this audience, only 1/3 of the financial institutions are actually disclosing emissions of their portfolio. So the glass seems, 1/3 full. So while we are having this discussion, and this is part of, business, you are having business discussion here, we're talking money, but still, we have quite a long way to go. Progress, yes, of course, amazing progress. We are optimists, otherwise, we will not be here, I think. But there are a couple of things that, are coming up that are particularly important. And, we will never be able to deliver the COP20, the Paris Agreement objectives without getting together. But the market itself, I'm afraid it will not deliver it. That's why, and this came, quite often in the previous interventions, the role of the governments and policymakers is essential. I see there are possibly 3 areas of intervention. I will go very fast on those. Disclosure, of course, is the first one. Mandatory disclosure, it's happening, which is great. The second trend is the broadening of the perspective on climate. Tackling climate without tackling nature is just not possible. We will not be able. And actually, Valentine brought in the social dimension as well, which is, of course, incredibly important. But in order to tackle climate, we must tackle nature. And the third element is the one of transition plans and the say on climate, where this audience has actually quite a strong power with the stewardship that you can have, on the companies you invest on.
Fantastic, thank you. I want to go to Andrew now, because this is very exciting for me. I remember being on the high-level expert group at Sustainable Finance a few years ago, and we were arguing, we were railing about the credit rating agencies, how we were going to force them in Europe to adopt the ESG. And now we have a VP of Climate Solutions, part of Moody's. We have similar things happening in the other credit rating agencies. Andrew, things have changed, haven't they? Does this mean we're going mainstream?
I've got terrible news for you, Sean. I'm not in the credit ratings part of
I
Moody's.
know. You're still part of Moody's, though.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, briefly on the credit side, 100% things are changing. So, I mean, it's a bit of a truism in credit to say you're all about the downside. So for a long time, that materiality aspect, or the financial materiality aspect, I should say, of just thinking about, okay, what's the dollar risk at stake here? How much do we stand to lose? It's very much the key to it, rather than thinking about, okay, how are we going to proactively enable this change? Now, the two things, alignment with a low carbon outcome and mitigating your risk, no, they're pretty closely related. They're not the same, but they are closely related. But it's certainly true to say we've got a longer history looking at the financial downside than we do the whole, how do we get ourselves to a net zero outcome? But it's definitely coming in. And that the double materiality aspect, the environmental side, as well as the financial materiality side, hugely important. Throughout the rest of Moody's as well, we see that Moody's, as you know, very large organisation, lots of different clients, all sorts of different sectors, and the reality is this has bubbled up pretty much everywhere. So, you know. It's a relatively new position that I hold as a climate person, but the reality is that climate had bubbled up in our teams that were working on consumer credit, commercial real estate, banking, insurance and pensions. All these teams that are servicing clients in these sectors were already having to deal with climate issues. So it's 100% gone mainstream, and I think that tells you why, because there are so many different reasons for all the different actors out there, all the different parts of the financial ecosystem to be working on this. It doesn't matter, maybe you're the sort of investor, you don't necessarily care about a low carbon outcome, but you recognize the risk of it and you understand what that risk means for your bottom line, so therefore you want to mitigate it. That's one actor. Maybe a pension fund is invested in a little bit of everything, meaning they can't diversify away from physical impacts of climate risk. So for them, the economically rational thing is to be aiming for that low carbon outcome from a risk mitigation point, even though it is driving, ultimately aiming for that environmental aspect. And maybe ultimately, as an investor, the buck stops with your clients, of course. He who pays the piper calls the tune. And if your clients want to see their money invested in a way that's associated with a good outcome for them and their family, then that's the way that that things have to go. So there's a couple of different anecdotes, really, but speaking to the way that it has sort of cropped up all the way through the financial ecosystem, and why this approach does have such momentum over the last few years.
So I know we're not allowed to talk to you about credit ratings too much, because I appreciate you've got a different business, but I need to bring it back to what Olivia was saying. We're talking about, to change the world. We're not going to change the world with investors reshifting, recalibrating their portfolios. That'll be a bit like shuffling deck chairs, the Titanic, as we head towards the iceberg. We need to also drastically change the apparatus of government, the apparatus of state action, regulation, banning coal-fired power plants, etc., etc., etc. I'm curious in terms of how you're looking at things at Moody's. What's your view about sovereign and subnational risk around these? The extent to which people are acting or not acting, is that now beginning to be seen as a credit issue going forward? And I say this referencing an Australian government report that came out in November, where the Australian government, in their rationale for their net zero strategy, weak as it is, they published the COP, said that if they were not to adopt the net zero strategy, their borrowing costs are likely to go up 100 to 300 basis points. Really? Whoa, that's cool as far as I'm concerned. Is that what you're seeing? Are you tackling these issues?
Well, at Moody's, clearly we're very aware of our position in the financial system and our impact on the way that capital is allocated. You can't avoid that. And it's been long hypothesized about that the way that people invest will contribute or become a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy to driving low carbon outcomes due to the cost of capital. And indeed, Goldman Sachs, for example, I'm sure others are doing it as well, publishing research showing how changes in the cost of capital being charged to different issuers by their investors can just be translated straight through to a cost of carbon. So in some ways, you can see what investors are doing in some ways, as making up in somewhat for the shortcomings of government. Their failure so far to be enacting meaningful carbon prices globally in the places where they need to be levied. Of course, to pick up on Olivier's points before, investors can't do the whole thing, and if you have some investors doing it and others not, you have all sorts of problems with, with leakage and inconsistency, and also you lack the other aspects, again, which Olivier mentioned, whereby if a government puts in a carbon tax, they can then collect those tax revenues and spend them in a way that benefits the poorest in society and helps catalyse those shifts that we need to be seeing. I think actually you made one mention of the sort of carbon neutral cost neutral carbon system. I think British Columbia and Canada have something similar where they charge everyone a cost of capital, a cost of carbon, and then at the end of the year post everyone a check or similar, which distributes that equally to everyone. So if you are not in the minority of people that use a large proportion of the carbon, then this is a profit for you. The way that people use carbon is hugely skewed towards the richest people. So even just distributing it on an even basis results in a gain to the less fortunate members of society. So there's certainly, people know how to be approaching these sorts of questions. There are alternatives out there, and in some cases it's being done, but I think it's clear that regulation is a part of the system that is lagging at the moment.
Interesting. I'm going to say that I differ from Olivier on one key point, is that carbon taxes and carbon price is one of many, many tools, and one that frankly is not getting up very quickly. We can do other stuff, but that's a conversation we should pursue. But before that, Caroline, Amundi, how are you dealing with these issues across your portfolio in twofolds? The extent to which you're finding the response to clients is driving the way you're changing your investment strategies. That's one thing. In other words, the Oliviers of the world and how that's changing the dynamic within Amundi. But then secondly, how you're looking at risk across the whole portfolio anyway, in the context of the risks of transition, the risks of physical impact. How are you tackling this in Amundi? A big fund.
So it's a large question, and it will be a long answer. So first, we can't wait for the regulator to act. We have to act now. So I think we are doing several steps. So are doing many things, because to be frank, I'm not sure anybody knows exactly what more means a net zero portfolio, and we still have to go to there. So we are first looking at the investment, trying to avoid the more risky assets, and then from that with a disclosure, we need to evaluate our risk. So evaluation, assessing the alignment of issuers with a net zero trajectory is really, really important. We are doing a lot of effort on that. We are still not there, but we are assessing the best we can. There is the financing part with green bonds, and also all the engagement we are doing to push the capex of the issuers. And then we are having this very strong and very active dialogue with our issuers. So we start with the issuers from the impact sectors, or so-called impact sector, but the reality is every sector is exposed and every sector should do something. So we are increasing our pressure on engagement, and with our Ambition 2025, we have committed ourselves to engage 1,000 issuers on the top of what we have been doing. So,
just say that again, committed to?
1,000. So the goal is the spirit is to engage every issuer we have in portfolio, but because we are human, we need to start with 1,000.
That's a big job, everyone, right?
But the thing is, why? Because we think that every company in our portfolio should disclose, should assess, and should remediate or act. And we can't only focus on the big issues, in our view. And to be honest, the big issuers, common issuers of this world are over-engaged somehow. Mm-hmm. So we need to focus on the second or third tiers, and this is what we are committed to.
Wow, so that's actually quite a big job you've taken on internally.
Yes, I can confirm.
So, to answer the question, does this mean that net zero finance has become mainstream in Amundi?
Yes, it's what we want. We want every fund manager, every financial analyst to take climate as he's doing accounting as part of his job. And it's becoming central. What does it mean taking into climate if you need to work more? And you have to make more effort, but it's what we need to do if we want to take into account all the climate issues and challenges.
Fantastic. So, Olivia, not before time, I guess, that this all has to happen. I want to ask you a question as an asset owner. You've got a big challenge because you've got a fiduciary obligation to match liabilities and assets over a longer period, and yet your portfolio management strategies generally have a 5 or 10-year time frame. How do you square that circle in terms of shifting your portfolio over? How have you managed that internally, especially for everyone else here who is in the fund management side and so on, to understand how an asset owner is thinking about this at a high level?
Well, actually, our liability matching job is extremely easy because we have a heavy liability schedule, but a simple one. We have one client, a state entity, to which we pay one coupon every year. So we have the intelligence that we have is easily redeployed towards the investing side. So it's just as if, in that sense, we were assets only. But there is another point here that needs to be raised. We have a relatively short investment horizon because we don't know what happens to us come 2033. We will have a surplus if things go the way they should by then, but we don't know what happens. And so it is difficult. It's a battle for us to commit funds, for example, in infrastructure funds that have a final maturity beyond 2033. So collectively, we can be a bit intelligent, but it's a struggle, and I hate to say it, but we are a long-term minded investor, but an investor with essentially a medium-long investment horizon.
Okay, so you've made progress. How do you get involved in the conversation about encouraging, promoting state action? What's the role of your fund in that bigger question, which you've pointed out up front is the key critical challenge going forward?
No, we don't. We are disciplined civil servants, even though many of us have private sector experience. But frankly, it's not our brief. And actually, it could be counterproductive if we were vocal on that. So it's down to other entities and citizens by their vote to do the job.
I think that's us, folks. He needs us. He needs us to be able to push our governments, our actors to act so that he can then respond. Although there is a risk angle, surely, in terms of making people aware of the forward risk of investments and investment outcomes if certain things are done or not done? No?
Well, we do something which is impact investing. And here, basically, like many other investors, we are helping the governments or doing what the governments could do by themselves, push by themselves. And I think in the current environment, it has an ever bigger role because what? We have a situation which doesn't land nicely to international cooperation. We had misunderstandings, to say the least, between the West and China. Now we have Russia. Let's not forget Turkey. Let's not forget Iran. We don't have a very cooperation conducive international situation. And still, making things happen on the technological side is more crucial than ever. Why? Because we have the West and Europe actually deciding that it wants to get fossil fuel free faster because it no longer wants to depend on the imports from Russia. Well, if we do that, that means we have to substitute those hydrocarbons with other energy sources, and this is renewables. And by the way, the renewables have something very nice with them. They reduce your dependency from the rest of the world. They make your economy more reliable because the energy, the wind and the sun are local. But it puts another point to the fore, which is how do you stabilize your transmission grids with a higher content of renewable energies? This is the bad question that nobody wants to answer. We say, oh, wind is good, sun is good, yes, but they create havoc in the transmission grids until the time that we do have very good storage of electricity. And guys, put a lot of R&D on that. That will be key to energy sovereignty, and that will be key to making those hydrocarbons stranded assets, and that will be key to convincing the developing world to adopt those renewable energies, because when we can show them that they are cheaper than burning hydrocarbons, they will do it. So put the dollars on research.
There's a call for action. We've got time for a quick round of questions. If there's anyone would like to put their hand up, we could use live. There's one at the back. I want 3 questions in a row, if I may, and then 2 here. Can we get mics or to those people, folks? Yes, run, please, very short a time. And I mean, I'm talking about climate change here, a very short a time. Please stand up, ask me a question.
Stefan Klavitter from Finance in Motion. My question is, how about negative emissions? I mean, if you want to get carbon neutral, usually you have some emissions, so you need to have something negative, for example, sustainable forestry.
Okay, pass it to the person next to you who's asking a question. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tanya Reynolds from Sustainability Habit Limited. I'm setting up a new green bank focused on nature-based solutions. And my question is, what are your views on investing in nature-based solutions?
The answer's got to be good, but how to do it, right? But we'll come back to that. Okay, Christian over here, please. We'll take all the questions in one go.
Yeah, hi, I'm Alex Wilkes with the Sunrise Project. Several speakers have mentioned engagement being one of the key roles for investors. And I'm particularly interested in the overlap between engaging companies to sort out some of the policy mess. In other words, to defuse some of the negative lobbying that goes on by industry associations, which slows down many of the sensible policy measures we in this room would all want. And I'm particularly keen to hear from you from Amundi, because I understand your lead investor for Climate Action 100 Plus with regards to Toyota, the world's largest automaker, which has been reported to be lobbying very negatively all over the world, in this country, Mexico, the US, the EU, etc. How will you be confronting Toyota at its AGM this year to stop that negative lobbying? What will be the consequences for Toyota if they don't sort this out? Thank you.
Any other questions before we finish our round? There's someone right at the back there, please. Please stand up, sir.
Yep. My name is Alan. I'm from LBBW Asset Management in Germany, asset manager. And my question concern is more regarding the military actions and military spending of countries currently we see in Europe, and how it could dent the net zero initiatives and also endeavors of asset managers.
The effect of war on ESG, is that what you mean?
Exactly, yeah. If it could dent really the net zero initiatives across Europe.
That's going to be a fun one, okay. But nevertheless, very important. Any last questions? Thank you very much. I can't see. Oh, please, grab the microphone, stand up fast.
Thank you. Hi, James Vaccaro, Climate Safe Lending Network. I had a question because the central premise for a lot of the debate was around policy and regulation versus market initiatives. And there was part of a premise which kind of seemed to set that up as being independent. I'd like the panel, in particular maybe Olivia, to opine on what that interaction is. In particular, if you had a world where there were all bad assets owned by bad owners, how would that change the political calculus for a government making decisions whether to accelerate curtailment of polluting industries? Thank you.
I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Does anyone here understand it adequately?
Do you want me to express it again?
Yes, give it. Try a different way.
So for as long as there's fossil fuel in all the portfolios of pension funds and banks, governments might feel that their position is fettered in being able to go quicker. Whereas if it is all in private equity and hedge funds and other things which they do not care about, that changes the political calculus in terms of being able to close things down.
One for Olivia, I think. Very amusing question. Okay, I get it. Thank you very much. I'm going to switch a couple of the question rounds that I've made. The question on investing in nature. Look, the first problem is how the hell do you invest in nature? You've got to have investable propositions. However, it's a critical question because biodiversity is collapsing around the planet. We are in the midst of the sixth great extinction at the moment. So clearly, in terms of our macro issues, this is critical, essential, a core part of the impact of climate change and the need to address climate change. So I'm going to ask maybe Caroline from Amundi, how does this fit into the Amundi plan? How do you pick up these questions? I know you've been looking at them and trying to figure out, give us a flavour of where you're going.
So we are looking at... So, there is a different angle. First is with our funds, so we are looking, some of our funds are investing in this natural solution. The other thing is we are pushing our issuers to contemplate it. So first is reduction, and when you can't reduce, thinking for compensation. But just, there is... we can't all invest in those. There is limiting offering for the time being, so we have to be very, balanced when doing it. We don't want to create a nasty bubble or something like this which will harm afterwards. So that's why we are quite cautious and when investing in those solutions. So it's a start.
So maybe you two should have a conversation afterwards to pick this up. Olivia, war.
Well, if I may, I would like to take three of the questions very quickly. On negative emissions, build nuclear power plants and make sure that they work in combination with the other, the renewables, and so build excess capacities for the needs of the economies, and the excess will be used at full speed to capture carbon. It is expensive today, it will become more efficient, and anyway, what you can capture today is a big investment, and as we know, the marginal running cost of renewable energies and of nuclear power is very low, so do that. I would like to pick up the one on weapons as well. Well, it's the tragic reality. If we do not invest in military force, if we do not accept to be at the forefront of technological development, we will be dominated by undemocratic countries and regions. We have to see democracy as a good that has been built in very short periods of human history. We had the Greeks, and that was not a perfect democracy. It's a very recent story. And contrary to what we think, it's not necessarily going to win everywhere. We have to defend it. If we go beyond the technological forefront, the Russians will take care of us. The Chinese will take care of us. So it's the necessary investment. We hate it, but we need it. And I would like also to pick up the calculus for governments. If bad assets end up in bad hands. Well, it's not easy for me to respond to it. I think it's a valid question, but it's not easy to see which way it's going. Because in a way, when assets are in family offices, hedge funds, private equity firms, they may fall below the radar. And so you will not have easily people demonstrating in front of the head office of a big multinational. They will not know where to go, kind of. So that may actually reduce the pressure, the social pressure for such productions. And so the governments need to act very resolutely, but it does not necessarily change.
Folks, we need to wrap up. We could go for a while. I'm going to ask Andrew to say a quick last word, and then Pietro to finish us off with, Pietro, you've got a particular job. Are we mainstream or not? And how are we going to make this work in the future? Andrew first, last word.
Anything you'd like me to, put that last
I'm
word
leaving it to you. I've already given you enough heat.
I mean, we've covered a lot. I guess I'll just add one more point on the war aspect. I mean, firstly, obviously tragic, and my heart goes out to all those affected by the awful events going on. But clearly as well, there's a link between those countries which are frequently those which are undemocratic and those which are big fossil fuel producers. It's not terribly surprising. They rely on, don't necessarily rely on the citizens for the power, get the power from somewhere else. So there's, Olivier mentioned earlier that the importance of investing in renewables and the advantage that gives you in solving the energy trilemma, and particularly the security aspect of that. It all hangs together quite neatly in terms of resolving the security aspect and also pointing towards a good climate outcome and also the pursuing the advancement of democratic values.
Pietro. I think we have a good plan to get mainstream. The announcements by the IFRS and the creation of the SSB actually will make this topic totally mainstream in businesses around the world, but they won't be able to do it on their own. It will be still crucial, the role of governments to mandate the adoption of the ISSB standards. But I think we need even to go a bit farther, because the SSB is catering for the financial materiality, for the value creation, and we need to look whether our the investments and our business are impacting on people and planet. For that reason, I expect the SSB starting on this value creation and possibly evolving in the next decade. But we have a decade. You said we don't have enough time, so. Yeah, we're going to act quite strong, and we need strong governments. So, as a matter of fact, we are afraid that CDP, that actually the current situation with the invasion of Ukraine, is actually derailing our efforts on tackling ESG issue. So we hope that this comes to an end quite in the most smooth and possible fast way possible.
There is no doubt green climate finance is becoming mainstream. But it is the beginning of a road, and it is only highlighting what still needs to be done. Strong state action, of course, is a key part of that. Taking advantage of opportunities, responding to the challenges we face, all of these things. But it's mainstream, it is no longer a small niche. No, that at least is good news. Now for the next $70 to $90 trillion of capital investment we have to do. That's the next job. Thank you, everyone. Please say thanks to Olivia, to Andrew, to Caroline, to Pietro.
Sean, brilliant. Thank you very much. Fantastic first panel of the day, just to get our juices salivating. We like to get our juices salivating. Brilliant. Stay with us. There's a lot more to come. By the way, is green going mainstream? Hands up. Yes, yes, yes. I like the, yeah. Nearly all, nearly. I think some of you are shy. We need to bring you out of your shells, by the way. A lot of shy people in here, but I love the questions. Well done on all the questions. By the way, if you want to access the agenda, easy to do on A, the event app, or B, on the website itself. The address of the website is on your badge at the bottom. Europe.sinv, It's on your badge. But please do access the agenda on the event app, like I said. Right, let's move it on. My next guest is eagerly waiting in the wings. We've got a deep dive conversation with Catherine Howarth, Chief Executive Officer of ShareAction. Catherine, get up to the stage. Big round of applause for Catherine. Hi. I think I can sit here. Yeah, I'll sit here. Let's join you.
Is that the plan? Yeah.
Are we allowed to? Has COVID ended or not? I can't remember. No, I think we are allowed to do this now. Catherine, wonderful to see you.
You too.
Thank you very much for joining us. The subject of this wonderful discussion, very intimate discussion, is taking responsibility, a new model for responsible investment. So we're all thinking, a new model for responsible investment. What is this new model? Why do we need a new model, Catherine, for responsible investment? Then I'll ask you how it differs.
Okay, well, look, a bit of context. So 16, 17 years ago, the PRI was born, and the Principles for Responsible Investment, UN-led organization, which has done the most astonishing job of mainstreaming ESG over the last 16 years. The very fact that we have a massive conference like this and many more focusing on sustainable and responsible investment, I think is all credit to, first of all, a pioneering set of individuals who acknowledged that the investment world was operating in a way which was blind to environmental and social, financially material risks. And so we've had this astonishing growth. More than half of the world's globally invested assets are now signed up to the Principles for Responsible Investment. But here we are in a world in which we have chronic climate catastrophe on the way. We have deep and enduring social inequalities. We have a global obesity crisis. We have modern slavery at scale. We have a whole series of issues where the world's largest corporations play quite an active role, not necessarily deliberately, sometimes deliberately, in exacerbating those issues. And so what we're saying at ShareAction is that we actually need to, for the next sort of 15 years, develop a new generation of high ambition responsible investment practice, which at its core takes account of the impacts that companies have upon people and planet, and where investors take responsibility for those impacts. To the extent that they've got those companies, all companies have impact, positive and negative, and those negative externalities created by companies is just a sort of embedded feature of capitalism, if you like. I mean, actually, the first observation about externalities goes right back to the middle of the 19th century, an amazing thinker called John Ruskin, who noted that at the time there were lots of factories popping up in new industrialized Britain, middle of the 19th century. And he noted that it was the rational thing for a factory owner next to a river to pollute that river and send those pollutants down the river for someone else to deal with. It was just rational. You could make more money as a factory owner if you dumped pollutants in the river and sent them off to be dealt with someone else. That's the problem of externalities or impacts. It's embedded in capitalism. And whilst ultimately, and this was a point very much made on the last panel, it's a job for governments and regulations to deal with a lot of that, we can't look to governments and regulations to deal with all of it. And so I think we need a new high ambition definition of responsible investment, which puts impact questions at its core and requires of investors that want to call themselves responsible investors that they take active steps to mitigate and potentially avoid investments that generate the most heinous or problematic negative impacts.
So how do you see this new model in action, within capital markets?
So what's interesting, our observation at ShareAction, is that we're seeing this all over the place. So, for example, we're involved at the moment in an initiative to push the UK's second largest supermarket, Sainsbury's, to become an accredited living wage employer. And we have some of the biggest investors in the UK economy, Nest, which is the biggest pension fund by group of members, 10 million members, but also Legal & General Investment Management, also HSBC Investment Management, Fidelity International. They're all signatories to a shareholder resolution challenging Sainsbury's to become a living wage employer. Now, there is a business case for becoming a living wage employer, but I think the motivation here is an acknowledgement that low pay is endemic and problematic, and it creates systemic risks in our economy. And so you see mainstream investors stepping up on an issue like calling on companies to be a living wage employer. And I think what you see at work there is a mixture of financial motivation and something beyond financial motivation. So that's just one example, but I think this kind of thinking is already, observable all over the capital markets, but it's also not really acknowledged because the legal regimes that we operate in, particularly for pension funds, say, well, everything you do must be justified with reference to portfolio returns. So what we're seeing in practice is this more ambitious, impact-driven, responsible investment behavior, but almost not quite daring to acknowledge it. And so because when you look back 15, 16 years ago at the foundations of the PRI, the principles that were established were called voluntary and aspirational, and they absolutely were aspirational in their day. I think we need a new voluntary and aspirational standard to which investors don't need to feel almost that they're hiding their good works under a bushel. So I see it everywhere, whether it's in relation to nutrition or modern slavery or living wages, or indeed, actually any investor that has signed up to 1.5 degrees to a target. I think we'll have to confront this challenge that you can't necessarily get there at pace without being willing to calibrate impact against financial return somewhere along the journey. So I think the genie's out of the bottle on this, but it's also the case that there's a lot of...
Was that a subtle reference to Will Smith? No.
Possibly. That it's not... A lot of investors are not yet willing to acknowledge that they are putting impact considerations on a par in some of their investment decisions with financial considerations.
What about the barriers? What are the barriers? It all sounds fantastic, but there are always barriers, especially to adopting new models of responsible investment. What are the barriers?
Well, I mean, the principal barrier, in my opinion, are legal constraints. So, lawyers to investment organizations, particularly pension funds, are constantly advising them to be quite cautious around all of this, even though, of course, when you think about the fiduciary duties of investors, it's about acting in the best interests of your beneficiaries. And I think a lot of this impact-driven investment activity is in the best interests of beneficiaries. I think that's, for example, one of the reasons that a major pension fund like Nest, I'm a member of Nest, is taking this action on the living wage. I think partly because it has a lot of low-paid members in its pension scheme. And so thinking about acting in their best interest involves taking quite an ambitious and enlightened approach to action on low pay in our economy. But at the same time, the lawyers to Nest and to all these other pension schemes are saying, well, whoa, careful now, because you've got to act within your legal boundaries and you've got to act within the law, and the law is quite inhibiting of this more bold and ambitious approach to responsible investment. So that's the key barrier. But I also think, inevitably, many investors say, well, to hell with impact, we just want to make as much money as we can. So that's fine, that's their right. But I think if you want to call yourself a responsible investor, then in future, it will become more and more mainstream to have to adopt a much more ambitious definition of what that means.
By the way, I love your website. Do go to Catherine's website. There's so many wonderful stats, such as this one. If the UK's biggest banks and insurers were a country, they'd rate 9th in the world for the carbon emissions they're responsible for. There's just endless stats on your website on Share Action. Do go to it and have a look, and it explains everything about Share Action. What's it going to take then, Catherine? You've explained it, you've sold it to me, I'm buzzing, I know our audience is as well. What does it take to, that classic statement, out with the old and in with the new?
So I think what it's going to take is a mixture of pioneers within the investment community who grasp this and who engage with it and who take their own firms on a journey towards ambition. And as I said, we're working with incredible people across the investment community. There's a lot of this buzz within the investment sector, but I do think it's going to take pressure from outside the sector as well. So I think there's a huge role for civil society in challenging investors to be more ambitious, to be more impact-centric.
You're big on this, aren't you? You're big on the education, on the empowering of individuals, how they can use their money, to build the future they want. How do you do this?
So, at least in the UK, but in many, many, many countries as well, huge numbers of working people have assets in capital markets through pension funds. And those people's voices are not necessarily as well heard as they might be in our capital markets. But within the retail investment space, there's also a huge movement towards high ambition ESG, towards impact investing. So I think this movement of retail investors, pension savers, civil society, and then professional actors like many of the people in the room today who are within the investment system, within the investment sector, but who, heart and head want to see responsible investment move towards a higher ambition approach, which really does bring about the transformation that we need on climate, on biodiversity, on inequalities, on health. I mean, it really acknowledges that we're part of a system here, a societal system that locks into our economy. And so I think we need an inside and outside the investment industry movement to bring this about. And I'm perfectly full of hope, actually, optimism, that we're going to get there.
Yeah, let's get a question. Come on, who's brave? Ask a question to Catherine. Stick your hand up. Any questions about Share Action or this amazing work they're doing out with the old forms of responsible investing, in with this new model? Come on, put your hand up. Oh, yeah. How about here? Lady at the front. Please tell us. We'll get a microphone over to you. I think we've got some online questions as well. Yes, we do. So we'll have the lady. Tell us who you are, where you're from, and then please fire away.
Rachel Delaz from Head of Sustainability, Convex Insurance. Why do you think the law is not reacting more when you look at the sort of Shell case, etc.? So why is that not having more of an impact on, the effect on fiduciary duty, etc.?
Well, I mean, the law is what the law is. And the lawyers of investment organisations have an absolute obligation to advise their clients on what the law does. But what I keep hearing, which is very, very interesting, is that you've got trustees of pension schemes that are wanting to really push the boundaries of what the law allows. And they're doing that motivated by the best interests of their beneficiaries. So, to give a very tangible example, which is quite live at the moment, there's green bond issuance from a number of governments, and the financials on those can be a bit disadvantageous compared to, in the short term, the financials on just vanilla bonds from the same governments. And trustees are saying, well, we'd like to buy those green bonds because we can see that the proceeds will be beneficial to our beneficiaries. And their lawyers are saying, at least in some schemes, well, no, you can't, because it doesn't stack up from a financial point of view. So I think what we're observing is the limits of the law currently, the need for reform, and one of the reasons I think we need a broad-based movement to build towards this more ambitious approach, impact-driven approach to responsible investment, is that we're beginning to see, whether it's trustees of pension schemes or people on the boards of insurance companies or retail investors themselves saying, we want to do more, but the law is holding us back. So I think that message is going to start to filter through to legislators and policymakers, the people that write the laws, because it's not okay to have laws that hold us back from doing what we need to achieve in capital markets in order to achieve sustainability outcomes that are in everybody's interest.
Catherine, really quickly, got a question from our online audience. Thank you, online audience. You are very much part of this forum. Andrew Gordon, CEO of AG ESG Consulting. Isn't the issue, Catherine, that we don't have a fiduciary duty for directors, trustees, etc., to focus on sustainability alongside profit?
Absolutely, and I would like to commend the incredible campaign that's underway for a Better Business Act, which has had a lot of coverage in the UK over the last week. So we need, at the corporate level and at the institutional investor level, director and trustee duties that really create a mandate for bold action on sustainability. So what's wonderful is that I think there are movements in parallel in the corporate community around corporate law and in the investment community around investment law. And so I'm, as I said, I'm hopeful, but without addressing those legal challenges, we are inhibited. You know, I've served as a trustee of a pension scheme. You do not do things that your your legal advisors have told you are beyond the limits of the law. So inevitably that has a chilling effect on the degree of ambition that trustees are able to deploy in their investment strategies when it comes to sustainability.
Sorry, Catherine, I'm the time police. I've got to wrap things up. It's my job. We're in the red zone.
Oops.
And when you're in the red zone, you're in trouble if you're chair of an event. Catherine, what buzz? I'm buzzing. Fantastic. Catherine, you were fantastic. Big round of applause. I could talk for hours with Catherine.
Very good.
Thank you so much, and please continue to fire questions our way as well. We love your questions. Just stand up, wave at me, and I'll get a microphone over to you. And of course, you can tell us who you are, where you're from, and also what you want to ask. So well done. Brilliant. Let's move it on. We've got lots more happening now. We've got our Climate Leader Insight, Green the Portfolio or Green the Planet. I want to invite up to the stage Barnaby Wiener, Equity Portfolio Manager, Head of Sustainability and Stewardship at MFS Investment Management. Big round of applause for Barnaby. I'm going to join you. Let's keep making it intimate. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, founded in 1924, MFS, one of the oldest asset management companies in the world, credited with pioneering the mutual fund.
I wasn't there, but...
You weren't there. You don't look that old, but it's quite an achievement, helping to pioneer the mutual fund. Let's start with exclusion and engagement, Barnaby. In your eyes, which one has the greater impact?
Well, I think it's very clear where the greater impact lies, and it's already been discussed by others this morning. But I mean, maybe we can sort of back up and sort of address this. The bigger question is, how do we create impact in the investment world? Because I think it depends a lot on what part of that world you're working in. If you're in the business of deploying capital to young growing businesses that desperately need your capital, then how you invest is the critical area you have agency. But the bulk of investment assets are actually invested in large listed companies, and that's certainly our line of businesses in public equities. And there I would say that the impact you create through investing or not investing actually has very little. It is de minimis. I mean, ultimately, you're trading shares on the secondary market. You're not putting capital to work. But where you can obviously have a material impact is as a responsible owner. I mean, particularly if you have larger stakes in companies. And I think there's a real danger that everyone is viewing this, or many people are still viewing this through the lens of you express your sustainability credentials through what you're investing in, whereas actually you express them through how you act as an owner. And I totally agree with, I can't remember who it was who sat up here earlier saying that we actually are creating potentially huge, a negative consequence of forcing investors to scrub their portfolios clean, because all it is doing is offloading dirty assets onto owners who frankly don't care.
Yeah, did you agree with that comment earlier? Dirty assets owned by bad owners.
Well, I do agree, although I would actually couch it, because I think it's a little more complex than that. They're not necessarily bad assets. So, for example, we all know that by we need to drastically reduce our consumption of fossil fuels. There's no way we're going to get to net zero without doing that. But then to say, well, fossil fuels are inherently bad seems to me disingenuous, because if we stop producing fossil fuels today, I mean, we would unleash a catastrophe that's infinitely worse than anything that will be created by global warming. We depend on fossil fuels for every aspect of our material needs. So really what we should be focusing on is devising ways to reduce that dependency as quickly as possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean that a company that owns, that owns a coal mine is necessarily a bad actor. It depends what they do with the coal mine. So I'm going to give you one example of this. A couple of years ago, Glencore, I'm not here to parade the virtues of Glencore necessarily, but I think this is an interesting illustration. Glencore bought out the minority shareholders, were a couple of other miners, Anglo American and BHP, in a large coal mining asset. In doing that, its emissions profile went up, its sort of credentials as a green actor went down. Conversely, Anglo and BHP enjoyed a sort of positive boost. But Glencore's argument was that we're going to run this asset into the ground by 2035, I think, and then we're going to shutter it in such a way that it would be completely uneconomic to reopen it. Had they not taken on that asset, there would have been a buyer out there. Yeah. No doubt a Chinese company or a private equity or whatever would have bought it without any of that incentive to manage it responsibly.
Mark Carney referred to this the other day. He said it's nuanced, this bad asset argument, isn't it? And that's a fantastic
absolutely
example
it's very nuanced.
To highlight that, the former governor of the Bank of England. You talked in a recent podcast, Barnaby, about embracing complexity in ESG. For those who didn't listen to the podcast, can you expand on that?
Sure. I mean, I think that ESG itself is such a complex field. Let's focus this just on the climate question, which is, after all, as Catherine alluded to, just one strand of this. But if we think about the challenge around climate, in some respects it's very simple. We know we've got to get to net zero by 2050, and we need to get halfway there by 2030, which feels like a very daunting challenge. We know that that's what's necessary.
And emissions have to peak by 2025, of
right.
course. That's even more stark.
But how you get there is extremely complex, and it requires a confluence of many different actors, corporate, financial, government, consumer, as we've discussed. It requires, to some extent, it requires regulation. It also requires significant technological development, which at this stage isn't really clear. So when we look at, when we're interacting with the companies we invest in, we would love to have a very simple sort of blanket approach. We could say to them, this is what you need to do. And there are some things we can ask them to do, but it would be great if we had a simple formula that would work for all companies. But we find that doesn't work. And actually the reality is that every company is different. It faces unique challenges based on the business model it's in, the regions in which it operates, and it's very complex. And I think one of the struggles we all have is that there's this sort of, rightly, this sort of idealist fire that burns in many of us, that we realize there's a problem, and we realize that drastic action is necessary. But at the same time, we need to combine that with a sort of cold realism about what's workable, because sometimes we need action, but not all action is always...
And it was touched on the last panel about, the cold realism about what works. When we bring in war, Russia, Ukraine, ESG has been put through the ringer, hasn't it? It's been a real focal point of debate. How constructive has that debate, and how will the ESG community come out to the benefits of society, the other side of this debate?
I prefer to think about the community rather than the ESG community. I think the ESG community was relevant at a time when no one else was thinking about it. I think one of the things that's positive now is that it has gone mainstream. Everyone is thinking about it. So the whole financial investment community and the corporate community, I think that in the near term, obviously everyone is focusing on the immediate challenge at hand, which is how on earth do we provide, how on earth do we get the energy we need for society to function? And I suspect, I suspect there will be more coal, burnt in Germany this year than would have otherwise. In the near term, it's not positive. Hopefully, in the long term, it reinforces the need to move faster in terms of creating an engine of it. And I think it's almost an obligation to remain optimistic here. I mean, life is not worth living if you can't have some hope. So I think there are sort of...
is it going to be used, though, the war as an excuse to backtrack, maybe plan projects that shouldn't have been planned, using it as let's say LNG projects, which take years to actually build, but to have these long-term projects which probably wouldn't have been put in place if we hadn't had the war. So it's bad actors again.
Well, in the short term, yes, but again, it should also act as a spur to greater. And coming back to the nuance thing, and when it comes to take power generation, which is one of the biggest sources of emissions, I would argue that it was a mistake for countries to be shutting down nuclear over the last 10 years. We all, however much we might hate some of the terrorists in nuclear, the reality is it is carbon-free power, and for the time being, it's essential.
Does our audience agree with that? Do you agree that it was wrong for Germany, to shut down its entirety of its nuclear operations post-Fukushima? Hands up? Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, interesting. So they share your view. Data. That it's enough to get a room to run out the door, but no, don't you dare. Stay there. We have to discuss it. How do you think about data, ESG data in your investment process? We know it can be poor, we know it can be limited, but how do you deal with that, Barnaby?
I think data has a very important role to play, and particularly around understanding where the emissions are. So, one of our sort of primary challenges at the moment is just getting companies to disclose properly, so we can see what their emissions are. But I also do feel that we live in a world which has become somewhat enslaved to data, and data is not a panacea, simply because a lot of important stuff is unquantifiable. And the most important thing in my mind is firstly understanding what individual companies' transition plans are, and secondly, evaluating what they're doing, the steps they're making. And I don't think there's any substitute there for rigorous, qualitative, contextual analysis. And I think we desperately want simple metrics on which we can evaluate every actor in the system, whether it's a corporate, whether it's an asset manager, whether it's an asset owner. And I think that's a false objective. And the problem with bad data is, and particularly bad data that then is not used not just to report on, but becomes a target, then then you start getting adverse outcomes. So I think people need to be realistic about the limitations of data.
On the subject of disclosures, you said that some disclose, some don't. I mean, what percentage of the companies that you invest in deal with? Are you happy with the disclosures?
I'm happy with the rate at which they're growing.
Right.
So, I mean, the majority of companies we invest in do disclose at least their Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. I mean, obviously, the problem is, for many companies, Scope 3 emissions are the largest source. And they're also the hardest to measure, and the easiest to probably measure inaccurately or in a way that sort of, puts you to an advantage. So, yeah, the direction of travel and the speed of travel is encouraging.
Yeah, just going to see if there's any questions there. Wait there. Yes. With engagement versus exclusion, I'm going to ask this now. How do you deal with the problem of stranded assets? We've sort of touched on that, but go for it.
Well, so, I mean, to be clear, as an investor, we're an asset manager. We manage over $600 billion. None of it's ours. It all belongs to our clients. So we have an obligation to invest their money responsibly. And if we feel an asset is stranded and that's not reflected in the valuation, we've got no right to be in that. We shouldn't be invested in it. So absolutely, I mean, we have to look at this through the lens of at least partly through the lens of financial return. So if it's not,
yeah. And why is there a disconnect, Barnaby, between the pledges that all sorts of governments and companies, banks, asset managers are making. And what is clear is a continued flow of cash into fossil fuel producers. The stats are quite clear. Major asset managers still hold about $550 billion in fossil fuel producers. Why is there still that disconnect?
Well, I think it comes back to what I said at the beginning, which is the pledge is clear, we need to get to net zero, but equally, we can't do it today. And so those companies still have a role to play, and we should be encouraging them to not to invest in new explorations. They're going to leave them with stranded assets, and therefore will be a poor investment, and their shareholders will lose out. But really, I mean, I think there's too much focus on the supply side here, which is, if we get the easy way to get to net zero is to stop producing coal and oil and gas. But if we stop producing these things without figuring out alternative sources of energy, I mean, you only have to look at what's happened this year when those resources are suddenly in tight supply and energy costs are going through the roof, and the average person in this country is seeing significant deterioration in their living standards as a result. We just tackling the supply side will be disastrous. We've got to figure out the demand side, and if we figure out the demand side, the supply side will look after itself. Because if there's no demand for these products, then no one will be looking to produce them.
Let's get our audience involved, Barnaby. Questions? Come on, Barnaby's here. Absolutely brilliant guest from MFS Investment Management. Stick your hand up. Let's ask Barnaby a question from our audience. While you're getting some courage with the ongoing energy crisis from our online audience, by the way, is defeating you lot. Come on. Let's have some physical questions. With the online energy crisis, Barnaby, do you think this will slow down the transition?
I think that's the sort of question around the current crisis. I think in the short term, yes. In the long term, I think no. I mean, I think one thing that, and I think it was mentioned by a previous speaker, I mean, the primary reason we're all talking about energy transition is to stop producing carbon emissions. But there is a secondary reason, which is we will live in an infinitely safer world if we are not dependent on sourcing our primary energy from countries like Russia or the Middle East or anywhere else. If we're self-sufficient in energy, then we'll be in a safer world. So, and I think horrendous situations like we're in today bring that to light and hopefully add some sort of, inject some momentum behind long-term policy making.
Yeah. Ah, yes. Oh, 2, 3. What's that? 4? Excuse me. Okay, let's go. Oh, there's one there as well. So the light's blinding me, but I can't see you. Please tell us your name, where you're from, and far away.
Fran Brown from Mercer. I just wondered, Barnaby, what do you see as your role in terms of encouraging that demand side and encouraging the development of the technology that will be required to transition away from fossil fuels?
So, I mean, I think in a general sense, our primary agency in this whole process is through how we communicate and engage with the companies we invest in, and so it's ultimately what they do that matters, but we can play a part in that perhaps. And I think it comes down to a combination of investing in technology and doing and encouraging them to do whatever they can to expedite the process. So if it's I'll give you one example. It's a good one. Rolls-Royce produce aircraft engines, as you all know. Aviation is one of those industries that is definitely in the hard-to-abate category. It's not clear to anyone what the solution, the end solution is here, but at the very least, they can invest in research into things like sustainable aviation fuels, into hydrogen power, into electric engines, and just make sure that they are at the cutting edge of that process. By doing that, not only will they expedite the process of weaning us off the demand for fossil fuels, but also they'll put themselves at a competitive advantage. So that's basically our approach with every issuer. What are you doing? to expedite it.
Our audience is on fire. Our online audience has got so many questions, but there was a lady here. Yes, hello. If you'd like to tell us who you are, do you have a microphone? There you go. Oh, is it on?
Can you hear me?
Try again. I think it is on.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Good. Hi, I'm Tanya Reynolds. I work for Sustainability Habit Limited. I want to set up a new green bank that's focused on nature-based solutions. And I have two questions. One of them is the circular economy and whether this is a factor that you consider when you're speaking with the portfolio people. And what are they doing what are they doing towards implementing the circular economy, and more specifically, what are they investing in R&D to make a transition so that we don't have to jump to distress, we can go on a more phased transition?
Right, so I mean, I think it obviously varies by industry a lot. I mean, a few examples come to mind. In the consumer space, we've spent a lot of time talking to companies around plastic use and increasing the content of recycling in their packaging. There's a building materials company called Trex, which produces building materials that are made out of recycled plastic. So, depending on the relevance of the company we're investing in, I would say circular economy is part of a broader conversation around sustainability, and I would agree with you. It's critical, but it's sort of very company specific. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily relevant to all the companies we invest in.
Barnaby, I have to wrap it up. It's my job in life to keep things moving on. And apologies to George, who is messaging us from Bucharest. He had a couple of wonderful questions. Apology, George, but please don't give up. Please fire in questions our way. George is one of our online audience. Barnaby, brilliant. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Barnaby Wiener, MFS's Equity Portfolio Manager and Head of Sustainability and Stewardship. Right, before a little break, we've got one more chat, which I'm very excited about. And by the way, I want to just say, if you do have any further questions you want to ask Barnaby or MFS Investment Management, do connect with them during our wonderful networking breaks if you're in the room. And of course, if you're watching virtually, go to their virtual expo and connect with their team online. That's how you connect with MFS and all our partners and sponsors throughout this wonderful Sustainable Investment Forum Europe 2022. Right, let's move on to our Sustainable Investment Spotlight, entitled Climate Change, Making Hay When the Sun Shines, Investing from the Grassroots Up. How do we find startups? Love this. How do we find startups that'll solve climate change? What a question. Antoine Praderol, Chief Investment Officer at the Green Angel Syndicate. Antoine, come and sit down. And Cam Ross, CEO at the Green Angel Syndicate as well, is here. Big round of applause for our guests. I'm going to sit up here. I feel like being here. I'll jump around. Antoine, Cam, thank you so much for joining us today. Just for our audience, your syndicate, as we call it, it's the UK's largest network of specialist investors fighting climate change. And what they do is they search out, they assess, they select innovations that'll make a change, and then they invest in them. Wonderful. So let's hear all about it. So how do we find the companies, Antoine? Let's start with you. How do you find the companies that'll really have an impact on, let's say, reversing or reducing greenhouse gases? What's the process?
So I'll start and Cam
might
go
for
continue. Well, first and foremost, the main message I'd like to convey is that we have an urgent, problem, climate change. We think that we can't really select the issues one by one. We can't say, I'm going to solve this problem first, I'm going to solve this problem second. We can't really prioritize. We've got so many issues at the same time. So we look for companies across all sectors. We know that there are many, many sectors in the industry which are emitting greenhouse gases. we look at all emitters, we look at energy, which we talked about earlier, but we also look at agriculture and food. We also look at buildings.
Yeah.
We also look at transport. We also look at environment. So we look across all sectors. And the good news, and Cam is going to talk about that, I'm sure, but the good news is because we are the largest network of investors specializing in this field, we receive lots of applications. So we receive approximately 700 applications from companies every year who want us to fund
And
them.
how many of those 700 do you actually invest in?
Good question.
Yeah.
So we tend to make somewhere between 15 and 20 investments a year. So it's a real process of ensuring that we focus on the ones that are going to make a real climate impact and also have a great potential for financial return. You know, this is not, we're not after this for charity. This is a real linkage between financial performance and carbon impact. And so we utilize our 350 specialist members as part of the process of selecting and filtering down those companies from the 700-800 applications for funding we receive down to those 15 or 20 that we
How
end
are
up
they
funding.
involved in the process? That's 350. That's a lot of you know, moving parts.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So each of these people has some specialist experience or background as part of their career, and they really want to get involved. So we establish small little teams of people with particular expertise looking at the companies that we are trying to select. And each of those plays their role. So that might be, you know, partly their corporate background, partly their desire to get into a particular sector themselves. And we really use those specialists as a way of helping to segregate and filter down to.
Can you give us an example, Antoine? Because we like meat on the bone. We love examples here. Give us some examples of companies that you've invested in that are making a change or are on the road to making a change.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you 2 or 3 examples,
Yeah.
and I'm sure Ken can give you others. I mean, in total, we've invested in 31 companies in the past 4 years. So one example, I mean, let's talk about energy, because energy is important. I mean, we've invested in a company which makes very, very thin solar films, which are, you know, solar films are solar panels, but in the form of a film, super thin, super light. And so because it's thin, light, it can be installed everywhere, not only on very strong roofs in countries like here, but maybe in very light roofs in emerging markets. So you expand drastically the opportunity for installing solar panels because you've got these very thin solar films. So that's called Powerwall.
Yeah.
That's the energy. We've invested in a company which is, well, that's the kind of the slogan, but it's true. They are making carbon neutral eggs. So,
Carbon neutral eggs?
Yeah, carbon neutral eggs. How do you make that? Well, you use food waste to grow insects, and the insect is then fed to the hens, to the chicken.
Yeah.
And so when the eggs, you know, appear,
Yeah.
in total, if you do the calculation, you've actually saved, or, you know, being neutral in terms of carbon emissions, which is fantastic.
Who knew about carbon neutral hens? Anyone here?
And
egg, should I say?
So they're called Better Origin, and so that's 2 examples, but maybe Cam has got other ones.
But all these companies are really important because we believe that we must decarbonize every single aspect of all of our daily lives, and that's why we don't specialize in particular sectors. So another example is a company called Glaya that's a spin-off from the University of Bristol, which has literally improved the process of photosynthesis by 40%. In other words, for the same energy into a plant, you can get 40% more crops out in a non-toxic, environmentally friendly way. And our ethos here is to find these companies, to help them to grow, put the money and the specialist skills into helping them develop so that they can make the impact.
Tell us about
that
the
they
scaling
deserve.
up process, Cam. You know,
Great.
the importance of scaling up, the difficulty of scaling up, and the chances of success.
Yeah, good question. We start relatively small, so our average investment size is somewhere between £100,000 and £1 million. And then we help these companies to grow by a combination of specific expertise from our membership groups and also funding. So we run our own fund and our specialist members invest directly, but we also launching a venture fund to really scale up these companies and provide them with a Series A and Series B and hopefully further support to help them grow. Because you're absolutely right. You know, if we don't help these companies to grow, they stand no chance of making an impact, which is something we all.
You mentioned
critically need.
returns earlier. I mean, what sort of returns are investors wanting from their investments?
Yeah, good question. So we've, as Antoine said, we've invested in 31 companies over 4.5 years that we've been investing through this model. I'm really pleased to say that not a single one of them has closed its doors, which is pretty unique in the world of startups and high-risk investments, which is what we are doing. The returns that the investors are looking for are essentially partly a CO2 impact or CO2e impact question, and also financial returns. And what we say to them is, don't invest in this thinking that you're going to make money. Invest in this because it has climate impact, and when we make it work, you will make money.
Yeah, Antoine, got a question from the audience. Thank you, virtual audience. I'm going to get you involved, physical audience, in just a minute. What are the barriers for entry in investing in new technology? How do you conduct effective due diligence?
Yeah, that's a quite complicated question. So I mean, because it's across different technologies and different sectors, we probably need to align, different types of expertise in different cases. But the beauty of the system that we've put together, as Cam explained, is we've got 340 members. Many of them have been working in these different sectors. They're passionate about these sectors. They've had long careers in energy or in transport or in engineering, more generally speaking. And so when we see interesting companies and there is appetite to invest from a good number of members, then, as Cam said, we put together a team of people who want to invest in these companies and who are expert and qualified in analyzing and doing the due diligence. So we end up with people who are experts, but not only, it's not as if we were outsourcing the expert and trying to find experts outside of our own ranks. These experts have also skin in the game, and because they want to invest their own private money into these companies, so they are super interested in making the right decision. And then we add to that our own level of professional due diligence. We are a team of almost 20 people in Green Diligence Syndicate, and so we add that, and in total, it seems to be working quite well so far.
Yeah, it does seem to be working quite well. Tell us about the investors. I mean, who are they? How do we become if anyone here wants to become an investor, how do we join the syndicate?
Great. So our investors are typically professional people who have had some expertise or background in specific sectors in which we invest. So anyone really can bring their professional background to helping us get involved with assessing and analyzing these companies and pushing them forward. I mean, thanks for the opportunity for the plug. It's pretty easy. You go to greenangelsyndicate.com and there's a great big button on the front that says join now, and we'd be delighted to have you as members. But I think the more appetite point for this audience is that we are also seeking that institutional funding to allow these companies to really grow with the injection of substantial capital. So we'd love inquiries and partnerships in that space to really help ramp up.
Would you like to invest more, essentially, from the offset? Because you said you were investing up to $1 million, is that right?
Yeah, that's fair. So this year we will deploy a low number of tens of millions of pounds to our corporate to our portfolio companies, and we have aspirations to increase that very substantially over the next few years.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, so we've got basically, for now, 3 layers of investors, and we are building a 4th. So let me explain. I mean, the core of the Apple, to some extent, is our membership. So the 340 members that we've got and we've been talking about, who make private checks into these companies. In addition to that, we've built a little fund, an EIS fund, which is enabling high net worth individuals to invest in the fund, and then their money is deployed into the same companies that the members invest. So it's a co-investment fund together with the angels. And then in addition to that, we've got BBI, which British Business Investments, which is a part of the government's British Business Bank, which has pledged £10 million to co-invest with us over 4 years. So that's our third layer. So if we put together the climate change fund, the little fund I was mentioning, plus the BBI money, basically what happens is that we've got a multiplier effect. For £1 that our members are putting on the table, we end up investing up to £2 thanks to these additional layers. And then because we see more and more bigger deals, bigger rounds, bigger companies which want funding, we are also starting to raise a bigger fund, the Series A fund, which will be able to deploy bigger checks into potentially the same companies, but to help them grow faster, as you were saying.
Yeah.
And that would be from institutional investors.
Okay, got a couple of minutes. Any brave physical attendee would like to? Yes? Gentleman over there. We'll get you a microphone. Tell us who you are. Tell us where you're from and fire away.
Richard Paris, I'm the Executive Chairman at Sabin Technology Group. I identify with the speakers because we also make investment in early and mid-stage startups in the green space. We have a number of investments we've made in the UK. But I think for the audience today, my observation is we have a big problem with the industry in general. That's both the technologists and the investment houses in how we turn startup and innovation opportunities into real climate change impact. Because there's no point in having a great technology this year that takes 20 or 30 years to make an impact, because we have to go through a conventional, let's call it, investment cycle. One of our portfolios at the moment, portfolio companies at the moment, we think has a great technology that is proven overseas, that can substitute 10% of UK diesel with a sustainable product from waste plastic. We've defined that as an infrastructure play. We're looking for about 500 million of investment to do that. We've been to all the conventional infrastructure funds, and they all tell us, we love the story, we love the returns you are projecting, but it's too early stage.
So how do we turn innovation into impact?
Yeah, how do we get a disruption in the market to turn...
Let's get an answer to that question, gentlemen. Antoine Cam, go for it.
Yeah, well, I think I totally appreciate the problem, actually, because we see it day in, day out. And I think that's what we're trying to do, is to make that link very, very fast between these startup companies who really need rapid scaling in order to make the impact that we all so desperately need, through the application of good old-fashioned expertise and specialized experience and funding as well. That both need to come together to expand those. So I definitely appreciate the issue.
Antoine, final word.
Yeah, I mean, just two things to add. I mean, firstly, we don't only invest in companies which have technologies ready in 20 years' time. We invest in companies which are ready today.
Yeah.
So it's not only super high-tech, it's also services which can solve problems as of today. So if they scale today, they can have an impact today. We try to have a diversified portfolio in this respect. And secondly, well, to this audience, how do we scale these companies? We need institutional investors to take more risk, I think. I think we are, in some ways, we are an innovative player, right? We've got an innovative business model in finance. And if we get more money to play alongside this business model, we'll accelerate our impact. That's what we want.
Brilliant. Gentlemen, we've run out of time. Sorry, sir. Next. Be keen, come back and please ask more questions later.
Come and see me at the coffee break.
Yeah, they'll be around. Antoine and Cam will everywhere, networking, and you can also visit them virtually as well. Antoine, Cam, brilliant. Big round of applause. Thank you so much. Wow, what a morning we've had so far. That's it for the moment. I think I'm going to give you 20 minutes off. Guys at the back, yeah, I think it's about 20 minutes off. Back at past. Complete the survey online. Tell us about what you think and how we can make an impact. Watch all the sessions on demand. Network, schedule one-to-one meetings. I will see you here, 11:30. I know who you all are. I will come find you if you don't return at past. See you at past. Thanks a lot.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
there are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
there are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
Most of you back. There's still a few too many gaps, but I know the room will fill up. Great to see you all. 11:30 UK, BST as we call it here in the UK. Welcome back. This is the 5th annual Sustainable Investment Forum Europe 2022. Thanks for joining us. Still part 1 of the 4-part forum. This afternoon's session is part 2. Next Wednesday, Thursday, part 3 and part 4. That's virtual, by the way, which I'll be chairing, like I'm chairing today as well. I'm Mark Barton. I am your chair for the forum today, next Wednesday, next Thursday as well. Thanks for joining us in person. Thanks for joining us online as well. We have a huge amount of online attendees across the world. Hello, our online attendees. Great to see you. Keep firing in those wonderful questions. Pleasure to welcome you and to meet so many of you already at today's forum. What we're going to do is we're going to continue speaking to leaders in finance, investment, and asset management to discuss enhancing ESG and responsible investing. I mean, what a morning we've had so far. And it comes amidst a difficult backdrop, given A, COVID, and B, what's happening in Ukraine as well, something which was perfectly summed up and put by Eric Usher, who kicked things off today in his welcome address. But the good news is that the UN Secretary General is in Moscow today. He's going to Kiev as well. We've seen an uptick in commitments post-COP26. Yes, it seems as if Ukraine will hasten the immediate uptick in fossil fuels, but the transition is still well underway. Valentin van Nieuwenhausen spoke then from NN Investment Partners, our headline partner today. I loved it how he started his conversation. He said, what's an important decision? And he stipulated that our day-to-day decisions are all very, very important. And I loved it when he said we need to finance change, but also we need to change finance as well. And looking at COP27 and beyond, we need to take action. We need this urgent need for change. Change that must come at every section, every level. We need to talk about inclusion over exclusion. We need to operate on a global scale, but maintain a local presence as well. It was a wonderful, fiery first panel as well, which I so enjoyed. Is green finally going mainstream? Yes, the answer is clear, but I thought the nuanced question is, are we delivering? And clearly we're not delivering. We've talked tech as well, and we've talked mobilizing responsible investors. We need to rethink responsible investing, and that lovely chat we had just before the break about technology, how we need to invest in new technologies, not just technologies that are going to come to fruition in 20 years, but ones that are actually coming to fruition today. Mobilizing institutional investors to invest in these wonderful technologies which are going to change the world we live in, and to reduce emissions and so many other things which we need to do. So it's been a wonderful morning. I've been enthralled. I hope you have as well. Let's move it on. We have our next guest on stage, David Atkin, Chief Executive Officer, the Principles for Responsible Investment. Big, big round of applause for David. David, good to see you.
Good to see you.
I spoke to your predecessor in Glasgow at COP26, Fiona Reynolds. She was on a panel there. It was a wonderful panel. It was a fantastic 4 days in Glasgow as part of COP26, of course. And you took over as CEO on December the 10th. How's it going before I fire in? How's it all going just a few months in?
Yeah, no, terrific. Big shoes to fill with Fiona.
Yes.
But very much enjoying the opportunity and learning a lot, and there's lots to do.
There is a lot to do, and a lot's been happening, hasn't it, David? I mean, it's 1 year on from GFANZ, as it's known, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, launched. I mean, I can't believe it was a year ago. I had to confirm that. I thought it was a mistake, but it was in April last year. 1 year on, David, from the launch of GFANZ, what should be the key areas of focus for investors working towards net zero ahead of COP27, which of course is taking place in Egypt?
Yeah, so both COP27 and 28 is in the region.
Yeah,
so the
UAE.
focus on, so if you ask about areas of focus for investors, I think for us to be able to mitigate and reduce emissions to deal with the worst impacts of climate change, we've got to focus on the emerging markets sector. Yeah. And we think, clearly the private sector's got a very important role to play for these climate goals. And we do need to see sort of the high-level commitments that are coming out from investors moving into action and implementation. And there's a clear leadership group that's demonstrating that robust targets and actions are possible, but it is time for others to follow. And, you know, if we just have a look in the last 12 months, we saw the Net Zero Asset Alliance, there were 35 members of that who have set targets, 43 managers from the Asset Manager Initiative, and we're expecting about 200 signatories to publish their targets by COP27. So there's a lot more to do. We need to focus on the urgency of the emerging markets area, and it needs to focus on including resilience and a just transition. We can't just see that as a secondary issue. In fact, if we see that as a secondary issue, the problems will be much greater. So I think that we're seeing good progress made, but much more needs to be done in the coming 2 years with both those COPs in the Middle East,
Africa second region. Most populous continent, but only responsible for less than 2% of global emissions. So we really do need to work on adaptation. How can we help emerging countries deal with the effects of rising temperatures? It's really going to come to the fore in Egypt and in the UAE, because that's the next COP after the COP in November. So it's an interesting couple of years. David, let's talk about Europe, because Europe is often the focus of attention, the progress that Europe's making, and often Europe leads and the rest of the world continues, specifically when it comes to this Green Deal. It did set the tone for accelerating strategic investments. So it leads to the obvious questions. Are other regions following suit? Are there any hidden costs for those regions, for Europe as well, in going green?
So as you say, look, the past 4 years, there has been significant advancement of sustainability financial reform in Europe. Obviously in 2018, the Action Plan for Sustainable Growth was announced and renewed in 2021, and then we had in 2019 the EU Green Deal, which established goals for climate neutrality, climate resilience, wider environmental protection, and detailed strategies on particular sectors, buildings, transport, industry, etc. And the overarching strategy set the direction for the EU's financial policy work and built foundations for sustainable finance framework that other jurisdictions are taking inspiration from. And it's really interesting to see from that sort of foundational work, we're seeing in other jurisdictions developing sustainable finance taxonomies, including, let me just read these, Bangladesh, Canada, Chile, China, Colombia, Dominican Republic, India, Indonesia, Japan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, the list goes on. Yeah. So you can see, and quite a lot of those are EM jurisdictions. So that's terrific, but from an EU point of view, I think it's unfinished business. We would like to see the EU continue to lead, and we think there needs to be more done around stewardship initiatives, around financial product labelling, and the link for investors' duties to sustainability and goals and outcomes. We think that the EU can continue to leverage and advocate for global ambition on sustainability, including the establishment of policy frameworks supporting the crowding in of private and public sector and unlocking that collaboration between the two sectors. And then to sort of the second part of your question, are there costs? Well, yes, of course there are costs in putting the infrastructure in place to deal with the transition to deal with net zero economies. But as our own PRI work around the inevitable policy response demonstrates, a delay in the implementation policies actually creates a more fierce and disruptive policy response subsequently from governments. So the costs of inaction, we believe, or delayed, are far greater than the costs of actually implementation.
Yeah, we haven't talked a lot about COVID today because of the focus on Ukraine, but the spending on COVID was vast. And how do we balance COVID spending and align it with the goals of the Paris Agreement? Is enough being done to take into account Paris, the spending that's been done by governments in the last couple of years?
So it is a legitimate concern question. and are we going to lose focus? But we think that, you know, in 2020 we had the 12 largest economies announce over 14 trillion in stimulus, and we would say these recovery funds represent a down payment on future economic pathways, and that we believe that COVID should actually accelerate the Paris alignment. In comparison, the IEA's Net Zero by 2050 report outlined that 5 trillion in energy investments per year by 2030 was needed to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. But as demand surges and facing global energy crisis, there is a need for accelerated transition for net zero pressing more than ever. Within the EU itself, its own recovery plan adopted in 2020 was 1.85 trillion to channel public investments and support towards key sectors under the Green Deal. And we, PRI, welcome that alignment of the EU recovery with the high-level commitments of the EU Green Deal. And at a time of unprecedented public investment, the Commission reaffirmed the need for collaboration between the public and private sectors, with an estimated EU 260 billion annual investment gap to achieve the EU's 2030 climate goals. We see the private sector having to play a critical role in accelerating that. And measures like home renovations, building retrofits, fossil fuel subsidy, etc., are all, you know, I think, really positive steps. And I think we also need to recognise that with COVID, it's identified how biodiversity loss can change the climate conditions, and I think the risks and pandemics and diseases becoming more prevalent means we need to double down on on addressing the climate changes in our environment.
And we definitely need to use your words, double down on investment in emerging markets and helping emerging markets adapt to climate change to mitigate. And it comes back to COP27, David, and this month's IPCC report that highlighted, I quote, alignment of financial flows towards the goals of the Paris Agreement remains slow, and tracked climate finance flows are distributed unevenly across regions and sectors, something that we know will be addressed at COP27, which Egypt will host, to re-stress that. So how will we be able to secure the necessary finance flows into climate solutions in emerging markets?
Yes, look, you're right. So as you say, the funding gap for emerging markets is acute. And the OECD estimates that US 3.7 trillion funding gap between annual spending finance needed to meet the SDGs by 2030. So regarding climate finance, the IE estimates that at the end of the 2020s, an annual spending needs to be 7 times above the 1 trillion for cleaner energy and developing countries to reach net zero by 2050. So there's a big step up required. And so for EMs to successfully transition to net zero, we need to see increased finance from developed markets as crucial, alongside the redirection of capital from domestic markets, domestic sources into those markets. And to unlock capital, developed markets need to discuss how to enable an environment which encompasses different elements, whether it's financial, technical and governance related, and bring the stakeholders together, including investors, banks, asset managers and development community and governments in both donor and recipient countries. Now, there are still significant barriers and challenges between policy regulation on paper and implementation. We're also seeing the enforcement of ESG ratings and methodologies often having unintended negative consequences for issuers from emerging markets. There's a lack of understanding or resources to assess risks in emerging markets. And so, we also need to find and develop new pipeline of opportunities for investors. But we are seeing a lot of positive action to address these barriers, and we are looking to step up our work in the policy area, on our ability to find the blended finance solutions. We're seeing the green sustainable bonds issuance from emerging markets as a really positive development. There's a range of things. So I think this is an area that if we do not address in developed markets, we will not be able to solve the problem. So there has to be a concerted effort by all the stakeholders to solve the problems of getting more capital into helping emerging markets make this transition.
So how do we secure those investment flows, and how do we direct it towards those climate solutions that we need in pursuit of those SDG outcomes in emerging markets?
So there's no simple answer, and we've talked about the funding gaps. The PRI in its own, our latest paper, which we released in April, talked about closing the funding gap, the case for ESG incorporation and investing with sustainability outcomes in emerging markets. And it discusses how investors can use responsible investment practices to manage risk and meet return objectives for clients and beneficiaries while working towards closing the gap. The paper illustrates that to close the gap while delivering on return objectives in emerging markets, it will require investors, governments and other stakeholders, including the development of sustainable financial policy frameworks and engagement with investors on ESG and sustainability factors. The paper identifies that we have a key role to play as investors. We can support the development of financial policy frameworks. We can recognise the real world impact that investing in SDGs provides. We can talk about how active ownership by investors in those markets can play a really constructive role. And perhaps just to sort of also mention that we're seeing as I mentioned earlier, the policy instruments now being put in place in those emerging markets beginning to, I think, mature the way in which finance can now play a more active role. Just by way of illustration, of the 750 sustainability finance policy tools tracked by the PRI from 86 countries, 253 of those can be found in emerging markets, and they include China, South Africa and Malaysia, which are working on sustainable finance taxonomies. And I think the more we can get standardisation between the different markets and the way we think about or the way we understand sustainability finance and the way we categorise the opportunities, the more we will be able to accelerate the role that developed markets can play in dealing with the emerging markets challenge.
David, we've run out of time. We're well over the time, which is a good thing because it means that we squeezed a lot in. David, thank you so much for joining us today. Big round of applause for David Atkin, Chief Executive Officer of the Principles for Responsible Investment, only 4 or 5 months into his role after Fiona Reynolds, who we chatted to at COP26, looking forward to COP27. Many thanks to David. Right, let's move it on. So much more to discuss. And by the way, if you need to talk to David, if you want to talk to David, he's around in the break, the networking breaks. Great opportunity to discuss issues or any questions you have with our panelists, with our speakers, with our sponsors, with each other. Do organize, engage, connect with each other in the networking breaks, whether it's online, whether it's physical as well. Big, big thanks to David. Right, let's move it on. Up next, we've got our Climate Leader Insight. Yes, Alpha Generation on the journey to net zero. I invite onto the stage Lena Drager, CFA, Senior Portfolio Manager, Director of Portfolio Strategy and Responsible Investing at Los Angeles Capital Management Global. Have a seat, Lena. Big round of applause for Lena.
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Good.
When did you fly in?
On Sunday,
Yeah?
actually, and was able to visit Dublin yesterday.
Oh,
and
Dublin,
see some
right.
very interesting.
Is that a first time in
climate-focused-
Dublin?
No, actually.
Yeah?
Second time. Second
time.
but
Did you go to Temple Bar?
No, I did
No.
not.
It's quite a famous area where I could say a lot of drinking takes place, a lot of fun occurs in Temple Bar.
Fair enough.
I know I'm half Irish. My mother's from Ireland, so I know it fairly well. Anyway, from Ireland to Los Angeles, there's lots to discuss. What's your approach, Lena? What's unique about Los Angeles Capital's approach to sustainable investing?
Sure. So Los Angeles Capital is a quantitative equity investment manager. And so
I think what's unique about us is that we've been able to really identify linkages to return and risk through our sustainability factors. So it's really it's done through the lens of our dynamic alpha model, which is really kind of the core engine for our investment process. And it's really forward-looking in nature and adaptive through time. So we're able to capture these emerging themes as they relate to ESG, sustainability, climate, and that's really kind of structured to do so. So I would say that forward-looking approach, some of our unique proprietary factor work that we're doing, and really the ability to identify alpha opportunities through these factors.
Can you give us some examples, some of the examples where you've found alpha in some of these proprietary factors, as you call it?
Yeah, definitely.
We love examples.
We love examples.
Real-world examples.
Yeah, I mean, one of the core things has been that we have a dedicated ESG model.
Yeah.
And so we developed this about 5 years ago now, and we see it having a strong impact on actually the efficacy of some of our management factors, and really being able to identify companies that have strong management teams that are poised to be successful in the long term. And so we spend a lot of time, mapping kind of materiality frameworks to sub-industries and really identifying the most relevant key issues as they relate to sustainability and ESG issues. We complement that with kind of a multi-factor approach. We're pulling in information from a variety of different data vendors. We have our own proprietary views to really develop this ESG model, and we've seen this to be quite a stable factor through time. Another one is climate opportunities. It's a factor that we actually added last year to our model, and so this is applied to all of our client portfolios. And here we're leveraging machine learning techniques to really identify climate leaders, and we pull in a variety of different climate indicators. We're looking at innovation in low carbon solutions. We're looking at climate risk management and kind of climate governance. So a variety of different things to really cluster companies based on these various climate indicators and identify the companies that are showing leadership. So those are just a couple examples, but our approach is to really not have one ESG, one climate factor, but really to approach all of our factor work through the lens of sustainability. And so there's a variety of different factors in our model that embed ESG data to improve the efficacy, in addition to some of these dedicated climate and ESG-focused factors that I've mentioned.
Do you have an issue with ESG data? We had a little chat earlier with one of our speakers about ESG data,
Sure.
and he basically said that we shouldn't put too much onus on ESG data. It gets a lot of bad press, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does get a lot of bad press. I mean, I think for us, we just see this as a whole new toolkit to make better investment decisions, and particularly as a quantitative manager, and being able to leverage things like machine learning and things like natural language processing. So we're not only relying on external data vendors, but we can actually really garner, unique insights by studying sustainability reports and doing so systematically across a wide array of companies. Across, our opportunity set is over 10,000 securities globally. So being able to apply these techniques and understand, even if they're not directly reporting on it in their financial statements, trying to understand what activities companies are involved in and how they're approaching this journey. So yes, I think that we're acknowledging that ESG data is different vendors have different views, but we like that. To us, that's actually giving us more diversified information, and if we can kind of pull in all these different insights and in our own factor work as well, we can have a better investment view.
How do you work with the asset owners then? Because then you obviously work with leading asset owners to structure these portfolios to align to net zero and low carbon ambitions. What are you seeing in your work with these asset owners, and how do you see things evolving from here?
Sure. So we run our assets under management are about 35 billion. And all of those assets embed ESG criteria and sustainability criteria through our quantitative model. And so it's kind of interesting because we have some clients that, don't necessarily even have an ESG policy, but they've been able to see that through our factor work, we're identifying alpha opportunities by embedding these factors. These things matter, right? They're reducing costs, they're reducing liabilities, they're exposing companies to potential future profitability. So that's kind of our broader asset base. And then to your point, we do have about half of our clients that are really elevating the focus on ESG and really have a strong, I would say in these days, mostly climate orientation. So it really comes in a variety of different flavors. I would say A lot of clients are adopting a low carbon orientation. And that can take the form of, you know, a emissions intensity approach. Some are focused more on total emissions, but we're seeing that as a great starting point. And then increasingly, clients are focused more on driving real-world impact. So really coupling that low-carbon orientation, that decarbonization pathway with an allocation to climate solutions.
Yeah, and on climate solutions and climate opportunities, and what are you doing here on that front?
Sure. Well, I think, you know, the approach that we've taken, I talked a little bit about it, is we're using a machine learning model.
Yeah.
And what's unique about this is that it's not dependent on a large amount of history. And that's obviously the challenge here, right? You don't have, you know, as traditional quants might rely on 20 years of back-tested data. Our process is inherently forward-looking. We do not do that for all of our factors. And so climate data is actually a really natural fit. We're not dependent on a large amount of history. We can capture insights using new information that's just coming to fruition today. And again, kind of leveraging, you know, natural language processing, text analysis, et cetera. So that's a big part of it. I would say the other thing is just that we're employing a really diversified approach. And so obviously climate solutions, you know, things like renewables, solar, wind, EVs play a role, but that is not the whole story. And I think some of the panelists earlier mentioned this. You know, this really affects every segment of the economy. So through our climate opportunities factor, we're finding solutions in, you know, food waste and really kind of managing food waste at the end consumer level or throughout the supply chain and how we're shipping and refrigerating our food along that way. You know, efficacy in how we warm and cool our buildings, how we insulate our buildings. So I think the point is that climate opportunities for us is a very diversified factor. We want to, you know, kind of approach that, and that really helps the risk control nature for our clients that want to tilt towards that and really embed more of a solutions orientation in their portfolio.
Can you give us some more examples, which I love, of solutions, opportunities, which are really grabbing your attention, you know, right now, that you're excited about?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the aha moment I had was we've been really inspired by this book, Project Drawdown. And it's by a gentleman named Paul Hawken. And what they do is they outline, you know, the solutions that are most impactful in slowing emissions and also pulling them down from the atmosphere, which is what we need to do to achieve the goals of Paris. And when you look at that framework, they put a large emphasis on things that are economically viable, on things that actually exist today. And so it's not, I think there's a lot of buzzwords around carbon capture and green hydrogen, and these are things that are important, but they are quite expensive still, and they're not totally there yet from an innovation perspective.
Which is what one of our attendees was saying earlier about innovation. Sometimes it takes 20 or 30 years. We need solutions now, don't we?
But I love the example of, I mentioned earlier, just insulating our buildings better. You know, and how can we actually build buildings that are more efficient? And that's, you know, in the windows that we're using, kind of the types of insulation that we're using, again, kind of refrigeration and air conditioning, and the coolants that are used there. That's a technology that exists. Yeah. And so I think that has been really inspiring to say these do exist. Some of these are not novel ideas that are kind of far-reaching into the future. They are things that we know about today, and we just need to be scaling them up.
Yeah, before I ask another question, because I've got so many, please consider questions for Lena, who's come all the way from Dublin. Forget LA, I'm joking. She's come all the way from LA via Dublin. So please consider a question while I ask her about risk control. How do you think about risk control?
Sure. I mean, I think it's really interesting because for our client base is all institutional investors, and so we are seeing usually clients that want to take on a more aggressive climate orientation still maintain a standard benchmark. They're still wanting to have tracking errors against an ACWI index, against a world index of, you know, maybe in the range of 3 to 5%. So we're actually, you know, we're quite limited in the risk control. And so through us, you know, we're really employing a very diversified approach, having a wide array of securities in the portfolio, and being able to employ that in coupling our climate solutions, our ESG factors, with our multi-factor framework. So we're not just buying solutions just to buy solutions. We're really identifying the companies that have this overlap between real-world impact and strong fundamentals. Companies whose management teams are strong, companies whose valuations are attractive, companies who have expected long-term growth rates that the analysts are favoring. So I think it's really this broad diversification, breadth, coupled with that multi-factor approach.
But in an environment where energy has done remarkably well, if you've been an investor in energy, it begs the question, what are the challenges of this sustainability-focused approach?
Sure. No, it's a great question, and I think, even for our ESG-focused strategies, we don't employ outright sector exclusions. We can do that for a client based on their specific needs, but we really encourage, clients to maintain breadth. And so, for example, our model, our core dynamic alpha model, given kind of inflationary concerns, has embraced value more recently. We have embraced energy stocks more recently, and so we actually were well suited to benefit from that. But then employing these, low carbon considerations, these climate opportunities considerations, these broader ESG, we're able to identify the leaders within a sector like energy. So we're able to identify and kind of disentangle, who's really kind of on the path forward towards net zero.
Can you tell us who, or are you allowed to enlighten us?
I don't think I'm supposed to actually say any specifics.
Okay, don't worry.
I was very warned by my compliance team on this.
It's worth trying. Because energy is topical, and people want to know who's doing it good and who isn't.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think that is, particularly, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has obviously highlighted the need to balance energy security with this longer-term transformation. And so, fossil fuels will be with us in the short term. I think some of these big oil companies are on this journey and have been investing in some of these solutions. And so some of them are further along than others, but for us, it's not employing, sector biases that are going to expose our clients to downside risks. There are going to be many short-term market cycles and fluctuations throughout this, hopefully 10 to 20-year transition, that we want to be cautious of. So again, it's really identifying the leaders within these sectors that are helping to transform the global economy.
Let's get a question for Lena. Lady at the back, we're going to give you a microphone. Tell us who you are, tell us where you're from, and let's have a question for Lena. I think there might be some ones online. Lena, I'm just going to sit up here, so we'll have please fire away.
My name is Claudia Hitaj. I'm a researcher at the Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology, but I'm also a US citizen. So I have two questions. One, as a researcher, I really appreciate the quantitative approach you're taking using NLP, external data sources. How well can you actually assess scope 3 emissions, so supply chain, upstream, downstream emissions? Sure. And then my second question is regarding how difficult are the thresholds you set for determining whether or not to invest in a company? Are you kind of pulling regulation behind you, or is regulation pushing you? So are California regulations, or looking at the thresholds that are set with the EU Sustainable Finance Taxonomy, how do you compare to those kind of thresholds?
Sure. So on the question about scope 3, yes, obviously data challenges there. I mean, I would say that carbon data is definitely becoming kind of more commoditized by many of the vendors, although scope 3 obviously has issues with double counting, et cetera. I would say it's easier on the upstream side, we've found. There tends to be more coverage on the upstream side of things as opposed to the downstream. And then on your second question with regard to regulation, I would say it's largely our clients that are impacted to be honest with you. I mean, of course, for us, we're trying to identify what we refer to as investor preferences for these various characteristics as they evolve through time. These can be things like growth or value. These can be things like ESG, climate, sustainability. And so there are many macro trends that influence these investor preferences, regulation being one of them. And I think it's a great example. We've really seen a factor we have in our model called ESG sentiment evolve quite tremendously. It's been quite a steady kind of positive slope really since 2015. And you think about what happened in 2015, well, the Paris Accord and really kind of following that regulation, really started to dramatically improve or increase rather. And so I think we're trying to pull in the information from capital flows, from regulation, data coverage, et cetera, to be able to identify investor preferences. And for many of our clients who are subject to some of these regulations, they certainly are imposing these considerations in their portfolios. They are now looking to assess their investments through this lens. And then our process is able to capture the fact that investors are paying attention to these themes.
Excellent. I think we had another question. Yes. The microphone is coming away. A couple of virtual questions as well. Let's start with the physical, then we'll go to virtual. Start with the real world.
Thanks very much. Excuse me. Barbara Wilson from Schroeder Solutions. Just a question, because we get it sometimes as well, so apologies if it's a little difficult. But how much alpha is available in listed markets when you're looking at ESG and climate, or how much of that is already overvalued and priced into the stocks? And is the alpha really in the private sector?
Yeah. I mean, we're only looking in public equities, so we're not really looking in the private sector space. And I think that we're seeing, tremendous alpha opportunities. And again, our process is really structured to identify, what investors are paying attention to. And if you think about something like climate, we're seeing that companies that are exposed to climate solutions have much higher long-term growth rates than some of their kind of legacy economy peers, if you will. And if you think about all of the kind of tailwinds to this trade, there are so many influences that are likely to unfold over the next 10 to 20 years. So we want to identify companies that are involved in these solutions that have kind of upside potential, growth potential, but do so in a thoughtful way. Again, where we're employing our multi-factor approach to identify companies that have those solutions, yet are attractive from a valuation standpoint, from a fundamental standpoint. So I would say that for us, we're going to let the market guide us. If investors continue to allocate to these solutions, continue to pay attention to these factors, we're going to see rewards to these factors. We want to be cautious about overcrowding. We want to be cautious about, inflated prices that aren't justified. But as that market trends in that direction, we're just trying to capture these themes and position our portfolios accordingly to embrace those increased capital flows in that direction.
Let's go to one of our online questions, Lena. When cautioning against outright exclusions, can this be used as an excuse by laggards in the industry?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
So when one would caution against outright exclusions, can this be used as an excuse by laggards in the industry?
I see.
Yeah.
By laggards on the corporate side. I would say that, for us, we want to be identifying, as I mentioned, kind of the characteristics of a company, right? And so if you're going to, as a quantitative manager, we want breadth. We want to be able to kind of make our investment decisions through this greatest pool that we can. And, some of the laggards today, to your point on kind of the alpha potential, some of the laggards today that are improving are actually going to be the greatest upside potential from a stock perspective. Yeah. So I think that there's a role for exclusions, and particularly for clients who are engaging and not seeing, the change that they want to see. But, I think for the companies that have high costs of capital, but that then are on the path to actually make some of these changes, become more sustainable, that will actually see decreases in their cost of capital, that's where we're really going to see the payoff. So, I don't necessarily see it as an excuse. I see it as a more holistic approach to really kind of be thoughtful about how we're approaching this.
Lena, you were fantastic. The red time is flashing,
Sleeping
which is
eyes.
never a good thing in my life. But well done. That was absolutely fascinating. Thank you for flying all that way.
Thank you
We
for
really
having me.
appreciate it. Big round of applause to Lena. And by the way, it doesn't end there with Lena, because if you want to chat to Lena, she's here. And if you want to learn more about the Los Angeles Capital Management Global Team, do visit the Virtual Expo, connect with their team online, or you'll see her outside. So this is a great opportunity to network, to engage, to connect, to swap ideas, and all sorts of other stuff. So good. It's panel time. We love our panels. I feel like it's hammer time. It's panel time. Tackling the private-public culture gap, underpinning public action to mobilize private finance and drive a just transition to net zero. I'm going to hand you over to our moderator, Sarah Kemet, sustainable finance consultant at UNEP FI. Big round of applause for Sarah.
Thanks, Mark.
That's your page.
Okay, thank you. Hi there, everybody. My name's Sarah Kemet. For about the last year and a half, I've had the pleasure of being with UNEP FI, where I'm part of the Secretariat, and I had the good fortune to be able to form the Net Zero Banking Alliance and also lead on the engagement track of the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. So we have a fantastic topic today, the public-private culture gap and how we tackle that. With the aim really of action to mobilise private finance and drive a just transition to net zero. So we have a fantastic panel today. I'd like to invite onto the stage Nigel Jollands, who is an Associate Director at EBRD. Hi, Nigel. We've got Elena Kamentizer, who is Director of Operations Support and Climate at the EIB, European Investment Bank. We have Charlotte O'Leary, who's CEO of Pensions for Purpose. Hi, Charlotte. And Mark Napier, who's CEO of FSD Africa. And last but not least, we have Catherine DeConnick-Lopez, who is Global Head of ESG at Invesco. Thank you. Well, great to have you all here today. Let me start with Alina. So the EIB is now known as the Climate Bank. What are the key pillars of your roadmap, and how is that influencing your business development?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Is this working? Yes. I would like to start by saying that actually we have quite a long track record in financing climate investment, but then as a response to the worsening climate crisis and us all approaching the tipping points, in 2019 the bank decided to increase its ambition and announced the aim to become the EU Climate Bank and set itself 3 ambitious operational goals. We are targeting to increase our climate finance and support to green investment to 50% of our annual lending volume by 2025. We have also pledged to align all our activities with the goals of the Paris Agreement by the end of last year, actually already. And at the same time, we are striving with our support to ultimately catalyze approximately 1 trillion euros of green investment over the critical decade. So those are our operational goals. And so what does that mean for our business development? We worked very hard on a so-called Climate Bank roadmap over the 2020 and announced and came out with it at the end of that year. And while the roadmap kind of the frame how we align with the Paris Agreement, it also gives us the direction of travel when it comes to business development. In a nutshell, we are centering on the strategic priorities of the EU Green Deal. We will be building on our strong experience in supporting clean transport, energy transition, energy efficiency. And what we want to really ramp up is our support to adaptation, as well as devising new, more innovative and smart ways to support green innovation and deployment of clean technologies. So I'll stop there and hand over to you.
Yeah, great. It's interesting to hear that you're starting to think about the adaptation side of things, which is, as we heard this morning, quite a challenging area to be moving into. Nigel, can I ask you what EBRD is doing to ensure that your investments are Paris-aligned, and how you're really moving from the ambition that you've set into implementation?
Great. Well, thanks, Sarah. And before I say anything, can I just say how amazing it is to be back in a room with real people? Isn't it really? I mean, after years of Zoom. So great. Thank you for the invitation to be here. Before I start, can I just get a show of hands? Is there anyone here who hasn't heard of the EBRD? Don't be shy. 1 person. 2 people. Okay. So I don't need to go into too much about who the EBRD is other than, and where are these people? I can talk to you afterwards. But we're one of the smaller regional development banks. So I like to say we're kind of the largest of the small regional banks and the biggest of the small ones. How does that work? Anyway, we do about 10 billion euros a year, and half of that is in our green investment. And we have a goal similar to Elena at the EIB of having all of our investments being Paris-aligned, in our case, by the 1st of January next year. That's the ambition. In fact, all of our investments now are being screened for Paris alignment. Let's go into a little bit more detail rather than just at the high level. How do we do that? So we have 4 tests for our mitigation investments. The first one is to see whether those investments are in line with things like the NDCs. Okay, if they're in line with the NDC, that's a good step. Second one is, let's say it's an investment in buses in a city, an infrastructure investment that I tend to work on, is it part of a long-term low-carbon strategy, either for the city or for the sector? We would tend to get deals that are in the diesel buses. So our job is to try and push the client to look for electric mobility, for example. Now, the third test is to see whether that investment is going to do some kind of lock-in of carbon. So this carbon lock-in. Is it going to mean that that sector is going to remain locked into fossil fuels in the future? And finally, for the big projects, we look at whether they are going to be viable with a carbon price installed. Okay, so that's for mitigation. We also do a similar kind of test for the adaptation investments. We look whether they're in line with the national policies. We look at the physical climate risk and look at mitigants to those climate risks. So by applying that and applying our policy dialogue work that we do in country, we then can help stimulate the market to deliver investments in both carbon mitigation and adaptation. To the tune, last year we did around 5 billion euros of our green investment through the bank. Back to you, Sarah. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Nigel. Charlotte, so I understand that Pensions for Purpose exists as a kind of bridge between the asset manager, the pension fund, the advisors, etc. So you're looking to encourage the flow of capital towards impact investment. So how do we transform our investment thinking from, the two traditional kind of pillars of risk and return to include impact?
I think it's a really interesting point. So I'm Charlotte O'Leary, I'm the CEO at Pensions for Purpose. We have quite big ambitions and a big network, but we're less than 10 people. We are a profit for purpose business, so we're actually going full B Corp status at the moment. And the reason why I mention that is I think impact has to drive everything that you do as an organization and in terms of the services that you want to provide. So you have to be the change that you want others to see. We're working with asset managers, we're working with asset owners, and we're asking them to consider environmental and social impact, so we need to be doing the same thing. So our financials are not a good projection of how much time we spend on the work that we're doing or how we treat people. And so we need to go a lot further than that. And so we are kind of being that change. So we basically have forums. So we have member forums like the Paris Alignment Forum, where we bring asset owners together to be able to talk about challenges, hurdles, and solutions in trying to meet those goals, how much further we need to go, but also thinking about reorientating capital. So a lot of the things we've talked about are individual solutions based, which are brilliant, but we've got a problem with our asset allocation model. So in the UK, pension funds are not allocating enough to private investments, less than 0.1%. But in global pension fund markets, they are allocating a huge amount. And the technology of the future is not just going to come from public markets. We do need to tackle across the divide. And so we have a forum on impact investing, and we also have a forum on place-based impact investing, so speaking to the levelling up agenda. We can't reach our carbon targets unless we bring everybody with us. That means developed markets, developing markets. It means everybody in every part of society. And shockingly enough, in the UK, we have inequality that is closer to Poland than to any other evolved EU nation. So maybe we should start here when we're talking about trying to get institutional investors to invest. So that's what we're working on. Lots of big ambitions, but I think it's really about having action on the ground and bringing these stakeholders together to try and find solutions.
And Charlotte, what do you think the barriers are in getting that institutional investment into the social and environmental impact areas?
Yeah, I think it's part of the reason why we've been successful is that we've created a, frankly, unwieldy, complicated financial system, and pension funds in and of themselves really are victims of this. So multiple advisors having to continually seek legal advice, fiduciary duty being a barrier to looking at environmental and social impact, lack of consolidation. And so there are lots of different areas. So you can't just work with one part of the market. You have to be reaching out across the divide and collaborating with government. You have to be working with local authorities to look at what they need in particular areas. So SME finance, housing, infrastructure, renewables. Part of the issue with asset management is that it's siloed assets and it's stripped out assets. And that doesn't help in terms of building a place and a community. And so sometimes we need to look at new frameworks. So for instance, we've teamed up with the Good Economy and the Impact Investing Institute to create a new measurement framework for investing in place, using impact investments as a kind of lens to be able to do that. So we need to be innovating continually and trying to work out how we bridge the gap. So we work with investment consultants as well, with legal firms, with insurers. Kind of no stone is left unturned.
That's interesting. It's such a multi-stakeholder kind of approach is really required to solve these tricky issues. So Mark, moving to you, with FSD Africa working to reduce poverty by strengthening Africa's financial markets. At a high level, what are the main differences between how we're thinking about this in developed countries and in emerging markets and in Africa in particular?
Thanks, Sarah. And just to explain, FSD Africa is part of the UK government's development efforts. So we're funded entirely by the UK government to build and strengthen financial markets in Africa. Green finance is a big part of what we do. We've been very active in green bond market development and that sort of thing for many years now. So I think what we're not talking about, for a start, when you're talking about the difference between the green transition in Africa, what we're not talking about is rebuilding infrastructure that has already been built or reskilling jobs to create new jobs for the future. In many ways, we're starting from scratch. We're actually talking about integrating green principles into countries' economic development pathways. And in many ways, that's a kind of less fraught conversation to have than it is about transforming what there is already. So you can actually start to have quite a positive discussion around investment and innovation and comparative advantage in a way that could be more difficult in more developed economies. Now, obviously, it's not as straightforward as that, and there's some very particular differences which we have to be mindful of. The first is, and I'm delighted to hear the focus on adaptation. I mean, the adaptation finance is one of the big issues in Africa at the moment, partly because Africa has incredibly rich natural capital, and that's very much at risk from climate change. And so thinking about how to insert private capital into protecting the wild spaces and protecting the natural environment is a really critical issue, and it's very hard. We have to, so we're working with the Climate Policy Institute at the moment on building a much more granular landscape of climate finance in Africa. If you add up all the NDCs for African countries, it comes to 2.4 trillion. 90% of that is expected to come not from those countries. So they're expecting to get 90% of that from international organizations or donors. And you can imagine that a significant part of that requirement is for adaptation and not for mitigation. The second point of difference is that obviously many of Africa's countries are hydrocarbon countries. And so when you start to map hydrocarbons onto the need to fund development, it becomes a complex discussion about what to prioritize. And you just can't, it's just not realistic to expect countries to say, well, we're not going to be using our gas, for example, to pay for the schools and roads and other bits of infrastructure that we need. You may recall when Côte d'Ivoire found some oil in August, September last year, President Ouattara said, "We're not the polluters, the others are." And that's very much the prevailing sentiment, I think. And then the third point of difference is that there isn't much money to pay for this, and that's the point I wanted to particularly highlight, is that fiscal space, for whatever reason, is extremely challenged in most African countries at the moment, partly because of the need to pay for the continuing challenge of COVID. But if you consider that in a country like Kenya, where I live, Kenya spends twice as much on debt servicing as it does on development at the moment. So even a serious progressive economy like an open economy like Kenya is very, very fiscally challenged. And so it's not realistic to expect countries to just jump in and do things that we would want them to do for financing the transition without some support. And so the conversation becomes one about leverage and capacity. How can you leverage what little public money there is with private money? And then can we build the capacity to create those public-private partnerships that can make that public money go a little bit further?
Brilliant, thank you, Mark. So turning to Catherine, so at the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, we're really focused in our engagement work on the engagement between the asset owner and the asset manager, because we see that as such an important relationship in terms of, you know, aligning long-term interests and also ambition. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about how you're thinking about how asset managers can influence to help to drive the net zero transition, and how you engage with your stakeholders when you're thinking about ESG issues, but also which stakeholders do you prioritize, and, you know, has being in the Net Zero Asset Manager Initiative made much of a difference to you guys?
Yes, thank you. And just to introduce myself, I'm Catherine DeConick-Lopez, the Global Head of ESG for Invesco, and I sit and lead a central ESG team of 22 people working across 4 different functions, so integration through research and engagement, products and solutions, voting, as well as data and analytics. So we really support 11 different investment teams across 45 different functions, and that is everything from ETFs to active to alternatives, and it's over $1.5 trillion of assets. So for us, being part of the Net Zero Asset Manager Initiative is a huge, has had a huge impact across the organization, and our commitment has been across that broad range of solutions, really implementing it through real assets. We run passive solutions, active solutions, and a lot of the Net Zero Asset Manager Initiative has been around engagement. So Invesco's goal around ESG integration is a fundamental focus for us. It's around investments, teams, integrating ESG, net zero, climate change being a core focus within that. And we have a goal around 100% by 2023 from an integrated ESG perspective. Now, in terms of net zero, that adds, you know, it's 1 year on, so there's been a lot of work that's happened in 1 year on from the GFANZ commitment, and for us, it's been all around data, about setting up engagement infrastructure. We've built our own proprietary view of companies. We've used a scorecard approach, and I know we are going to be coming on to data, but you know, there is everything from the science-based targets, and then there are companies that are outside of the science-based targets but still do have net zero ambitions. And so for us as investors, analyzing, you know, all the companies we invest in, we vote in over 12,000 companies. So trying to get a view on net zero alignment on 12,000 companies is a pretty massive task. And so we've been spending a lot of time, you know, investing in data, investing in engagement platforms, tools, and technology. And I would say it's made a massive difference. It just at Invesco, but also in the wider industry. You know, $57 trillion of assets are supporting the Net Zero Asset Manager Initiative to date.
Wow, these are big numbers, and it's so resource intensive to do engagement effectively, isn't it? It really is. So in the title of this session, we had Just Transition. Let's come to that topic, and maybe Charlotte, you could talk a little bit about how pension funds are thinking about just transition. You know, are the investors sort of well enough to understand the real place-based kind of nuances that are really going to affect, you know, the multi-stakeholder type effect that we need to achieve to get this decarbonisation? And, you know, how do we use that prism of place and local need and what the government support is like to get that private investment flowing into the more, you know, deprived areas?
I think one of the key things is, as mentioned before, just kind of dispelling some of the myths, but also some people who felt burnt in the past, with the mandation from government for pension funds to invest in infrastructure, for example, which historically has not worked. And so trying to provide this as a different lens and a new motivation. So, for instance, we don't see this as just something that local government pension schemes can invest in because they want to invest in their backyard, for example. We see this as an opportunity for DC master trusts, for consolidators, to be able to invest in, because we're talking about long-term horizons, and it's about reframing thinking. So I think many pension trustees, rightly or wrongly, for whatever reasons, have been motivated by looking at, 3 to 5 year time horizons, and there's a change of emphasis towards really looking at every member in the scheme, from the youngest member to the oldest member, and recognising you have the same responsibility to all of your members, and so therefore you need to be able to guarantee that risk return for a longer time frame. But it also has to be in a world worth living in. It's no good, securing retirement for a 4-degree world where inflation is incredible and there's nowhere to live. So it's trying to reframe some of the thinking, and that means working with the DWP, it means working with investors, it means working with investment consultants to transform the way that they're advising schemes, because there's been a lag there as well in terms of the provision advice. And it's also about trying to bring the demand and supply side together. So one of the things that we're trying to do is disintermediate, so bring asset owners into the room with local projects and start to talk about transforming the way you put investment solutions together. So you don't just need one asset manager with one skill set doing one thing. You actually try to bring different investment managers with different skill sets to bring together a risk-return profile in a place that achieves economic, social, and environmental impact. And I think that's the difficulty. In the past, we've been so focused on holding on to intellectual capital that we haven't been willing to reach across the fence to understand what would help us scale up what we're needing to do. And we need to get rid of that to a certain extent. We need to be willing to say there's some data that we need to have, that we need to stop wrapping our arms around in order to actually scale this up.
And I mean, the energy transition does pose a lot of issues when it comes to just transition. And, as we're seeing at the moment in the UK, we've got rising fuel poverty due to increased prices. And, throughout the transition, we've really got to have a focus on demand for electricity destruction rather than, just decreased supply. And so one of the key things there is energy efficiency. So Nigel, how's EBRD thinking about investing in energy efficiency? Is it attractive for investors?
So that's a great question, and you know why? Because I always answer it by saying there's no such thing as an energy efficiency investment. And the reason I say that is because through the history of EBRD's investment in this space since about 2006, and we've done, we've done around 40 billion euros of investment in the green space. 65% of that has been energy efficiency. But we'd never go to a client and sell energy efficiency as an investment. We would go to them and sell productivity improvements, profitability. Okay, so that's the first thing. Second thing is we don't just focus on the finance, because energy efficiency doesn't happen on its own if you don't have the right regulatory environment. So we've had a long history of working in countries changing the legislative and regulatory environment for energy efficiency. And we know there are things that work and work very well. Simple things that don't attract a lot of political attention: building energy performance standards. Energy efficiency performance standards for, I see Steve Kokoda here, for motors and drives. Boring as hell. But Steve, how much is energy use in motors? Half of the world's electricity used in motors. If you can deal with the energy efficiency of those through simple regulatory environmental changes, then you've got a lot of the solutions. So it's the investment, but not pushing energy efficiency. It's the regulatory policy work to support that, and it's also having good technical assistance to help frame and structure an investment.
certainly one of those areas where it's just a win-win all the way through when it comes to energy efficiency. It's a win for profitability and a win for the planet.
Oops, they've turned me off. And our loan book is much the better for having energy efficiency in there.
Cool. Okay. Well, let's turn back to the sort of the difference between mitigation and adaptation. So as we head towards COP27, there's going to be a massive focus on adaptation, especially because of where it's located this year. So how is EIB thinking about adaptation planning?
Well, first to say that that we are, of course, continuing our efforts to invest in mitigation, but at the same time, it is to be recognized that the climate change is having really a negative impact on globally on lives and livelihoods already, and the loss and damages in terms of value are increasing, and in particular, that's the case in the developing countries. Which are impacted disproportionately, one could say. And while we see ourselves generally as a bridge between public and private, I think in the adaptation space that kind of role becomes even more important. As Mark mentioned, adaptation investments are difficult to catalyze. You need public intervention very often, and you need a conducive regulatory environment. But you also need sort of smart financial instruments to crowd in private capital. The adaptation investments typically are seen more as a public good. They are very often motivated by avoidance of cost, future cost rather than returns, which makes them not so appealing to private investors. And also, I think what is really important is that there is still sort of lack of data and capacity and knowledge on the project promoter side, but also on the public side, that would help to accelerate investments. And against this backdrop, the EIB came up with its first adaptation plan at the end of last year. Where we said that we will endeavor to increase our financing to adaptation to 15% of our overall climate finance by 2025. We know that we have a steep hill to climb. The adaptation plan at the conceptual level centers on the EU adaptation strategy that was also published relatively recently. Otherwise, the focus really is not only on developing smart financing instruments, leveraging on the public capital and trying to therefore crowd in private sector investors, but also on capacity building and upstream work with the project promoters as well as local governments to raise awareness and allow adaptation projects to become bankable, which currently really is a challenge. And maybe the last word, coming back to the developing, to the dichotomy between developing and developed world, we will be strongly focusing on trying to devise tools and solutions that indeed would help the developing countries in particular that are specifically and especially impacted by the climate change to ramp up their adaptation efforts.
And so it's a good segue to Mark. What are your thoughts on how this issue can be overcome? Like, how can adaptation finance be made more attractive in Africa, in the African context specifically?
Sure. And I just want to say, Alina's become my new best friend, actually. So it's really good to be on this panel because we seem to be talking the same language in so many ways, so that's great. So we will follow up afterwards. But yeah, look, I mean, totally right about capacity building. I mean, this really is the kind of key of it, really, because well, let me start first by saying I think in some cases we make too much of a distinction between adaptation and mitigation, actually. I think if you're, for example, if you were to take hydrogen, for example, if you're trying to invest in hydrogen, you're basically talking about building a more resilient economy, aren't you, in the end, sort of thing. So it's not entirely helpful to make those distinctions. But there are some sectors clearly within the adaptation sector that are very, very hard to get private finance into. I guess I just want to make a couple of points. I mean, firstly, there is an urgent need to experiment with different funding instruments. So obviously we're all talking about blended finance these days, and that's really, really critical. And we need to do much more experimentation around the harder sectors that are not managing to attract any capital at the moment. So again, if I go back to Kenya, all of the, and if you look at the CPI's work, landscaping the climate finance in Kenya, all of the private money that's coming into Kenya, all of it is going into renewable energy. Nothing is going to nature-based solutions, nothing is really going into EVs, I mean, practically nothing. So we need to really get that concessional capital to move this other capital into these harder sectors and experiment, just take more risk. But that's a really urgent thing. I mean, it's not to say that we don't need more money in renewables. You know, it would be great if Kenya, instead of being 100% renewable at the moment, became 150% or 200%, and then it could export. But actually, we need that capital in those other areas. But the second point I wanted to make, Sarah, is that I think there's an unsung role for the private insurance sector as well. So it's not just about investment capital. It's also about getting private insurance into the game, because that is what's, you know, that's the point about insurance. It is about building resilience. And a very specific example we're working on, which comes back to the point about capacity, is around flood risk resilience, working with Lagos State, where we have a memorandum of understanding. Lagos is one of the world's most vulnerable cities. It's extremely hot. It's at sea level, and there are 20 million people who live there, far more than 20 million people. But so what Lagos lacks at the moment is any kind of framework for understanding exactly what the costs and risks are around flooding, which assets are going to be damaged, and so on and so forth. So we're building that framework that will allow private insurance to price that risk, to make sure that when the inevitable happens, as it inevitably will, they at least will have private insurance to fall back on to sustain some of its finance.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a big interplay between the different parts of the financial sector, between banking, insurance, and other types of actors in terms of how the risk gets distributed across the system over the next 10 years. I'm sure we're going to see huge changes there. And I think, you know, in order to kind of leverage the public finance and bring in more private finance, we're going to have to see a lot of innovation in products and instruments and how they're structured and how finance is blended. And maybe, Catherine, you can talk a little bit about how you're thinking at Invesco about some of the opportunities that there are to innovate.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the adaptation point is a really excellent one. And I would just point to the green and sustainable bond space where, you know, from the EBRD, for example, we are seeing, you know, increased issuance clearly in that space globally. And I think there are kind of two areas that we're focusing on right now. One is partnerships. So we're working with the World Economic Forum in two groups. So they have a transition finance group as well as a sustainable development partnership group. One is for countries and one is for companies. And it's all about really improving the conditions for innovative new solutions and financing options for both countries and different sectors, you know, in contributing particularly to climate change and both mitigation and adaptation. And so that's the first one. You know, we do need to work together. I think no one can solve this independently. The second component we have decided to do is work with a third-party provider, NASDAQ, for measurement. So what we're finding in some of our green bond solutions is, you know, the lack of data, the measurement component when you're trying to say, okay, what is actually the mitigation here and what is actually the impact even on adaptation? It's really difficult, and so in around 70% of the cases we're able to get the data, And then for that, we then, NASDAQ are able to provide us with impact metrics. Within that, you're seeing, to the panel's earlier point, a very low percentage of issuers actually being focused on adaptation. The vast majority of issuers are still focused on mitigation. And so for us, it's about sort of saying we actually are encouraging, issuance for adaptation. We're measuring that, and the types of measurements we're getting back are, areas of flood protection increase, areas of habitat protection, number of people benefited, for example, around adaptation. So that's the kind of thing we are actually now starting to measure, and we are seeing, innovation in both solutions, issuance, but also the measurement of that impact.
Yeah, I think measurement in adaptation is just so much more challenging than it is in mitigation, isn't it? And linked to that, I've got a couple of questions online. Can I ask you all just to get your thinking caps on for questions? We'll come to the audience in a moment. So really linked to what Catherine was just saying is, in terms of the private finance mobilization and deployment, we need to think about verification and validation of impacts. And how those are reported, and also from a net zero standpoint, what's the role of data in the broad calculation of each institutional investor to align with net zero, and where's that data kind of being sourced from, and what internal calculations are you using to do your external impact reporting? So both of those questions are from Gregory Tutton, who's the COO of Hyphen Global AG. So who would like to take those? Verification, validation, data? Go for it.
I just want to sort of give an example of a positive contribution really coming out of Africa. So I think we can talk about, there will be leapfrogging going on. So we're working with a platform for carbon verification, so this is it's a platform that's been designed to allow micro climate action to be rewarded with carbon finance. So if you're a boda driver and you want to convert your motorbike into an electric bike, or if you're a smallholder farmer, you want to plant trees, why should you not get access to a little bit of carbon finance? And so the challenge there is, how do you then verify that, and then how do you then aggregate all of those credits, and then how do you then trade those into the buyers? And so I just wanted to say that there are significant efforts around that kind of thing in order to capture the potential for carbon finance, which is enormous in Africa, I think. So that's called CAVEX. FSD Africa has invested in that. It's really exciting. Let's hope it works. But that's our contribution to carbon venturing at the moment. Thank you.
Cool. And Nigel, what are your thoughts?
Just to add to that, a call out to my colleagues in the other MDBs, as well as the EBRD colleagues who are working on the joint MDB reporting, because for us in the public sector, where a lot of the kind of initial capital is coming from to stimulate this market, there's no point us all reporting in a different way. And so we've been working together to develop this joint MDB approach. And Maya, my colleague here, leads the team who's been working on that. And I think that's fundamentally critical.
Our side or my side to add, I do believe that transparency, standardization, and access to validated data is really important to redirect the financial flows to green and do increase the investor confidence. And the EIB has been, for example, contributing to development of the EU taxonomy, and continues to be part of the sustainable finance platform that continues to work and beyond the mitigation and adaptation taxonomies. And I do think that as far as corporate engagement is concerned, and as far as the investors, bringing investors to the space, they need to be sure that 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 the investments are trackable, traceable, the impact can be appropriately assessed, and that we are talking the investors and investees are talking the same language. And whether it's the EU taxonomy or other taxonomies that are being developed, I think at some point, if we want to take the quantum leap, we need to globally sort of be able to agree on a certain standardized set of credentials in order to indeed further increase the investor confidence and bring public and private together.
Great. So let's turn to the audience. A couple of questions. I think we've only got time for 2, unfortunately. So could we have a mic down at the front, please? And the second question will be just on that table over there. Thank you.
Yeah, hi.
Sorry, could you stand up and introduce yourself,
Sure,
please?
yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, Francis Fadine, Vulcan Energy, zero carbon lithium. So a bit of a self-interested question for Alina. So we need obviously an enormous amount of critical raw materials for the EU Green Deal. So copper, nickel, cobalt, lithium as well. And I think recent history has shown that it's not good to be reliant on dictatorships effectively for natural resources. So what is the EIB doing to fund critical raw materials production in Europe for the European market for this energy transition, for electric vehicles, batteries, renewable energy? Thank you.
That's a very pertinent question, and I'm not sure if I can give a totally satisfactory answer. I think it's a very challenging field. We are very much involved in the debate and discussion how to support the European sort of battery value chain, and that includes, of course, then access to sustainably produced raw materials. And we have some projects in the pipeline that we are looking at, but I think the challenge is not only the bankability, that we then, when we need to be addressing, of course, the demand side and the value chain upstream as well, but it is also about sustainability, environmental considerations that go beyond the climate change and are directly linked to the projects that in the mining industry, as we all know, are not without issues. So the short answer is that we are well aware that the value chain needs to be developed. We are looking at projects inside and outside the EU, but I think we have to be very cognizant of the other challenges that come when we talk about mining projects.
Okay, and we're into the red flashing. Just one last question.
Hi, I'm Gustave Loriot from the London CIV. And my question is, how can asset owners think about setting clear goals regarding the adaptation agenda without having adequate frameworks in place?
Who wants to take a bite at that one? We certainly do need some more frameworks, and I know in UNEP FI we're really thinking hard about this at the moment, and looking at the frameworks that exist and how they can be brought together and improved.
Hello? Yeah. So one thing I would say out of all of this is that we're focused on outcomes, and I think outcomes are just one part of it. We're focused on measuring output. So that helps us in terms of understanding how we set objectives, but the key thing is you've got to empower asset owners to know what questions they should be asking. Then you've got to understand that most people are motivated by incentives. So if you don't align your objectives with your incentives, you're not going to actually transform anything, really, other than proliferate green product that doesn't actually necessarily give us what we need. And so I think you need a combination of both things. You do need a standardized framework, so obviously impact space, we do not have standardized frameworks, and we also need that link up with the objectives that are being set by the asset owners, and then the alignment with managers and consultants. Otherwise you can't get it to feed through the chain.
Well, look, I think we could talk about this topic for a really long time, but in the interest of keeping the conference on track, we're going to have to wrap up there. Please, everybody, thank the panel with me. Thank you, Nigel, Alina, Charlotte, Mark, and Catherine. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yes, I could listen to you all for a very time. We just touched the sides there. Thank you all. Absolutely brilliant end. And I liked what Nigel said. I think it was, how can you leverage, not Nigel, but how can you leverage what little public money there is with private money? So important, the leverage aspect. That's it for the moment. Before you dash off and eat, we're going to take a lunch break. We've got a full program this afternoon as well. Part 2 is up next. Use the break wisely. Please complete the online survey on the event platform. That's our way of improving. We have a big impact by getting your feedback. Watch all sessions on demand. If you missed anything, if there's any bits you liked or missed or want to watch again, you can always check it on demand on the event platform. Schedule, network, one-to-one. That's what this is all about. And visit the physical and the virtual expo to gain access to our exclusive insights and to meet partners and sponsors as well. Thank you to all of you, both here in person, and thank you to all our physical audience as well. We'll be back at 1:50 p.m. BST, that's UK time. See you in about 1 hour. Have a fantastic lunch. Look forward to hearing all about your lunch when you come back. See you later.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, But it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence, S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence, S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Hello, welcome back. Yes, hope you had a nice lunch as you leisurely rejoin us in the physical world. I know all of you in the real world or the virtual world are there at your computers, laptops, iPhones, whatever you've got, watching us diligently, but our physical guests are just relaxed and walking in very, very slowly. But welcome back. As you know, it's the fifth annual Sustainable Investment Forum Europe 2022. Thanks for joining us. This is part 2 of the 4-part forum. Part 1 was this morning. This is part 2. Part 3 and 4 are virtual. They're next week, next Wednesday, Thursday, May the 4th and May the 5th. I'm Mark Barton. I'm your chair today. I'm your chair Wednesday and Thursday next week as well. And for those of us joining us either in person or online, fantastic to be with you. Thank you for joining us today in this physical world. As one of our attendees, one of our panelists said earlier, it's wonderful to see so many of you in the flesh. Don't forget to join us, by the way, next week, May 4th, May 5th, for part 3 and part 4, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. BST, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. BST. Before we start, just want to remind you how you engage with us. This is all about engaging during our live sessions by sending us your questions. You can use the event platform, you can use the app, you can click live discussion, and ask your question. Tell us who you are, tell us where you're from, and tell us who you'd like to address your question to. That's both virtual and physical. And please use social media. Yes, tweet us at climate_action_ and use the hashtags. There are two of them. Hashtag Climate Action Live and hashtag SINV Europe. SINV Europe. The room is slowly filling up. People are just shoving down their final puddings. Up next, let's move it on. It's our sustainable investment spotlight. Are we banking on right timescales for net zero? I want to invite on stage, tongue twister, James Vaccaro, Executive Director, Climate Safe Lending Network, and Simon Connell, Global Head, Sustainability Strategy at Standard Chartered Bank and Chair of the Net Zero Banking Alliance. And these gentlemen are so good, they don't need me. They're just going to go together. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. This is going to be a fireside chat, or for those of you who've been calling the banks the global laggards in climate space, maybe it's going to be a fire pit chat. Both Simon and I have been in the banking arena around climate for a long time now. We recognise that we are coming to you today as two white males with glasses. We're not too short-sighted and notice the diversity we don't represent. And we're going to spend the next 15 minutes really digging into issues and trying to get under the skin of things. So I'm going to kick off in terms of the timescales. Are we on the right pace of change? Much has been talked about around things like investment in fossil fuel, and it's brought up today. Banks are in a different position, though, aren't they? Because banks are not secondary investors. They tend to be primary investors and therefore determine a lot of what's in the long term. Is there space to be investing in new fossil fuels in any form at the moment?
Thanks, James. So I think there's a couple of bits to that. I don't think, as a sector, we are moving at the pace we need. The Net Zero Banking Alliance is proud to have just under half of global banking sector assets, but that means just over half of global banking sector assets aren't on the journey to net zero. And around 20% of our members have set targets, but again, that leaves the balance who are still working to do so. So we're not going fast enough, but we're trying our best. And in particular, for me, one of the real benefits of NZBA, having spent the past year or two spending someone else's money, as it were, on net zero solutions, is to try and crowdsource as much as we can through the NZBA platform to reduce the burden for those banks who have fewer resources, smaller regional and national banks on their own journeys to net zero. Oil and gas financing is, as you say, a really hot topic in our fire pit at the moment. And I find it fascinating because if we think through global climate objectives and the Paris Agreement, and then how those are brought down into regions and markets, including through the nationally determined contributions process, you might split the industry into national oil companies who are a better proxy for aligning to the climate objectives of an individual market or a region, and the international oil companies. And it's a really challenging position right now for both to be in, because, as we know, the national oil companies are thinking, how do they preserve those revenues that they've been generating for their economies? And the IOCs are thinking, well, how do they navigate their way to net zero, but having more optionality on where that production comes from? And so we're seeing instances where potentially individual oil companies are pursuing strategies of replacing existing production with production elsewhere that may be new production. So they're shutting in, or they're divesting, selling down those. And so you've got an argument in which you could see your way to an individual actor on the international oil company perspective on its way to net zero, but where not everyone can do that. Not everyone has that optionality. So I think this really demonstrates, firstly, the importance of committing to net zero as the directional steer for both financial institutions and their clients. The really critical role of transition plans in helping support that dialogue. Because unless both parties in that, the financial institution and the client, have that information to be able to look at, there's no basis for firm decision making. And then the third is, we're in this imperfect world. We know not everyone's getting there. I mean, we've produced climate alignment data for our portfolio, and we know that we're around 3 degrees in that. So that portfolio is not heading to net zero today, but it's the marginal gains. And therefore, to pick up on that point that you made, banks are in an interesting position because you have so many different client touchpoints. You've got the specificity of the type of financing that you can provide to those clients. You can be providing transition finance. You can be providing green finance to assets that are net zero aligned today. But more importantly, you can be helping nudge, and whether that's through things like sustainability-linked loans and therefore trying to enhance the incremental performance at a whole of entity level, or whether, and we have a transition finance framework at Standard Chartered that draws from the IEA, whether it's to specific technologies that are helping us helping our clients get closer to net zero. And so utilizing that information you've got around transition plans and the client dialogue will then enable you not just to have thought about, well, who is my client as a whole of an entity, but what types of business am I doing with them? And I think that means that, in part, we get to the sort of divestment is a binary but probably mischaracterized decision set here, because it's about choosing to do specific types of business.
So on aggregate, though, isn't there something of an infinite game here where both the oil companies and maybe even the financiers are kind of wanting to commit to things, but it's like they want to be the last ones out. And perhaps they sort of say, well, it will lead to other assets being stranded, hopefully not mine. And if you take the logic further, if we do get something where there is new fossil fuel investment, doesn't that mean that there's going to be even more stranded assets down the line? And if so, where are the capital buffers? Where's the systemic risk being managed in that scenario?
No, I think that's really fair, and I've got to give a lot of credit to UNEP FI for the work that it has done as a community over the years in trying to think about some of these challenges. And do tell me if you're seeing them somewhere I'm not, but I don't think we see those capital buffers at this point in time. It's really pleasing to see that GFANZ has that reporting mandate upward to the FSB, and therefore you've got this integration into the supervisory architecture, but the burden of evidence is quite high. And you're right, the climate science is clear. The more production capacity we add now, the narrower window we give ourselves in the future. We're in a situation, and again, giving some credit here to GFANZ with the way that it brings together the different sectoral alliances, but is then trying to hook into the race to zero, and therefore clients in the real economy. Everybody's trying to work out what their incremental role is in this, and behaviorally, I think what you've just outlined is probably quite accurate. There are lots of people going, okay, I'm hoping not to be, everyone would like to be the last one producing a barrel of oil, and it, again, coming back to transition plans and the credibility of those is a great way of understanding how an organization is thinking about that in detail.
So if you were then to extend into engagement strategies, you've mentioned a few, sustainable linked loans, incentives, what characterizes sort of engagement right now? What's state of the art in terms of engagement, especially for some of those companies which are not aligned, which don't have transition plans, which are seeing it align? What are the kind of conversations? Because to go all the way out to divest feels like a blunt instrument, but then engagement could feel a little bit less credible without that credible threat. So what are the nature of the conversations?
No, I think that's fair, and I think I suspect that's taken from David Blood, who does a very good line in this, that unless you are divesting somewhere, it's not credible. It's not a credible, I think you used the word threat, but it's not a lever that you have. For us, and from a Standard Chartered perspective, if I'm an optimist, I would say at the moment, the good thing about engagement is that it is happening, and that the quality of the dialogue has enhanced considerably from, at least say pre-pandemic, pre-COVID times, because across our footprint, when we engage with clients in these high-emitting sectors, we're having a shared conversation about transition. We're not in that capacity building phase of those conversations at the level of having those conversations. I don't think we're expecting, and I don't think it's reasonable to expect perfection in transition plans at this point. And again, that's trying to think about who's getting there and needs capital now, and who needs time to refine their plans, and then needs access to capital. And we've said we're expecting all our clients in those high emitting sectors to produce transition plans this year, so that we can have those conversations. And again, in case it's not clear, I think it is that correlation between the clearer those are, the more credible they are, the easier it is within our bank and perhaps many others to make that decision to support that client.
So the crunch comes, and we've done some work in the lending network on transition plans and what constitutes a good transition plan. I'm now part of this transition plan task force. What we know is they're never going to be perfect. It's a plan. I was a strategist. Plans are always works in progress. So in terms of the specific agenda item which we've got to cover today, when does the patience run out? Because it's never going to be, well, we'll wait until the final plan is ready and done and dusted. At what point does that engagement kind of go, we've been at this now for a few years and we're saying the same things and we're not seeing the movement. When is it time to kind of say, we've had enough?
And I think that brings us into the granularity of policy. One of the things we have, and I know we're shifting slightly from oil and gas to coal, which is a different construct, but we have a series of revenue thresholds that we expect clients to reduce their revenue from thermal coal between now and 2030, and the 2030 threshold is 5%, which comes from the Science Based Targets Initiative. And we monitor and track that. And where we are seeing clients expand, we made a policy update last year. We don't want to support clients who are expanding, but at a subsidiary or entity level, because it means they're running in the wrong direction, but we want to try and support other parts of those diversified groups who might be developing the renewables capacity, who might be developing more transition positive activities. But the whole of the group's got to stay tracking within those metrics, and we've ceased providing financial services to a small number of clients in the past couple of years where they weren't able to come below those thresholds. And we tend to use the phrase unwilling or unable, because in some circumstances it's under the control of the client, and in others it may be the system in which they're operating. Which brings us back to divestment has to be, or the ceasing of provision of financial services has to be a credible process. But I think, there's the old adage, you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. My suspicion is the conversation is better framed as we all agree on the need for a transition, a science-based transition towards net zero by 2050. How are you currently planning to get there? How will your business model be transformed? What are your capital needs? How well advanced are your plans? And thus, how well can we unlock that capital from within the system? And again, this is an ecosystem. It's the GFANZ thing. It's not just about banks. Where we don't have the answers, part of it is that, maybe you start to fall the wrong side of policies. Patience starts to run out. It starts to become harder to get this through in internal deal committees. But part of it is also just that surely those organizations will be seeing the leaders who are running away, transforming their businesses and having ample access to that capital. And they'll be going, well, how do I make that me? How do I get myself in that position? So,
yeah. And if you look at in the granularity, there's more disclosures now than ever before, disclosures from banks and from their clients. Is there a potential, though, that you kind of almost get disclosure blindness? If you applied the 80-20 rule, what's the 20% of the things that you're seeing right now from companies which actually is kind of creating the value? What are the things which you really kind of zero into when looking at a client?
I'm going to turn that round because we've spent the past couple of months talking to our investors. We've got a net zero resolution at our annual general meeting next week, and we've been talking to our investors as part of the wider engagement program, talking to civil society about the plans we have. But again, just to double click on that investor community, we produce hundreds of pages of policy documents, TCFD, market updates, and so on. And internally, you can navigate your way around that. But I think I have some sympathy, having sat the other side of the table, from the investment analysts, where it's a huge, huge amount of information. And yes, I think it's all needed to some extent. But the 20% really is our approach to transition finance, our approach to achieving net zero, a driver of our commercial success? How much transition finance are we providing? Or renewable green finance? What's the revenues from that? What portion of the portfolio? How much are we helping mobilize where we're playing a multiplier effect by being part of a transaction and crowding in other capital? And then how are we balancing that with the risks? What's the sectoral exposure? So particularly from an investor perspective, a lot of this does come down to numbers. It's really about that business case. How is it changing the economics of our business? And I think you can impute that into clients in other economic sectors.
And in terms of the investors, there's investors predominantly here today. Are you receiving those types of questions, or what would be better questions to be receiving from them if your mission was to try and motivate greater climate action through the bank?
I think that's the right question. The right question is, if you've committed to net zero, if it's a strategic objective for you, if it is core to how you're going to run your business, show us through the numbers. Show us that it is helping drive the growth and the trajectory of your business.
I've got two quick closing questions. One is on just transition. And we talked about the social aspects, but the social aspects aren't just about the transition of industries, which have got kind of a horizon. It's around also the social impacts on vulnerable communities. And you invest in lots of emerging markets and ones who are going to have the full force of climate hit the hardest. For them, if you take banks, a lot of the time banks have got a fairly brutal way of risk management, which is, well, if something's too flooded or if it's too droughty, we don't lend there anymore. How are we going to, from the banking sector, address this possibility that there's going to be a lot of communities who are left, I was going to say high and dry, but it might be completely the reverse. The banks are high and dry, and the customers are low and flooded. What are the things that banks could be doing now from that more proactive perspective on that aspect of just transition?
It might be too much of an obvious banker answer, but I think it's about risk sharing. It's about trying to think about how we're structuring this, how we're crowding in other sources of capital, in particular blended finance, so trying to work with multilaterals, because what you're describing is a situation in which a bank is either unable to price a risk, or it's priced it and it's uneconomic for the bank to take that risk. And so rather than have that situation where you're pulling away from that, and I know you're quite familiar with Flood Re in the UK, which is, of course, an insurance industry concept for this, but I think we've got to find solutions. And the really interesting thing is, done right, that can bring some of those conversations about the equitable nature of the transition and the role of governments in the transition. Because if you're bringing in the right development finance institutions and others, they can bring in the perspective of how to balance the transition for a market, because it's still the governments in many cases coming in and at least using that blended finance concept to draw out where those risks are not currently being managed by the market, and therefore to try and make clearer the cost of the transition or the cost of maltransition.
Thank you, Simon. I can see we were over time.
Yes, the timepiece is here.
We've proven that banks are not necessarily sort of time scales to manage from over time. We'll see how we come back next year to see how much progress has been made.
Thank you both. Big thanks to both our speakers, James and Simon. Brilliant. Let's move it on. Another panel discussion for you, another treat. Climate-aligned investing and forward scenario risk analysis. How do investors successfully mitigate, adapt, and transition their portfolios? That's the discussion coming up now. I'm going to welcome our panel moderator as we rejig the stage, Jane Stevenson, Director of JS Global Advisory, who will introduce all the panelists slowly but surely as we master the stage. Big round of applause for Jane.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Mark. We have a really interesting panel today, climate-aligned investing, very appropriate for the whole of this conference. I'd like to invite my panelists to come and join me up here. And we also happen to have one panelist who is not here in the room. He's going to join us on screen. But first of all, we've got Jacob Thoma, who is Executive Director at the 2 Degrees Investing Initiative. Then swiftly followed by Kailash Patel, Senior Principal in Analytics Product Management at Contigo. And we have Aaron Morales, Head of ESG Business Development for the UK, Iberia, and Latin America at S&P Global. And I'm hoping the magic of technology, there we go. Sean Gilbert, good afternoon, Sean, Chief Investor Network Officer at the Global Impact Investing Network. So it's great to have you guys up here, both on stage and on screen. As Mark said, this panel is looking at climate-aligned investing, forward scenario risk analysis, how do investors successfully mitigate, adapt, and transition their portfolios. And of course, we've been hearing all day, the value of an investment is no longer just about returns. Increasingly, those investors are calling for their money to make a positive impact on both society and the world at large. And we've heard a lot of numbers today already. In fact, here's a few more for you. Climate-aligned and socially responsible investing, and one of its subsets, impact investing, now represents over 36% of global assets under management, projected to total $53 trillion by 2025. So that's in just 3 years' time. And accompanying the growing demand is a proliferation of funds and strategies that integrate ethical considerations and climate into the investment process. We've got ESG investing, SRI investing, impact investing. These are all industry terms that are often used interchangeably by both clients and professionals alike. I'm sure our panel can probably throw light on the nuances and the differences between them. But you know, for want of time available today, we need to sort of crack on. And actually, on that subject, if you've looked at today's agenda, this panel apparently is going to address an amazing list of issues. I think there are 9 or 10 listed on the agenda. I think we would struggle to go through the whole of financial system alignment, climate risk resilience, metrics, data, transitioning portfolios, stranded assets, and a whole lot more. But I know that these experts are going to help us navigate some of these questions, and I'm sure are going to provide us with some real insights. What I'd like to do is ask each of them to, if you like, set out their stall, a couple of minutes on their own viewpoint in terms of this issue and where they and their organizations are both coming from and addressing the challenges. I'm going to start with asking Jacob if he'd get the ball rolling for us. Jacob, over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone, and pleasure to see all of you in the room today. My name is Jacob Tome. I'm director at 2 Degrees Investing Initiative. And obviously, as the name suggests, even though we are somewhat behind the climate science, we try to be ahead of the curve, at least when it comes to questions of measurement and models and tools and data around how to measure the consistency of financial portfolios with climate goals. And we've been doing that now for 7 years, and every year I change my mind, basically. That's not hopeful news for this panel, but it does mean that we are evolving in our understanding of what the key terms are and the guardrails that we need to pursue as we talk about portfolio alignment. The first is actually the word portfolio, because as Jane highlighted, the ask that your clients, beneficiaries, or maybe you yourselves have is to have an impact on the real world, not just on the portfolios. And I think one of the key fascinating components of the way this conversation has progressed is the extent to which we are seeing investors distinguish real-world emissions reductions that their actions are triggering and virtual emissions reductions. That can be somewhat painful sometimes, because if we take the case of AP2, which has done this type of disclosure last year, about 90% of the emissions reductions that they saw in their portfolio were virtual. But it's also quite illuminating, and it perhaps can somewhat mitigate this conflict between everyone expecting finance to save the planet and understanding some of the constraints that Simon also talked about. I think the second key debate that we're having is between sectoral approaches, and I'm sure we'll get to that more later, the portfolio notions of implied temperature rise or global warming temperature scores that are being developed at portfolio level. And there is, I think, I use the word conflict consciously, because there is a real tension between that dynamic. Portfolio level metrics are easier to communicate, and they help tell a story about which direction of travel you're on. But obviously each sector has their own challenge and their own dynamic, and how can you profess to say your portfolio is a 2.3 degree portfolio when maybe you're doing excellently in the power sector, but when it comes to zero carbon materials in the industrial sector, we're still very far behind. And not the least, James, I think, led with this question when the climate scenarios now say no new oil and gas. It becomes quite complicated to see many portfolios align with that mandate in the short term. So that's, I think, the second key debate we have to ask ourselves. How much are we willing to sacrifice at the altar of clean communications when it comes to capturing the complexity, nuance, and diversity of issues that arise when steering portfolios? And then finally, I think, we need to resolve some of the tensions around which strategies are most effective to deploy, right? So we've all probably are tired of the engagement versus divestment debate to a degree. It feels a little bit sometimes like schoolyard lunch mudslinging when it comes to the different perspectives. But there is a meaningful standard that we have to define about what we expect and to build the evidence. And I think that's where we're definitely falling short, where we're not doing enough work to build the evidence on what works, and that's why I use the schoolyard lunch example. We don't have enough evidence around the and the efficacy of one or the other. I think you said we shouldn't cover all topics, but
Jacob,
data on SMEs.
I'm going to stop you there. I think you've given us a great start. Kailash, can you dive in now?
Yeah, sure. So, for those who aren't aware, Contigo was formed in 2019 under the auspices of Deutsche Börse to combine the Axioma business and the stocks and DAX businesses. So, our open architecture approach has already meant that we've dealt with a number of clients and a number of interesting data sets to create new and exciting stocks and DAX indices. If you look at some of the work we've done with Willis Towers Watson and their climate transition VAR content, if you look at what we've done with Entis and the Sustainable Development Impact content, there's a lot of work that we've been doing. Similarly, on the analytics side, with our Axioma portfolio construction risk management tools, clients are already able to upload their sustainability-linked content to then run a consolidated investment management process across both key financial and sustainability-linked metrics. What we found is that whether it be due to concerns from employees and sponsors, because of their own net zero transition ambitions, or whether it be regulation, Article 6, 8, and 9 disclosures, SFDR, many investors and asset managers are looking to understand the impact of climate change, mainly in the form of temperature pathways and socioeconomic changes on their portfolios. So what we've been doing is we're looking to extend our stress testing and risk management framework to, in effect, bring in those changes. If you think of the process, you're taking temperature pathways, you're then running it through an impact assessment model, then a macroeconomic model, and then through to micro assumptions, movements in credit spreads, equity prices, factors. That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot to be dealing with. Aaron, perhaps we'd like to hear about what S&P are now doing on this.
Sure, thanks for having us. I actually like to start by sharing a little story. In December 1998, NASA launched the Mars Climate Orbiter with the mission to explore and better understand the Martian atmosphere and climate conditions. And the mission was going perfect up until about September 1999, about 9 months later, when the probe was positioned to enter the Martian orbit. And all of a sudden, the engineers from NASA lost contact with the probe. And they couldn't figure out what had happened. The mission had failed, in fact. And it took them months of research and very rigorous analysis to finally understand what had happened. And it turns out that a part of the probe, which was programmed to calculate the impulse from the thruster, had been programmed in imperial units, while another part of the probe, part of the same system, had been programmed using metric units. And this was an error in the data that was a $500 million mistake for NASA. And the reason why I tell this story is to try to illustrate a bit the imperative we have for high quality data and reliable data. And I think this might be an imperfect analogy, but I think it is a bit helpful to illustrate also our journey to net zero, because this is a journey where we need science, we need quite a lot of collaboration, we need a lot of capital, and we need to also make sure that whenever we're making decisions, that those decisions are informed by credible data. And at S&P, that is exactly what we focus on. We ensure that we can work with clients, whether it's governments or investors or even the companies themselves, to make sure that we provide high quality, credible data that is transparent and that is actionable and can help them make better decisions.
Fantastic. And I know we're going to pick up on data later in this session, but I think bringing it into something that is so real, but actually just the problem of silo A not talking to silo B is something that we deal with all the time in terms of climate metrics. Finally, up to Sean up there on the screen. Sean, we'd love to get your initial viewpoint, particularly as you are the Global Impact Investors Network, which seems pretty spot on for this afternoon.
Well, thank you for having me today, and I'm sorry I'm not able to be present in person. For those of you who are not familiar with the Global Impact Investing Network, we're an investor network with about 400 members who come from 50 countries, and our focus is on helping to scale the effectiveness and the reach of impact investing, and by that we mean investments that take a positive and intentional approach to trying to deliver real-world changes through the investment strategy. I guess the way I kind of introduce this is the most common question that we get. Many of our investors, they work across all asset classes. We also have quite a lot of investors that focus on private markets. And I think the most common question we get from them around climate questions or climate issues is, how do they decide whether or not their portfolio is doing enough, or whether or not it's sufficient to meet the challenges of what the science tells us for 2030 and 2050? And just to explain that real quickly, I tend to simplify it down into an equation. X plus Y needs to get us to 0. And X is the work that we do in terms of taking the mature parts of portfolios and working with them to slowly decrease emissions, but there's always going to be something there. And Y are the new solutions that we're investing into that both help speed up the decarbonization process, but equally important, reverse climate change. They're removing emissions. And I think, as Jacob mentioned, there's been a lot of work that has been done to date in terms of how you measure the X, how you put together, how you assess the emissions profiles of investments in parts of the portfolio, particularly in public markets, that are relatively easy to track. There are flaws, or there's still questions to kind of work through in terms of methodologies, but we're a lot farther along over the last 10 years than we were when we started this journey as an investment industry. However, on the Y part of that equation, sort of understanding how to look at the potential and the contribution of things that you're investing into because of what they will be doing rather than what they are doing today, that's where we're currently lacking a lot of the equal sophistication in terms of the tools that can help guide investors in terms of their decision making. Why is that important? Mostly because of time. Both, number one, the time that we have in terms of the decreasing number of years for between now and the 2030 milestone, then also if we think out to 2050, investing into solutions that will have a big impact in terms of the net part of the net zero does take time. And we need to make sure that investors have the tools so that they're not just able to they're able to go beyond looking at investments in terms of, are they relatively better than yesterday or relatively better than alternatives? And to be able to turn around and ask the question of, are they doing enough? And that needs to be something that applies across the breadth of their portfolio and both the X and the Y.
Brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Well, that is a heck of a lot of stuff to get our teeth into, and we have 29 minutes to do it. Tin hats on, everybody. Let's dive in. Actually, Jacob, I would like to just start with you. You did refer to the problems around addressing different sectors and harmonization across sectors. This is something that I think is a real challenge in terms of investment and portfolio management. In terms of harmonization and looking at the problem of aligning capital allocation with the low carbon transition across sectors and geographies, something that has come up a lot recently is the whole issue in particularly the global south of the risk of traumatic decarbonization in, if I can put it like this, unstable situations. This, I think, is a really important issue to understand. Could you perhaps show us some insights into that?
I love that phrase, traumatic decarbonization. I think that'll be the day when we actually have this problem to challenge, not the trauma of the lack of decarbonization. But your point's well taken, I think, and we briefly touched upon the previous conversation, right? We do have very different geographies to engage with, and there are certain self-fulfilling or self-kind of propelling forces that obviously can create a significant disruption. And those are portfolio level disruptions, but also economic disruptions. I think what's obviously interesting about this, and this is where you have your bread and butter of classic investment management, is that where this thing does become traumatic, it tends to be outside of the political purview in terms of the transition policy dynamic. So it might be broader geopolitical forces. There's a war in Europe that comes to mind, but also market forces, just thinking about the disruptive potential of cheap batteries and cheap solar power and the like, and how that kind of becomes creates its own dynamic that is sort of an animal that's hard to be put back in the box. Quite intuitively, I think the best way for investors to approach that is to start to have the courage to move away from standard integrated assessment model scenarios as they try to navigate this decarbonization. That feels a little bit scary because the integrated assessment models, that's where the science is obviously, but they are designed for cost minimizing non-traumatic disruption, right? That's the medication that they're giving to policymakers, and the kind of medication you're interested in diagnosis is a different one. You know, most of you might be aware of the inevitable policy response scenarios from IPR and PRI. I think those are very interesting, and even just the disruptive potential of energy. So net zero target setting around a cost minimizing IM scenario makes sense, but doing that really with sector-specific focuses in geographies, I think requires the courage to move beyond these types of scenarios into what local scenarios exist, but also into some of the more bolder or scary or traumatic projections about the dynamics at play in this transition.
And I think that picks up on something that was alluded to in an earlier panel around particular geographic areas that have very specific physical risks, for example, in West Africa and so on. So, and also actually leads me quite neatly into something I want to ask Kailash, which is around, you know, we have a number of parties who are absolutely vital to creating the enabling environment to make this transition work. Investors are perhaps, you know, the one we want to focus on today, but the regulators are absolutely vital. And I think I'd quite like to understand from your perspective, you know, the differing needs. How do you see that playing out? Is it sort of investors versus regulators, or can they work in harmony? Is there a harmonization play there?
Firstly, I'm hoping there's no regulators around to kind of snap my head off. But, you know, I think, you know, I mean, just a quick point on transition. There are actually two forms of transition going on. One is climate transition that we talk a lot about today, but there's also portfolio transition. That there are a number of assets, a huge amount of money already benchmarked against existing funds, existing benchmarks. And so there's a transition that portfolio managers and asset managers have to do there as well. And so as part of this process, we have to think of both new investments as well as existing investments and how we transition those. Now, on the topic of regulator and investor, I think, you know, in theory, the objective is the same. You know, what's the financial impact on your portfolio, on your company, on your investments due to, you know, your commitments to zero emissions by 2050. You know, here's the universal academia, here are the scenarios from the NGOs, the NGFS, which recently updated them in the summer, IPCC, IEA, off you go. But that's where things start to diverge. You know, you've got the regulator who wants to see the systemic impact across the whole industry. They want to know how much is it going to cost? You know, what's going to be the cost to the industry of transitioning to these net zero policies, and what do they have to do from that perspective? From an investor perspective, it's very much about, okay, what do I do next? How do I optimize my portfolio? How do I adjust my portfolio to take into account what I've seen? And that happens at the investment level. So what you typically find then from a scenario perspective is you have two approaches. You know, from a regulatory and from a strategic asset allocation perspective, let's say at the CIO level, you're looking at a top-down process. You're kind of saying, here are my temperature pathways, here's the impact on, you know, here's the introduction of policies, and, you know, Jacob, you're absolutely right about physical and transition risks there, where, you know, you have to take into account potentially policy shocks due to extreme movements in physical risk. But what you have then, you know, policy shocks, carbon taxes, changes in other governmental policy, introduction of technology innovation, you're applying that, and you're then saying, okay, what's the overall impact to my enterprise to my strategic asset allocation. From a portfolio manager perspective, that isn't enough. Because what they want to do is actually go to the company level. They want to look at individual investments and say, okay, I want to start bottom up. So I want to take information at the company level, hopefully take into account the systemic risk of climate change, and building bottom up and saying, what's the scenario, what's the impact on my portfolio, and where can I make changes to my portfolio, potentially optimize it? You know, I think Lena was talking about optimization strategies earlier this morning. How can I optimize my portfolio to meet those net zero transition ambitions?
And so just another question on that. You know, what is the way you do that? And I'm actually going to sort of start with posing that question in terms of what you've just told us, but actually leaping over to Aaron, because there's a whole issue about data there, and obviously S&P is looking at a lot of data. But one point that I would really like to bring out is we often hear that, you know, the data isn't perfect. We can't make decisions because we have imperfect data and we don't have enough data. I mean, there's a way of looking at this that could say, but we are awash with data. There is data coming out of every framework, every platform, every ESG methodology. So it would be really interesting to sort of carry on almost from where Kailash has got to and start to address this whole issue of how does the data feed into this and how can that really drive change, really make a difference? Because I do feel that we sort of, you know, go round the houses on this and we keep coming back to the same point. So where's the lever of change in this whole amazing amount of data that there is already out there, even though we're told that it's not perfect and there isn't enough of it?
I think I agree. Like, we have enough data to make decisions today. So we shouldn't let the incompleteness or imperfectness of data be the enemy of progress. It can definitely be better, and we're definitely working towards making it better based on input from investors, from regulators, from even the companies who are providing the data themselves. But we cannot let the imperfectness of data be the enemy of progress. And I think when we look at what is available, like you said, there's a bunch of frameworks available that companies leverage, that issuers leverage, and that investors can leverage to disclose, to measure, disclose, act on their portfolio transitions, for example. I think we hear that it can be overwhelming when there are all these frameworks and all these standards, and people tend to revert back to the alphabet soup as if it was always a bad thing. But I think if you have possibly heard of the book series Chicken Soup for the Soul, perhaps this is the alphabet soup for the soul in the ESG space, where all of these frameworks are incentivizing the generation of more data. They are incentivizing the creation of potentially other bodies. Because without CDP, we wouldn't necessarily have the SBTI. Without the inputs from SBTI, we wouldn't necessarily have all of the great things that are in the TCFD, for example, or in other frameworks. And at S&P, what we do is we can collect that data from companies, we can analyze it, we can understand it, we can spot if there are errors in the data, if there are outliers in the data, and then we can spot some interesting trends. For example, if we analyze S&P 1200 companies, which represent broadly 70% of global market cap in over 30 countries, we can see that there is progress being made. We can see that companies are reducing emissions over time. There's about 13% reduction in emissions since 2016. We see more companies being aligned in to Paris Accord, roughly 2 to 3 degree alignment down from 3 degrees a couple of years ago. But we also understand that if we plug that data with forward-looking metrics, there is quite a lot of risk that these companies are facing. So yes, they are making progress. It's not enough. There are lots of risks. For example, we know that roughly 10% of corporate earnings are at risk under a moderate climate scenario in the near term by 2025. Yes, there are some assumptions in there, but these are helpful tools to help us understand how we transition, how we align our portfolios, how we engage with the companies in the portfolios, and reduce those risks and make a more better informed, more rapid transition.
Okay. Sure.
Just to quickly complement what Aaron said, I think, that there's a number of processes with data, and I think that the issue when people say data is a wash, what they really mean is that it's very wide but very short. And I think point-in-time data can be used in the portfolio construction process and the portfolio process to screen, to tilt. But unless you have the history, you can't then build a quantitative process or an optimization process. So I think that there are different methods to portfolio investment that you can use with both point-in-time and historical data. As Lena pointed out earlier, and pointing back to what LA Capital do, that's where things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing fit in, where you then can build up that short data and make some projections going forward. Obviously, it's more difficult to explain, but going back to, the data's there and you can make progress. Yes, there's some assumptions you have to make, but it is possible.
Okay, and I'd really like to bring Sean in now, who I saw was lots of nodding going on, so I have a feeling you've got something that you want to pick up on here. But I'd also like to slightly spike your comments with a thought I'd like to place, which is that you gave us a really interesting introduction. You talked about managing the X and the Y. How do we then, and I'd love you to pick up on what's being talked about here, but how do we then translate that into what's happening in the real economy? Because while we're all sitting here chatting about this, quite soon we'll probably be wading to work. So how does this actually translate into reality and the whole issue of global warming and climate change?
Yeah, well, I think a number of the comments that have been made earlier I'd agree with, and particularly this point about just the conversation was happening a second ago in terms of data and can we act or not. There are imperfections, as I think somebody said at the beginning, in terms of information that's available to us. But particularly given the timelines that we have remaining based off of the science, I think really it's no longer a question of is the data going to be what we need? It's more, do we want to choose to act on making the best use of the information that we have available to us? And I think there have been a couple examples of how you can start making use and working around some of the limitations of the data sets that are here. I think the places which are probably the more difficult ones in terms of trying to work with are where investors have to do some of the sort of the forward-looking modeling. And in particular, one of the examples which one of our members shared with us, which is an interesting one, is if I had invested into Tesla in 2010, what should I have said about that in the context of my portfolio? If I had invested in them in 2015, what should I say about them in the context of my portfolio? And what should I be saying about my portfolio as a whole? You end up starting, depending on your vantage point and what you can see in terms of what the future that sits in front of a particular investment, there's still a lot of questions in terms of how you would try to project about that going forward. And I think when people are trying to put things into the real world, they've basically got sort of these three options to be working with. One is where I have a static snapshot of emissions or parts of my portfolio that have a very definable and mature impact. Second one is what am I doing in the parts of my portfolio that I believe will have some kind of a future value in terms of helping us move into a transition pathway. And then the last one, which I think we haven't so much touched on this, is what's the intersection between the climate impacts or the climate future that I believe I'm invested into or my portfolio is leading towards, and then some of the sort of consequent social impacts. I think investors basically are trying to work around a lot of the work that we do with them is in terms of how you try to put all of those different investment options and all of the different data points that you have coming out of your investments into the context of the real world changes and the thresholds that we're trying to work with, whether it's the climate transition plans or whether it's trying to look at some of the social consequences and social impacts. And I think what's been interesting is we've done more work around benchmarking and looked at how investors have been trying to approach some of the social aspects. Because a lot of the thinking that sort of underpins science-based targets is actually transferable in many ways, not the exact methodologies, but a lot of the thought process about taking a threshold, taking a real world outcome and trying to work backwards and to think about how you would relate the outputs of a company to pathways that bring you nearer or farther to a particular tipping point is something that you can start to look at across your portfolio, across different asset classes, and across different aspects of social and environmental challenges to allow you to put together a much more complete picture about what your climate strategies and other things mean in terms of the real world outcomes and real world impacts.
And you pick up on benchmarks, actually, which is something I'd really like to spend a little bit of time on. I mean, let's take the TCFD, for example. They produce an annual status report, and the latest one notes that in terms of the TCFD recommendations, policy and regulation, this is feeding directly into the ISSB, the newly formed organization, the International Sustainability Standards Board, to develop a baseline global sustainability reporting standard, which is built from the TCFD framework and the work of an alliance of other inputs. I mean, Aaron, maybe I could throw this one over to you. Benchmarks, do you rate them? What do you think of them? Do you think they're important? You know, how should investors use them? And actually, we have a supplementary question from the virtual audience here, which is the ISSB. It's clearly of great interest. If we have this level playing field, is there a risk that we're going to be sort of downgrading to a lowest common denominator and really important stuff is going to slip through the net?
No, I don't think so. I think this kind of consolidation or the combination of 20, 30 years of ESG progress and disclosure into the, I guess, the ISSB is going to be instrumental as a tool forward to have comparability and to have clarity on what we expect from companies in terms of disclosures. But I also think that climate can be complex, and perhaps there are other frameworks that can also supplement on a continuity, perhaps some sector-specific additional disclosures, or there's things that companies in particular countries might want to have to pay more attention to. And I think when we think also of benchmarks, I guess there's a couple of ways to look at, to think of benchmarks, right? You have benchmarks that you can think about, an index, for example, that can be a benchmark for an investment portfolio. Without performance, we won't have an investment industry, and so any investor wants to look at a particular benchmark to understand how they stand against that benchmark and how their portfolio is behaving and performing, not just on fundamental performance, but also on climate characteristics. Is it aligned to certain climate scenarios? Is it exposed to carbon pricing pressures? Is it exposed to physical risks? And so on and so forth. But I think, yeah, the ISSB is going to be instrumental as a next step. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the whole issue of which bucket does a particular risk fall into is something that a lot of asset managers and businesses still struggle with. There's been some proposed discussion around alignment between physical risk and transition risk. I mean, Kailash, what do you think about that? They are, I mean, transition risk covers a huge number of different things, which include policy and litigation and all of which we've hardly touched on yet. Physical climate risk is, the stuff, as I say, we'll be waiting to work if we're not careful. So how do they align?
I think, I'm not sure I can answer that question directly, but I guess 3 comments that I'll make, 3 points that I've seen around that. One is if you look at things like the Paris-aligned benchmarks and the climate transition benchmarks that we've seen, there is an attempt to link together disclosures from the TCFD, transition policies into impact in emissions, and therefore then to construct investable portfolios around that, aligned to, like I said, the Paris Agreement, for instance. I think if you look at it from I talked earlier about this whole kind of waterfall of models that go from temperature pathway down to portfolio investment. In that process, the physical risk, I think there's an acceptance maybe that, what you talked about there was that, there's going to be an increase in frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. And the danger is that will introduce policy shocks. And those policy shocks go into that kind of impact assessment model process that I talked about. And that will then impact your transition model and the impact on your risk. I think the third is that, and there's a number of, you and I talked offline about this task force on the, that has been set up on transition in the UK. There'll be companies that benefit more from their transition policies than others. I think that's where, like I said, some of the work that we've done with Willis Towers Watson comes in, where you're looking at the relative impact of transition on one company versus another to make your portfolio investment decision. So I think that's where the likes of physical and transition risk can link together.
And policy shocks actually also takes us into the thorny area of politics, which of course is a big part of this. And I mean, I think we could then talk forever on politics, but here we are, we're in the third year of the COVID-19 pandemic, which, as I think Mark referred to earlier, we've just hardly touched on, but climate change is still the biggest risk for humanity, according to the World Economic Forum. We've just had the latest IPCC report with 3,500 pages of information, which basically boils down to the window of time is even shorter than you thought. So really, this whole issue of politics, I think, is a big player. I don't know, would anybody like to just pick up on that for a moment? And I do want to leave some time for questions, but Jacob, you look keen to dive in there.
Yeah, sure. I think, we did some research recently that compared how the policymakers' willingness to pay for the COVID-19 pandemic response and climate change. And it's kind of crazy when you look at the numbers. It's basically around 2 to 3 and optimistic estimates perhaps 4 times as cheap, quote unquote, to save a future climate life than the cost it took to prevent COVID-19 death. And obviously there is a simple answer to why some of this is happening, which is the discounting of those lives. And despite the fact that we recognize climate change as the primary risk, and reports like those from WEF, we don't necessarily recognize that in the policy design relative to COVID-19. I was also, part of the 13% issue is the outsourcing component. That's the other part, right? So that's where carbon border adjustment taxes and so on becoming really interesting, because how is it possible that your universe is reducing carbon when that's not what we're really seeing globally at the moment, right? Where is this going? And I wanted, that I think ties in just the way policymakers struggle with the outsourcing of emissions to other jurisdictions or in other sectors. That's actually the same challenge we have also with portfolios. How do you avoid this outsourcing of emissions? And I just want to leave maybe a thought, given the limited time we have. Sean was talking about this impact idea, right? And one of the key premises in terms of how we account climate in the models from the colleagues on the panels, from the work that we do on PACTA, is that we allocate emissions based on your ownership share, how much you own of a company, right? But why don't we allocate them based on your voting share? What's your share in the voting? And if you vote in favor of a climate resolution and your peers vote against it, why don't they get the emissions? Why are you getting the same amount of emissions in the way we account as an investor who voted against the climate resolution? And I think that's where we can really have a very interesting conversation about how we bring this together, because we know this accounting from risk. So that we have very smart ways to account risk. Why can't we be smarter in the way we account our quote-unquote impact in terms of portfolio boundaries, but also the allocation accounting choices we make in those models that we've talked about today?
Sure, and I think, there's a sort of hard reality check required, which is, despite all of the things that are already going on, we are still on a trajectory to, break the 2-degree barrier very significantly. I'm also very aware of breaking the timing barrier. Oh, Sean. Very, very briefly, because I want to get some questions from the audience.
Yeah, maybe it's just that maybe if I just focus on the word of thinking of policy rather than politics, because I live in a country where climate politics are frustrating and complicated. But if you think from the policy side in terms of how the investment industry and the governments interact, there's one aspect, I think you asked a question earlier, is it an us and them or an opposition? And certainly I can imagine how from the perspective of the debates around disclosure and some of the things that are demanded of investors, that can feel like an opposition. I think equally there's a role for policy in terms of enabling. And that's really where I would kind of encourage us as an investment community to lean in even more. And what are the policies that make it easier and more and allow investors to be more confident to invest into transition plans. And some of those have to do with policies around fossil fuel subsidies and things that change the market economics. Some of it also has to do with the way in which large institutional asset owners are regulated. And most of our conversation even today has been about risk and very much tying into a very traditional notion of fiduciary duty. I think equally important is investors asking for and being given the permission to invest into things because of the demand that comes from their beneficiaries, a reflection of the future that their clients or their customers or if they're pension members, that their pension members would like them to be investing towards and investing into. And I think that's a part of the policy discussion, which is probably sort of underserved at this point.
Okay, fantastic. So we do have a couple of minutes. I think there are some mics around. We've got a question over here.
Yeah, hi, thanks very much. Alex works with the Sunrise Project. I had a similar panel in Glasgow maybe 6 months ago. Somebody on a panel said that if all of these disclosures being made that we've been talked about today are not being matched by some changes in the financial disclosures and financial accounts, likely there's a substantial amount of either wishful thinking going on or greenwash. Do you agree with that? And do you agree with the findings of a recent Carbon Tracker and CAAP report that most companies and their auditors are failing to look hard in the financials at these risks? Hard enough.
Answer number one, yes. Answer number two, not sure.
Brilliant. Any other questions? No?
On that, it was a conversation we were having in the speaker area. I think there's not, we always talk about climate transition plans and the effect of those. I think not enough work has been done on the failed transition. What happens what's the business plan if nothing happens? Because sometimes what happens in your business plan is you tend to present things as if like you're going to go as normal. But I think there's a wide acceptance that things aren't going to be normal. So what's the impact there?
Interesting. We've probably got time for one more very brief question, if there is one. If not, there's just one thing I'd like to put out there, which was, I don't know if you're aware, but only yesterday, the Transition Plan Task Force went live. And this is part of the UK's COP26 commitments. It's to make the UK the world's first net zero aligned financial centre, but very specifically to develop a gold standard for climate transition plans. And transition is something that's come up time and time again during today's various sessions. We haven't landed on it for a very long time during this session, but I think we've certainly alluded to how important it is. And I think it feeds into that point you just made, Kailash, which is transition and a plan on how we're going to get there is vital, absolutely vital. Great panel, everybody. Please thank them all for their input. Thank you, Sean, for joining us virtually.
Thanks, Jane. Brilliant. It was a great panel. Thank you so much for your expert moderation on that, and thank you to our panelists as well. Lots more to get through, and do go to our panelists if you see them in the flesh. Say hi, swap ideas, connect, engage. You know what I'm saying. Continue to do so, both online and both online and physically as well. Right, let's move it on. We've got our Climate Leader Insight, which is really exciting. The title of this, How Climate Tech Enables the Climate Transformation. And joining us on stage, Laura Zizzo, founder, co-founder, and chief executive officer of Manifest Climate. Big round of applause.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Now, a little bird, a little bunny, or as my kids would say, a little unicorn, told me that.
Oh, that's nice.
Told me that you've been doing this COP meeting thing since 2007.
Yeah.
So before we get into the whole Manifest Climate thing and what you're doing, which
Is my
is amazing.
Botox working?
Yeah. So 2000, go back to yourself, Laura Zizzo, in 2007 to 2022, because a lot's happened.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Well, a lot has happened and a lot hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this conversation was the same one. Let's be honest. Right?
Without me being there.
Right. I mean, there's a lot has happened, but at that time, I had just graduated law school, and I was thinking about what my career would look like at a big law firm in Toronto, and thinking, geez, 2050, that's my professional career. Right? What am I going to do about this?
Yeah.
So I went home after the Bali conference, and I stayed on a couple more years at big law, but then I left and started my own law firm. I was saying, the clients aren't asking us the right questions. Right? The clients don't have the information. We've done a disservice because they are not informed. They are not thinking about this with the reality of
So
the
it's not the
climate
client. It's not the client's fault.
It's sort of not the client's fault. It's all of us experts' fault
Yeah.
for not connecting the dots in a way that they can actually understand this is their decision to make. Empowering decision makers to make better decisions. So how am I going to do this without the right policy in place? So I started a management consulting firm based on interdisciplinary expertise, which has now morphed into a SaaS platform that's helping to connect the dots for our clients to make better climate-related investment
And
decisions.
tell us a bit more about Manifest Climate, what you do.
Manifest is a software as a service backed by our climate expertise. So because we had that, how many years, I don't do the math anymore, of consulting expertise that built the model is actually really smart. We used to do it manually, and now technology has caught up. So what we do is we look at all climate-related financial disclosures across thousands of documents, and we can align it with the TCFD. And we can say, what does it mean? You heard one of the previous panelists say, we saw alpha, it was Lana from LA Capital. We saw alpha when we saw better management. This is not we saw alpha when we knew exactly what the greenhouse gas emissions were.
Yeah.
This is when we knew the right person was paying attention to this. They'd performed better. So how do we make sure we understand who's paying attention to this? How are they actually integrating that into their core strategies and risk management practices? And then the numbers actually matter because we know what they're doing with them. So I think there's been an overemphasis on the type of technology that gets the numbers right, but not about putting it in context so decision makers can actually make better decisions to support the transformation.
So which within the value chain of actions are tools most widely available, and where within the value chain of actions do we actually need more tools?
Yeah, we've all heard of carbon calculators. There's a lot of software out there. It's important, vitally important we get the numbers right. But what we need is a writ large reorganization of how we think about this. And we kind of talked about it earlier. Even this conference's name, the Sustainable Investment Forum. What about the Unsustainable Investment Forum? Is that the rest of them? Where are they? Where are they meeting? So it's like, it should all be sustainable investing.
Yeah.
So there needs to be one of our investors called it the streamlining of a change management process that needs to happen. Competency building within organizations. Every analyst needs to know what climate change means. Every analyst needs to understand we are in a serious fight for the future of the planet, and you better be thinking about it. And how do you increase competency among your whole organization, not just people who attend a conference like this?
So we should rename it, or just the investment
Yeah,
forum, not
or all the rest of them unsustainable.
Yeah. Technology. Obviously, you're at the cutting edge of it. You're in an exciting place when it comes to technology and helping clients with their disclosures, benchmarking, and giving them advice on where the opportunities are as well. Talk to us about the opportunities side.
That's right. You know, leaving law was really freeing because you got to say it's not just about risk management. This is about what is your organization going to look like in the future. It's moving it outside of sustainability into viability. And if you think about it like that, viability, there's a lot of opportunity to think about what's this future going to look like. So I think transition plans, and I like to call them transformation plans, because it's not just about reduction
Are
of
we
carbon.
banning transition and sustainable?
Yeah. Because I'm a disruptor.
Yeah, we like disruptors.
Yeah, so in your transformation, it's both about how you deeply decarbonize as quickly as possible, but also how you deal with the increased physical risks at the same time. That's what we love about the TCFD, right? It's not just about transition, it's about resiliency. There was a question on the previous panel. The best investment decisions are going to be those that tackle both of them, and there's so much opportunity in that space.
Yeah. Disrupting. What's the best way of disrupting within the climate space? How would a disruptor advise wannabe disruptors to succeed?
You know, it's a simple answer. Ask good questions.
Yeah.
And if we can empower decision makers to ask good questions based on expertise, not things they think should matter, like I think there's an overemphasis on carbon emission accounting. I think it's important, but we know we need to get to zero as quickly as possible. If we got the number exactly right, does that matter as much as what is your plan to get lower now? So I think we need to just ask better questions and think about the materiality, like what matters in your core business.
Yeah.
For far too long, we see people thinking about operational emissions in the financial services space. It doesn't matter.
What other questions should we be asking, the ones that maybe we're not asking?
Who's in charge? Who's in charge? The governance framework of the TCFD, it's not a mistake that the circle is the biggest in governance. Everything fits within governance. What's your plan? Who's in charge? How are you tracking progress? How are they being kept accountable? Those are the questions we all need to be asking at every decision table.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much action within the tech space, within the climate space, isn't there? Besides your own enterprise, what's exciting?
Oh, it's so funny because we just raised our Series A, and there's a lot of discussion around who your competitors are when you're talking to investors.
Of course.
And we're like, who are they? Have you found them? Because there needs to be more of us. So although they say that there's a proliferation...
That was my sort of point.
Yeah.
There seems to be a sense there's just too much and there needs to be a whole round of consolidation, no?
I mean, we're seeing that.
Yeah.
Certainly seeing that. And part of me is a little bit disappointed when I see that, because we need disruptive ideas. We need them to have a chance to really disrupt. And if we see the consolidation into, the existing infrastructure, I worry that it loses emphasis. I hope that what that happens is it becomes an internal disruptor.
Yeah.
So I think we need a lot more tools, a lot more of us focused on this. And I think you don't have to be a climate tech firm to be a climate tech firm, right? Like each firm has to think about their role in the transformation. And that's what TCFD is asking us to think about and better disclose.
Yeah. What's unique about your tech?
Yeah, so we have used, our brains, the lawyers that were part of the management consulting firm, to think, how do we read disclosures? How do we curate information for our clients? What's consistent about that? And we taught an ML model, machine learning, using, best-in-class machine learning and AI.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I think this will work. Let's test it. In our pilot, we were all blown away that the machine actually found the aligned disclosures better than the lawyers. So when you teach it, based on that type of expertise, and you use the best available technology, we can scale. So it took us months to do the type of work we used to do when you'd have a consulting engagement. We can do that in a few hours now, and then just have that human brain doing the harder work that the computers haven't been taught yet.
When did you first become familiar with machine learning and AI? When did it first introduce itself to you? When you were a lawyer or after? When you were practicing?
I mean,
when you
you're
set
a
up
human in the world, so we know that this exists. I knew that I didn't know enough to build it myself.
Yes.
So when I was thinking about how do we transition from a lawyer to a consultant to a tech CEO? Well, you find tech gurus to work with. So my co-founder, that's why thank you for acknowledging the co-founder, comes from a SaaS background and brought his expertise to the table. So our team is about 50-50 technologists, data scientists, and climate experts, and we come together to kind of use the best of those past experiences to build technology.
And how difficult is it to find talent?
Our recruiters always say it's going to be harder than it turns out to be for us, because I think a lot of people are trying to move into this space. So we have people that, I can't believe they work here. and they want to be part of the solution.
Is it easy to lure talent from brilliant talent from other industries?
We're seeing success, so I'm very humbled by the people that are coming to work with us on this big challenge. I think you're seeing it. We all see it on LinkedIn. If you're in this conference, you see the amount of job postings for sustainable finance, for climate expertise. It just shows the need for our product, in my view, because there's just not enough people to respond to the scale that's required.
You said sustainable finance, but binning sustainable,
just finance.
Just
finance, thank you.
Keep thinking of questions, by the way. We'll have a few questions in a minute. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to change my page so if I can see if there's any questions coming in from the audience. Yes. Is that me? I think it is, yeah. We'll come back to that in just a few seconds' time. Let's talk about ESG, because your platform is climate specific, but of course the marketplace tends to react to ESG. So what's the relationship there?
Yes. If you want to call it ESG, we'll call it, I used to have a joke like Pretty Women, what do you want our name to be? But it's like the ESG and climate are not, climate is not a subset of the E. Right? Climate is a lens to see ESG through. And I think, thinking that ESG reporting is the same as TCFD reporting is very dangerous. TCFD reporting is in relation to the fact that we have a crisis. It's called the climate crisis, and we need to rapidly decarbonize. And it's asking for people to talk about the failure of their investment horizon to think about climate change. It's not saying that all the other ESG factors are not important. They're just not this one. And this one, if we don't get right, none of the other ones will matter, because climate is a social issue, climate is a governance issue, climate is a human rights issue, climate is an environmental issue, biodiversity issue. So I think we need to put the climate lens on as an urgent initiative in order to get the rest of ESG right.
On your website, it says climate's beyond ESG, important distinctions and connections between the two.
Yeah. We say that you can't have a solid ESG strategy without a solid climate strategy, so it's a really good place to start.
Yeah. What are the main challenges of leveraging climate expertise on your platform?
The challenges.
Yeah, the main sort of challenges and advantages as well.
I think that a lot of people come a little scared to this issue.
Yeah.
And not the people in this room, but our clients, public issuers, are saying, oh, we have to deal with climate change. There's a regulatory need to do that. I'm from Toronto, but the SEC in the US has just put out this regulatory proposal that's requiring these transition plans. I think that there's a fear, there's a sense of fear. How do we deal with this? What does this mean? And I think what we are trying to do is reassure everyone, we're going to be okay as long as you pay attention to what matters. So I think people really want to get into the details, but they have to start with those governance issues, the bigger strategy issues, risk management issues, and then we'll share information. What I realized was there's a lot of information out there, but people are not pulling it to connect the dots so that we can make better decisions. So what we're trying to do is say, help level up your organization, take advantage of best practices that are already in the public domain. We have tons of public disclosure. Someone was saying, poor analysts that have to read it all, right? So what we're trying to do is say, how do you curate that information aligned with the standards that we've all agreed? 85% of global GDP has endorsed the TCFD. We've all agreed we want you to disclose in this way. How can you get better information to do that so that you can empower better decisions?
Let's get some questions. Come on, audience. Let's see if we can ask a tricky question. I've got some virtual questions. Any physical audience questions? While you're getting some courage, let's ask a couple of these. What tools are available for investors seeking to develop net zero strategies, and are they sufficient for the task?
For investors. So this goes to a really key issue around what information are they basing that on? Because we've been focused on financial services so much, so they need to engage their portfolio companies to get that better information. And again, it's not just about emissions, it's about strategy. So I think investors and portfolio managers have an obligation to level up their own understanding and their own engagement with those companies to get better information, to make better decisions. So the net zero strategies are a label on understanding, is this portfolio going to be around in a future that is sustainable? And I think we have to move out of just thinking about emissions as the only thing that we think about in a net zero strategy. Of course, we know what we need to do. We need to decarbonize the economy, we need to electrify with clean, renewable energy, we need to no longer exploit any more fossil fuels. But we have to ask about more strategic implications, and I think the tools are certainly developing. That's why I like the proliferation of these tools. I think there needs to be a testing of them so that the right ones will rise to the top and help make those decisions.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Gentlemen, if you'd like to hand the microphone over, tell us who you are, where you're from, and fire a question at Laura.
Thanks very much. William Atwell from Sustainable Fitch. I wanted to ask what your thoughts were around what is the big governance shortcoming, really? Is it about what boards do or don't do? Is it about how senior executives are incentivized?
Yep.
You talked about kind of what matters and who matters. So what is really missing?
I think there is definitely a competency gap at the board level that is attempting to be addressed, and there's great initiatives like Chapter Zero and others that are thinking about this, but it goes to the question that you asked about how do you be a disruptor? Well, isn't that what a board member should do if there's a large strategic risk? Shouldn't you ask hard questions? And you don't have to be a climate expert. So I think there's a lot of these resolutions that are talking about board competency, scapegoat. Like, you don't need one expert. You need everyone to be competent in a very important strategic issue. So we need to raise the competency level of all boards of directors of large and small companies so that they're able to ask the right questions of management. And then we need management to have actual accountability related to transition plans. So we have some great examples that we pull out on the platform of compensation linked to climate targets from industries that you might be surprised. Like Shell has a great policy. They figured out how to actually link some climate targets to executive compensation. You don't have to be in the oil and gas sector to learn from that. So that's how we're pulling out best practices on the platform to try to encourage more competency. It's really sad to me that governance is one of the least disclosed areas of the TCFD, and we've seen that time and time again. It's not hard. You can disclose that you don't have good governance policy, right? So the lack of disclosure now becomes basically an admission that you don't. And I think the latest TCFD status report was that still only about 50% of public companies reviewed are disclosing governance. It's just not acceptable.
Any other questions from our physical audience? Yes, over there, yes.
Hello, I'm T. Gambold, and I'm the CEO of a company called ESG DAO. We're actually an open source project opening up data for all investors. So my question to you is, what do you think about open source, making sure that this is open to everyone so that we can categorize, we can better educate, and we can govern in an open way? Because the silos in data is really what's causing all this confusion.
I think it's a great question, and I love it. I think that the open source data initiative, we're involved with open source climate, for instance. We need access to that information, and it needs to be available. Absolutely in favor of that. And then we need to understand, we need to encourage businesses to see a win here if they can innovate around that data. So I think it has to be both and. Open source data is a huge part of the solution when we understand how we can align that information with decision making. So I love that question. I think that it's a challenging one when you're trying to support a tech company that's trying to have a subscription. Like, we do sell a subscription to our platform, but I think that there's a way to do both, to have open source data and then build platforms on top of it, and I'm really interested to chat with you more about that.
Yes, please do approach Laura in the networking breaks. Any other physical questions? You mentioned your Series A. What happens next?
We get more people on the platform. If you guys, so it's really an interesting time. I think you're all investors. We talk about expectation-based valuation. There's 41,000 publicly traded companies in the world that most have not thought about TCFD yet. There's thousands, hundreds of thousands more private companies in the world that need to understand this if we're going to actually move through the climate transformation. So we have a purpose to really bring more transparency to capital markets, building off of the TCFD framework that's so global. So it's about scaling as fast as we can to try to help with the climate transformation.
Laura, we've nailed it. Look, 12,
Wow.
11, 10, the first speaker to do so. Give her a massive round of applause. Thank you very much
Thank
indeed,
you.
Laura.
Thank
Brilliant.
you.
Laura Zizou, their CEO of Manifest Climate. And if you've got any further questions for Laura, for Manifest, do visit the virtual expo if you're online. And of course, the physical outside. She'll be there, as will her team as well. Brilliant. That was very, very exciting and interesting, and I learned a lot. Let's move it on. Let's move on to our Sustainable Investment Spotlight interview on nature-related financial risks. I'm going to invite onto the stage Dr. Nina Seeger, Research Director for Sustainable Finance, Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership. Welcome, Dr. Nina, to the stage. Big round of applause. I'll come and join you.
Thank you. Hello.
How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Good, good, good. So you're doing so much. We have to sort of we have to be disciplined and talk about just one of the many things you're doing. So you've worked with asset managers and banks on nature-related financial risks in collaboration with your Banking Environment Initiative. Tell us what you've been doing. Then I want to talk about the interesting use cases that you've implemented.
Absolutely. So in about 2019, we've actually convinced our Banking Environment Initiative and the Investment Leaders Group, the two platforms that we run, to start working on financial materiality of nature, to start thinking about how nature actually fits into mainstream financial decisions. And we started really small. We looked at biodiversity loss and land degradation. Then we looked at creating a framework very similar to a physical transition and liability source of risk, and how does that then feed into mainstream financial risk, so your mainstream credit, market, business, and legal risk. So if you think about withdrawal of pollination services, what would that do to credit risks that you hold if you hold an agricultural portfolio? Right? Will that change loans out there? Will there be particular credit deterioration in that portfolio? Or will soft commodity prices be affected through the market risk channel? So really what we were trying to understand is, how do we start looking at nature? And we all know that half of the world's GDP is fundamentally dependent on nature. So it's not the idea that we look at purely conservation, but we have a fundamental economic dependency that currently is not reflected into almost any economic decisions. And we've seen this Gupta review shine a big, huge light on it, and we see the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures currently shining a big spotlight on it, and we're a knowledge partner to them. So in effect, we've worked with banks and investment managers to create a framework to demonstrate how these sources of risk flow into mainstream financial risks. And then over the last year, we've been working with them to actually show that it's possible to assess these sorts of risks now.
And what were the findings of these use cases?
So we've done 5.
Yeah.
And when I say we've done 5 is, we've worked really closely with investment managers and with banks. So they've done the work. We've helped with scenarios.
Yeah. Tell us what the 5 are.
The 5 are, so we have land degradation.
Yeah.
One in Brazil and one in UK. We have water curtailment risk, so water stress in East Asia. We've got a transition use case, which is on the farm to fork, the EU farm to fork policy, and what that would do to the fertilizer industry. And we've got one which is really relevant for investment managers. So looking at a financial market index and seeing where the hotspots are for physical sources of nature-related risks in that financial market index.
And what were the findings?
So what we've seen, if you look at land degradation, and effectively, if you look at an effect of an extreme event and you simulate it on 2 portfolios, on a portfolio of farmers that farm healthy land and a portfolio of farmers that farm degraded land, and then you get an investment manager to run a model and look at the DCF valuation through the supply chain, you see degradation. You see effectively that the farmers that farm degraded land taken about a 13% hit to their valuation. But what's even more interesting, if you look at through the supply chain, small package companies take about 45% DCF hit on that, so quite a substantial one. If you look at our water use case, which is again fascinating, you look at a portfolio of heavy industry clients. This was done by a bank in East Asia, in a country where Cape Town-like water stress scenario is very, very realistic. You see credit deterioration, substantial credit deterioration. So the majority of portfolio would see a downgrade by at least one notch. There's also a portion of the portfolio that will see multiple notch downgrades. So it's quite heavy hits. If you look at the transition use case, so the farm to fork policy coming into effect, and you look at the effect of that on the fertilizer productions, and that was a use case done by an investment manager and a bank working together, they're seeing up to I think it was a 46% hit to the DCF valuation of a fertilizer company. So effectively, we're seeing a fundamental dependency on nature, and through the use cases that we've done, we're also seeing that it is completely possible to start doing this analysis today and to see substantial financial materiality in our existing portfolios. What that tells us is that as investment managers, as bankers, we have risks in our portfolios that are currently not understood, not measured, and by default, not managed. And as an ex-banker and as an ex-risk manager, there is nothing worse that you hear that you know that there is a risk in your portfolio that you don't quite understand the size of, and you don't quite know how to manage it yet.
So what's needed then to better assess those risks?
So effectively, you can do it now, right? There are methodologies out there, the data is out there, there are tools out there that allow you to do it, and that was one of the reasons that we actually tried to get investment managers and banks to go with us on this journey. Because it's one thing for Cambridge University to go and do an assessment, completely something else for a bank or investment manager to go and do the same. So it's entirely possible. Of course, you always want a little bit better data, so supply chain traceability would be really lovely if we had a little bit better data on that sense. But otherwise, I think we can do it. We just need to start.
As you say, now is the time for the financial sector to lead the case for action. What's next for the program?
So one of the things that we found when we were working with banks and investment managers, and we were actually quite surprised about this, is the number of conversations they had across organizations internally with their risk functions, with their portfolio managers, but also some of firms started engaging with their clients already. So talking to the companies in question, started thinking about what kind of business model changes they would need to be going through. How do we think about this? So the next thing that we're going to do is, as you said, we don't only do nature, we do quite a lot of work on climate as well. And one of the things that we've previously done with the Banking Environment Initiative is we've done a project on client engagement. So how do you get client relationship managers to talk to corporates about these transition plans that we've been talking so much about today, sort of putting all of this information together. So where we'll go next with this project is we'll start incorporating nature into that work. Because if at this moment in time, you're building out a client engagement framework for climate, then it makes sense to build nature into it at the very start, rather than build this framework out right now, and then in 3 years' time, start from scratch and rebuild it for nature. So over the next 6 months, we'll be adding into the guide the kind of questions you need to ask and resources you need to look up to do with nature. And also, we are working with our insurance industry initiative, so climate-wise, to look at financial materiality of nature in insurance underwriting portfolios as well.
Yeah, and you're also looking at how investors can support decent work and the living wage as well, aren't you?
Absolutely. So our investment leaders group is doing quite a bit of work on the social issues. So a number of years ago, they've put together a sustainable investment framework where effectively they've taken 17 SDGs, compressed them down to 6 impact themes, things like climate, healthy ecosystem, and one of them was decent work, so 3 environmental and 3 social. And we put together a base and an ideal metric for for each of them. So base, something you can measure right now. Ideal is what we'd actually ideally like you to measure. And this is something you can put on an investment fund fact sheet. So not for a very kind of narrow impact investing type focus, but actually for any investment fund, trying to understand what's the impact of that fund on the wider scope. So over the last year, they've been doing quite a bit of work in taking the decent work metric from a base metric into a more ideal one, the one that we'd actually like them to measure.
Yeah, let's see if there's any questions from our virtual audience. There's one up there. Physical audience, get your thinking caps on. I'm going to be asking for your questions in just a second. So how can we further, Dr. Nina, and enable the financial community to enable nature loss into decision making? How can we incentivize? How can we push the financial community further along that road to, to invest, to enable nature loss into decision making?
Well, there are usually three channels to get the financial community to do anything, right? The first one is via the risks channel. If I show you a big enough risk, then the financial community needs to find ways of thinking about how to measure and manage it. The second one is showing the opportunities. And there are huge amounts of opportunities in terms of looking at the nature-climate duality, but also in looking at nature as a whole. The third channel is always regulation. And I sat on a joint study group for biodiversity and financial stability for the Network for Greening the Financial System, which is a network of 105 major central banks and financial regulators who've just launched their final report, looking at all of the different types of financial regulators that currently exist around the world, looking at biodiversity and what is likely to come in. And one of the big conclusions of that report was that biodiversity and nature would need to come into financial regulatory mandate because there is a connection between biodiversity and financial stability. And we've also seen in France the first disclosure, Article 29, which actually looks for disclosure on nature-related financial risks.
Yeah, and there's another question related to that online. Thank you, by the way, our online audience. Structural transformations are needed to finance the gap between now and 2050. So what economic and regulatory incentives are needed to repurpose harmful agriculture, fossil fuel subsidies?
Well, we always... this is something I really struggle with. We always come back to how much money is it going to cost us to transition, to transform. Can we start talking about how much money is going to cost us not to? And we've already seen some of those calculations coming into place. And if I come back into the climate conversation, even I think it was 2 years ago in the Green Finance Strategy, there was a calculation of how much it costs if the UK is not going to stick to its climate targets in terms of the health costs. So there are huge amounts of, on the one hand, opportunities and risks in this space, but also there needs to be an understanding that there is no such thing as a cheaper cost of transition. And we've actually seen in the latest IPCC report and the adaptation report, the huge costs of physical source of risk that we will be hit with that unless we transition properly in a managed way and very, very quickly.
Yeah. Any questions? Oh, yes, gentleman there. Tell us who you are, where you're from, and fire away.
Hi, my name is Mark Stern. I'm with Nephila Climate. I'm very impressed and appreciate your presentation so far. You mentioned in passing insurance markets, but you didn't say much about it. The reason I'm asking is our business is associated with creating insurance products for new, innovative, clean tech, and other parts of the sustainability green economy to lower the cost of those projects, to make them, facilitate them, make land conservation more affordable, less risky. So sort of risk management products don't exist yet, but are very specialized. Obviously, there's many ways the insurance markets could have a role. I'm just curious what you were working on and if you could speak to that, your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think insurance is a fantastically unique industry, especially in this regard. And its difference is the fact that an insurance company doesn't have to own an asset in order to be able to work with it. And for nature, that is a key issue that we've got, right? So we've got 2 projects that ClimateWise and we with ClimateWise are working on this year. One is understanding how do we bring nature into net zero underwriting portfolios. And the second one, which will kick off later this year in September, is trying to bring the insurance industry together to think through how do we bring the insurance industry a bit closer to solutions. So it sounds like some of those things that you're doing. So I'd love to have a catch up afterwards.
Dr. Nina, that was fantastic. Let's give her a massive round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Nina Seeger there, thank you to her. And if you want to chat to Dr. Nina or her team, please reach out to her, both physically and virtually. Right, that's it for the moment. We're having a teeny-weeny break. Thanks to all of you for sitting here, being with me, and thanks to our virtual guests as well. So as I said, part 2 will continue in 30 minutes. So relax, have a cup of tea, coffee, and I'll see you back here, 4 p.m. BST. See you then.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology. To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology. To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology. To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence. S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology. To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence, S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology. To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence, S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and, of course, the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology. To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keeping an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
technology.
Hello, welcome back. Yes, this is the final part of part 2. Parts 3 and 4, of course, next Wednesday and next Thursday as well. So welcome back to the 5th annual Sustainable Investment Forum Europe 2022. Thanks for joining us. As I said, this is part 2 of the 4-part series, parts 3 and 4 next Wednesday, next Thursday. I'm Mark Barton. I'm your chair for this forum for its entirety. Thank you for joining us in person. Thank you all those who have joined us online as well. We've heard a lot today, and we've got a lot more to come to squeeze into the next couple of hours. We look forward to having you here for those hours and for the next couple of days next week as well. Just want to inform you how to engage with us over the next few hours. We do want to continue to have you engage with us, to fire us questions. We love your questions, both physical and virtual as well. So easy to do so. Click the live discussion, ask your question on the event platform or on the app. You can do so. Tell us who you are, tell us who you're addressing. Easy peasy. If you're here in the room, stick up your hand, we'll give you a microphone, tell us who you are, tell us where you're from, and also, of course, tell us what your question is and who it's addressed at. Please continue to tweet and tell the world all about our wonderful forum. Tweet us at climate_action_, and you can use those hashtags as well. Hashtag #ClimateActionLive and hashtag SINV Europe as well. So you can use those options to spread the word across social media. Okay, up next, our Sustainable Investment Spotlight interview, drawing on the findings of the Impact Task Force's December report. This interview session is going to analyze the underlying principles of the just transition, highlight existing just transition investments in action, and discuss how more institutional capital can be mobilized towards achieving this goal. Delivering a just transition, I'm inviting onto the stage Jamie Broderick, Deputy Chair of the Board of the Impact Investing Institute. Jamie, big round of applause. How are you?
Hello, Mark. How are you?
Good to see you. Tell us what is a just transition. You know, you released the Impact Task Force's December report, which was a wonderful report telling us all about the underlying principles and highlighting existing investments in action. Just break it down for us, sort of just transition, Jamie 101.
Okay, before I get to 101, though, since you mentioned the report, I think I'll name it.
Please do.
Mobilizing Institutional Capital for the SDGs and the Just Transition.
Yeah.
And you can find it if you just Google G7 Impact Task Force, you'll find it. So just in case anybody online wants to take a look while we're speaking, you can't read the whole 185 pages in this session, but you can take a glance.
And then you can come up here and sum it up for us.
Right. So the definition, well, there are multiple definitions of just transition. Yeah. There are narrow ones and broad ones. And the one I would like to use is just transition is a transition to a low-carbon global economy in which the advantages and challenges of the transition are widely and fairly distributed among stakeholders, by which I mean regions, countries, industries, companies, consumers, workers, and communities.
The way you word it so perfectly and articulately, it sounds so easy, it sounds so straightforward. It's not so straightforward, is it?
It's not.
Yes.
And actually, the definition I've used is quite a lot broader than where we started, because let me just give you a bit of history on this.
Yes.
So the term came up originally in the context of U.S. environmental legislation in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Environmental legislation was displacing workers in certain chemical and other industries, energy industries, displacing workers. And so the concept then of displaced workers, making a just transition toward these environmental standards, needed to take into account the displacement of workers. Okay, that's where it started. And I think generally speaking, when you look at just transition, if you Google it, if you look at the press, if you look at trade articles, just transition typically relates to displacement of workers, oil and gas workers, for example. My definition was much broader than that. And I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that it goes way beyond fossil fuel workers. If you think about it, just in the UK, there are 300,000 oil and gas workers in the UK. They will be displaced by a move to away from oil and gas and toward renewable energy. But there are 65 million people in the UK who will be affected by the transition. They'll be affected not because they've lost their jobs, but because we are going to redo what the economy looks like, and it's going to cost a lot of money, and that cost will be borne by the citizens. So I think one of the things that you have to recognize is that when you talk about a just transition, yes, you need to talk about workers who are displaced, but the entire population also needs to make adjustments to the increased cost, to the changes in lifestyle, changes in consumption, changes in energy use, changes in car use, the way they live. That's quite a lot of other things to consider. And in fact, when you think about the just transition, when you think about getting to a low-carbon economy, we're talking about governments in terms of policy and in terms of capital. It's governments that are going to drive this. We like to think, I come from the impact investing world, I like to think that capital can do everything.
Yeah,
that's simply not the case. This is about driven by government capital, driven by government policy. Private capital will come in and assist. But what that means is, if you can't bring the entire population along, it's not going to happen. So the just transition has to bring everybody along, because otherwise it simply will not happen.
The IPCC said in its report, behavioral and cultural changes are so vital, and they address that in wonderful detail. How can we then invest? How can the room invest in a just transition? Jamie?
Well, I think there are lots of different ways to invest in just transition. You can invest in climate. You can invest in the climate across all asset classes. I mean, if you think about private equity, private debt, real estate, infrastructure, you can kind of invest in all categories. I think listed equity is a little bit more of a problem for me, but I think generally speaking, you can invest pretty much in all asset classes. The one area that is difficult to invest in, more difficult to invest in, is the just transition in the developing world. I think that's really where a lot of the challenge happens, where it is much more difficult. It is an area that is less well known. The capital markets are less well developed. There are risks that are unfamiliar and unwelcome for a lot of institutional investors in the global north. And so I think the real challenge is we know how to invest in climate.
Yeah.
The real challenge is how do you do that in the developing south?
So the just transition is different in the north and the south, in the developed and the developing world, is it?
Very much so, yeah. I mean, I would say, if you think about the global south is responsible for 8% of historic emissions. And yet, it's the global south that is most vulnerable to climate change. So if you think about the most vulnerable countries to climate change, it's Africa, particularly equatorial Africa.
Africa's 2% of global emissions, isn't it, as well?
I don't know what the number is for
Africa. I saw
Africa,
the number yesterday,
yeah.
2%, which is incredible.
But if you think about Africa, South Asia, parts of Latin America, these are the areas that are going to be most impacted. And these are the areas that, these are areas which have the weakest resources, and certainly the weakest financial resources, financial infrastructure. And so I think that the real issue, one of the real issues, is that the financial infrastructure of the global south is underdeveloped. But also there are other things too. There are things like, there are countries in the global south that are highly dependent on oil and gas. So if you think about the disruption to the economies of Gabon, Nigeria, Iran, Iraq, Brazil, that's going to be quite substantial. The cost of doing the transition is much more difficult, both for the national economies, for the governments, but also for individual households. Individual households in the global south have less money available to make the kinds of adjustments that need to be made for a just transition.
Which is why COP27, COP28 in Egypt and the UAE is going to be so important, because there's going to be a lot of oil voices there, aren't they, who are going to have a more prominent place on the stage, not just because of where they are geographically, but because oil and energy is seemingly more in the headlines than it was just 6 months ago at COP26.
Very much so, and I think one of the interesting dimensions to the global south, so developing countries, a lot of them have other preoccupations other than climate. I mean, we think about how important climate is for us in the developed world, but there are other countries where, I don't know, health, employment, developing an economy, developing a middle class, those are competing priorities in ways that they may not be competing priorities for us in the North. And so I think it's important for us to think a little bit differently about the impact of the just transition in developing countries and in developed countries.
Well, we're clearly not doing enough, and clearly developing countries need more money, and there's the 100 billion figure which hasn't been reached. It's been pledged, it's been on the table for more than a decade now. Are we closer to developed countries helping?
I don't think, to be honest, Mark, I don't think we've developed the mechanisms that are necessary to transfer capital from the developed countries into developing countries. That's a real gap here, and I just don't see that we've addressed that effectively.
Yeah.
Even though that's where the opportunity gap is biggest, yet we haven't really done a very good job of that.
So talk to me about the opportunities within developed countries when it comes to the just transition, investing in developed countries in this theme.
Well, so the familiar spaces. So you can invest in the environment. You can do you can do energy infrastructure. You can do storage. You can do wind and solar. I mean, there's all sorts of these are the familiar things. I think the interesting thing is that's conventional climate investing. What is just transition investing? I think that's a different question.
And what is it?
Well, just transition investing is a recognition that you I mean, we would describe it as having three pillars. You need to have a climate and environmental action pillar, social and economic equity, and community voice. So you can't just invest in climate, because we've started to see this. You know, investors are starting to see that you can't just invest in one SDG. If you look at companies, asset managers, they publish their impact reports on their funds, and they list all the companies that they're investing in. And we used to think that one company, one SDG, but it turns out it's much more interlocking than that, much more interactive than that. And so it's multiple things simultaneously. And I think we're getting a lot smarter about the fact that you can't invest in one thing. You have to invest in multiple things simultaneously. So for a just transition investment, it has to be environmental and social and engage the community voice.
Elaborate on the community voice part, because we don't talk a lot about that.
No, we don't, and I think that's the one where people have the least awareness. But community voice means that you talk to the community about what it is you're doing. Does it meet their expectations? Does it meet their needs and interests? Are you asking them about it? Have you included one of theirs on your advisory panel? Have you included one in the investment decision making? Do you have a liaison officer with the local community? Are you talking to the local community? Do you survey them? Do you ask them what you think? So if you picture, a classic example would be infrastructure, energy infrastructure, wind farm or solar farm set up in a developing country. That's the environmental piece. To what degree is this activity generating employment in the local community? What is the social impact? What does your supply chain look like? How are you treating your workers? That's a social impact. And then are you consulting with the local community about what it is that you're doing, why you're doing it, what their response is, and whether it's in their interest and meets their priorities?
How much are we seeing that aspect, the third aspect, the community voice aspect?
It's the least developed. It's the least developed. And I think
how can we develop it more?
I think people just need to become aware. Well, first of all, what I would say, back to my earlier point, if you don't engage the communities, the transition's not going to happen. So if you build a wind farm off the coast of Brittany, as Iberdrola tried last year, $3 billion wind farm off the coast of Brittany, the Brittany fishermen nixed it, because they were not part of the process, they were not part of the decision-making, they were not part of the prioritization. And what happens is, this transition is not going to happen. You, as a wind farm installer, you won't be able to install the next wind farm, because that community will say, well, let's ask the first community how it all went for them. And if they don't get the right response, you won't be able to do the second and the third.
It seems obvious. Why isn't it?
It seems obvious. I think people historically have not, there's some industries that do this, some industries that do it well. I would say, generally speaking, there tends to be a top-down approach to the way this works, and I think it needs to be fully circular. You have to look at it. It has to be holistic, and engage all the stakeholders in the process. And I think that's the thing about a just transition investment that makes it different.
Yeah.
I would also, just let me mention, we think about an environmental investment that has a social dimension to it and then has community voice, but it goes the other way too. You can start with a social investment, social housing, for example.
Yes.
So you build social housing, that's a social pillar. Social housing that is net zero, there's an environmental contribution. Social housing that is net zero and consults the local community and the tenants, the future and current tenants. That is an example of a just transition, capturing all three pillars. And it means that successfully done, that company will be able to do another one and another one and another one, and that's how the just transition will actually happen, by engaging all those elements.
It seems to be the most holistic type of investment.
Absolutely.
Is enough known about it?
No, that's why everybody has to read this.
That's why we're here. Yeah, read the report.
189-page report, yeah.
It's true, isn't it? We talked about the North, we talked about the South. What's holding it back? What's holding just transition investment back? What are the hurdles that we need to overcome, Jamie?
I think you've asked two questions. One is, how do you do investments that make the transition happen? And all the difficulties, and I think you discussed this morning, particularly in the developing markets, where what are the barriers? How do you get over the risks?
Yeah.
The capital infrastructure. How do you get multilateral development banks and DFIs involved in providing capital? I think that's kind of a generic investment problem. The just transition bit of it is back to this awareness. People have to become aware of the need to do the three pillars and not just the one pillar. And they also need to connect the success of the three pillars with their ultimate success in actually getting the transition done. I think that's the thing that I wish people would become aware, is that if you don't do this by looking at the environmental and the social and the community impact, you're not going to actually be able to get it done, because you'll have resistance next time around.
Jamie's brilliant. Come on, let's have some questions. It's such a fantastic subject matter. Who's ever first? There's two of you at the back there, but you're both going to get a go. So stand up, whoever gets the first mic, tell us who you are, where you're from, and fire Jamie a question or two. Thank you.
All right. Yes, thank you. My name is Jedida Ndungo. I'm from the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority. And I think my question is just a challenge where you said there are quite a number of challenges you pointed out about investment, just investment in the developing countries, such as myself from Kenya. I just wanted to check your thoughts. How differently should we be thinking? And perhaps, is there any particular action you've thought about that perhaps government could take to improve the operating environment so that you can be able to attract the investments that will help us genuinely have the transition that we need?
Well, I think there's a lot to discuss in developing countries generally. I guess the thing that I would wish, the one thing I would wish for most to bring more capital into developing countries is, I think that the multilateral development banks and DFIs, generally speaking, put a prioritization on the investment of their balance sheet. And if they put an equal weight, not on their balance sheet, but an equal weight on mobilization of other forms of capital, that rebalancing, I think, would crowd in capital from the private markets that isn't currently happening. So I think of the average MDB, which is worried about its balance sheet, but doesn't get the same kind of credit for crowding in private capital. If their owners said, we would give you we put as much priority on the crowding in of other capital, I think then you'd start to see mechanisms coming out of the MDBs and DFIs that would facilitate other investors. And that would be things like various forms of risk mitigation, guarantees, securitization, first loss capital, and that kind of thing. So that would be, I guess, my biggest recommendation in that space.
Yes. There was another hand. Two, wonderful. Please both ask your questions.
Hello, my name is Thomas Pietri. I work for Amundi Asset Management. You mentioned the importance of integrating the social aspect in the transition to a low carbon economy. Knowing that most investors will implement this transition through public markets. What's missing today to implement a just transition methodology into public equity or public bonds?
Yes, you've spotted I think I mentioned a little bit of skepticism around listed companies, largely because listed companies are already capitalized. So if the world is telling us that we need to provide between $1 and $4 trillion, pick your source, to get to the end of the climate mitigation, then I think that needs to be additional capital, and that tends to be in the private markets or in bond issuance. That would be my general observation. That said, I do think that listed companies operating in relevant areas are subject to exactly the same set of expectations, that their activity needs to be environmentally sound, it needs to be socially sound, and they need to be talking to the communities that they're interacting with. So I think the same general principles, the three legs of that stool, apply for listed companies as well as anybody else.
Yeah, there was another one. Yes. Please tell us who you are, where you're from, and...
Hi. I'm Arjen with Deloitte from Luxembourg, working in the sustainability team. I have a question. Well, first, thank you very much for the insightful information that you have shared. I think it's extremely interesting. The question I'm having is that for a lot of emerging economies or developing countries in general who are trying to move away from the fossil fuel type of energy and achieve the just transition approach, are basically, especially in the current crisis that we're seeing in Europe, are basically facing the key question of the energy security as such, being that the renewable energy sources or resources do not cover the base load of energy in any country, and they're not able to compete within the EU market paying the same prices as any of the EU countries. So then maybe a question, is there an alternative solution or a different just transition pathway for those countries that are not able, that do not have the same purchasing power as the average EU economies, and that do not have that energy independence as the other countries? Thank you.
Well, and I see we've run out of time, so I guess I don't have to answer that question. But what I would say, I don't have a solution. I think it's difficult. I think it's meaningful to recognize that developing countries with a high dependency on fossil fuels are facing a different set of challenges than developed countries that have many, many more options and better infrastructure to deal with that. So I think it's really appropriate for us not to apply the standards and the expectations that we've developed in the developed countries onto developing countries that are shaped differently, have different pressures, and in most cases have fewer resources. Before you close me out.
He knows me already.
Can I?
He knows me, yeah, of course.
No, I just want to say, just sort of in closing, that we're constantly asked to balance between climate mitigation and climate adaptation. And I guess what I'm saying is that with just transition investments, you're actually doing both. Nothing is more additive to climate adaptation than vibrant the social environment, communities, and economies. The social resilience, the economic resilience of communities and countries is the most powerful form of adaptation. So I think as we think about doing mitigation, we simultaneously have the option to address the issue of adaptation by addressing a more holistic approach to the investment
And
process.
remind us where we can find that December report again.
I have no idea what the URL is, but if you Google G7 Impact Task Force, it'll pop up.
Easy peasy. Thank you, Jamie. Fantastic. Big round of applause.
Thank
Jamie
you.
Broderick, Deputy Chair of the Board of the
Thanks, Mark.
Impact Investing Institute. Thank you so much for your time. Right, that was fun. Let's move it on. I like educational and fun discussions. That's what it's all about. Now, let's move it on. And by the way, if you want to find out more about Jamie, what they're doing there, have any questions about Impact Investing Institute, do visit their virtual expo and connect with the team during this forum. And say hi to Jamie outside as well in our next networking break. Right, up next, we are going to have our fantastic keynote interview, Economy Transition, Net Zero Transitions in the context of macroeconomic consequences and implications of decarbonization. I invite onto the virtual stage. Yes, we have a virtual guest today, Gunther Tallinger, who's member of the Board of Management of Allianz, and also chairman of the UN-convened Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. Let's have a big round of applause for Gunther. Gunther, you're popular. Now, tell us about good to see you. Tell us about the Asset Owner Alliance. I know you're striving, Gunther, to create real world impact, but what does that actually mean?
Thank you. If I may, I start out a little bit about the Asset Owner Alliance.
Yes.
On some occasions I had the chance to explain who we are. We are now more than 70 asset owners and more than 10 trillion of assets. And what do we do? We have a commitment, of course, for net zero, but I believe more importantly, we have also short-term interim targets that we define for ourselves, 2025 emission reduction across our portfolios. Your question, real-world impact, what should that be? Well, we all do know that to reach net zero, we somehow need to get these emissions down. For us as investors, this means the emissions across our portfolios need to go down. And as I said, we try to do this with interim targets, so step by step. In order to achieve this, actually, all our assets need to reduce their emissions. And that is what we actually understand as real-world impact. We work with our assets, which are, of course, companies we finance, companies we invest in. We work together with them, how their long-term transition paths can look like, how we can support this transition. And actually, along that pathways, the real-world impact is going to happen. So this is how we understand it. It's obviously a very long process, and it is a process that requires that we as asset owners, as investors, really change how we work with our assets. We, in a certain form, really become activist investors, active in terms of bringing sustainability, the climate impact, into our decision making.
Yeah, so how can you concretely support the transition? How can you, us as asset owners, Gunther, concretely, support this transition towards sustainable capitalism?
If I may, it starts very much with these asset owners, with us, the investors. We need, first of all, to change this decision making. We need to enhance it. The financial information as we have, supplemented with climate impact information. That's already a very difficult task. We have lots of questions to answer, like where does this information come from? How do we ensure the quality? How do we ensure that we can get this information in a regular form? How do we also ensure that this is not only information that we look at, but this is really information that the companies use for steering? So that's one part where we really, let's say, face challenges and we really have to work on. But I think we are on a fairly good path to get this, let's say, in a certain form done. Then the other part is the engagement that I alluded to a little bit already. We need to reach out to the management of the companies, have these discussions with them to understand what form of transformation they can envisage, what can they plan, what path can they lay out. Then we need to assess this, and on that basis, we need to come to a conclusion whether we can support this transformation. And the third thing is perhaps something very qualitative. We as investors need to take fairly long-term perspectives. As a very simple example, if you try to bring in the management of a lower climate impact into real estate portfolios, then obviously your CapEx is going to change. You may actually face in the shorter term some form of expenditures that without a climate consideration you would not face. And you can actually only argue it on a longer term perspective. If you would be in a certain real estate exposure with something, I admit it's ridiculous, but 3 to 5 years, then most certainly some retrofitting, refurbishment is very difficult to argue. So that's what I mean with a long-term perspective that we also need to bring in here.
You made it clear, Gunther, that the alliance, the goal is net zero by 2050, but I want to bring it forward. What about more sort of intermediate targets? What role do those sorts of targets play, and what does it mean for your portfolios?
Well, I dare to say that there are really many pledges out there, many commitments, and this is very good. I do not want to denigrate this. It's great if companies commit to net zero 2050, absolutely. But we need to ensure that these pledges are credible. Now, the credibility, we believe, comes with a certain track record. What do I mean with a track record? If you have a target and we make this target, we meet it, then we gain credibility. People can observe that we don't only have a target, but we really work towards it, and we strive to achieve the target. Now here the short term comes in. We need this form of shorter term targets to really have a chance to create a basis for this credibility, the basis to be trusted in terms of really work towards net zero. That's one part. There are two other parts, if I may explain those. One is, obviously, we somehow need to work towards what IPCC has given us as information. We all know if it is 1.5 degrees that we want to have as maximum warming, even with an overshoot, we need to have emissions peak 2025. So I may ask, what is it going to bring to have a target that is 2050? I even dare to say, what is it going to bring to have a target that is 2030? That's all much too late. There must be targets much earlier, and we need to try to make these targets. And finally, with the short-term targets, we can ensure that there is a chance to link this target setting with executive targets, with the targets of executives. So board remuneration is the topic. Why is that important? Because the decision-making in companies will, of course, be driven very much if there is a short-term target. The target is linked with incentivation. The executives will bring then these targets into their decision-making simply because they want to make their targets. But if there is not a short-term target for the emission reduction, but somewhere 2030, 2050, it's very difficult to bring this into any form of incentivization of executives.
What about, after everything you've said, Gunther, the impact of all this on the assets that you actually hold?
Well, the impact, let's say, slowly starts to, I would say, evolve. It is along the examples that I gave. The assets that we are allowed to hold, where we can invest in, where we can finance, these boards, this management behind these assets, they are really up for having discussions with us. They really want to discuss these long-term plans. They obviously want to have investors as financial partners. And for this reason, the impact is that the whole topic around climate impact finds its way into the decision-making. Business plans are considering more and more the climate impact. This is, as I said, a very long-term development, so we see it only in small pieces, but at least in our position, we can observe that these developments are going to happen. We need, of course, to do much more work there. I mentioned the challenges that we have, but we also have, at the moment, the topic that in the Asset Owner Alliance, at least, we cover some asset classes. We do not cover all portfolios already. Why not? Because we really need to figure out the data gathering and other topics that I mentioned already. So we really need to expand so that we can really talk about all assets. At the moment, in the Asset Owner Alliance, we can talk about listed equity and, of course, corporates. We can talk about real estate and infrastructure, but many other of our assets are not covered yet, and we need to really speed up to cover it in the near future.
Gunther, what more do you want from governments, policymakers, regulators?
Well, we actually have three requests. The first one is, let's say, subsidies. We really do struggle with subsidies of fossil energy sources. Obviously, it's quite obvious those subsidies really work against our commitment, strongly against our commitment. We also struggle with these subsidies because, as you may know, there is this famous story that Yuval Harari came up with. It's only 2% of GDP that we need to really get the overall transition going. If you consider subsidies, they are actually more than 2% of GDP. So we would, with changing the subsidies, the use of the subsidies, not only get, let's say, into the right direction, no, we also could speed up the development. So subsidies are the first request that we have. The second one is, we really believe that we need to get standardized reporting and then, let's say, a certain form of auditing of that reporting going. So that's why we welcome, of course, a lot, let's say, the initiative and now the consultation phase of the SEC, the ISSB recently launched after Glasgow, now also in the consultation phase with drafts for reporting. And next week, EFRAG will come around the corner also with, let's say, starting the consultation phase. All of them working into the direction of standardized reporting. So we would love actually to only have one initiative and that one global, but it is much better to have several of them and then see how they can converge. Standardized reporting is our second big request. And then there's a third one that sometimes people tell me is a little bit of a fantasy request, but I continue to make it. It is carbon pricing, price of carbon. And yes, it is fantasy because some simply tell, look, there are, let's say, fairly important governments, administrations, who simply explain there won't be a carbon price. I dare to say, well, we have till 2050 where we have to reach net zero, and I'm actually very, very certain at a certain point in time, even globally, there will be a carbon price introduced because that externality needs to find its way into economic considerations. So this is our third request that we have. But as I said, the subsidies is really something we could start right away and actually change it now.
What needs to happen then, Gunther? Let's talk Fantasyland. What needs to happen to get some sort of global, unified carbon pricing mechanism in place?
Yeah, well, now we may be really a little bit in Fantasyland. This, you know, I mean, we have lots of let's say we have the border adjustment mechanism in Europe. We do have trading schemes, actually quite a number of trading schemes in various countries, which are already, let's say, a very, very good basis. The thing is, we may need something like, let's say, almost a carbon club. That's the Nordhaus story, where major economies come together and agree that, let's say, this externality needs to be brought into the economic perspectives. And that may be a very good basis to get it then, let's say, rolled out globally. But as I mentioned before, we are far away from this, and therefore it is a request that we have, but we are aware it will take years that, let's say, this will really materialize.
Gunther, you've passionately and articulate, you've been wonderful just painting the picture of what's going on when it comes to the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. What are your next goals?
Well, for the Asset Owner Alliance, one thing is, of course, we are always out there to, let's say, convince further investors, asset owners to join us. 71 is a good number, 10.6 trillion is also a good number. The thing is, we are still small if it comes to overall capital markets, and with that then the impact that we have, irrespective of the numbers that I mentioned, we are small. Therefore, we really need to grow. We are not only small, we have also certain regions where we simply have not that many members. So one of them is in North America. We have very, very good members from North America, but not that many. And another, let's say, super important country is China, where we really are looking forward to welcome our first member. It is important that we have these economies represented quite strongly, because, let's say, it's not only the request that I mentioned, but the work that we do with companies is based on, let's say, the large number of members and therefore the strength, the capacity to reach out to many of the companies that are out there. The other big work, I mentioned it already, is on reporting. So we will be very much into these consultation phases that I mentioned. We will give input, and we will also try to give information on what we believe is required in terms of information, in terms of KPIs from companies in a reporting so that we can base our portfolio steering on. So these are two very prominent topics that we have.
Gunther, we have a question from our virtual audience. Dear Mr. Tallinger, is nuclear energy green for you? Thank you in advance.
Yeah, but thank you for the question. We have actually not stated anything in that direction. Why didn't we do so? For the very simple reason that we are really a global alliance. And yes, we have members who come from, let's say, France, and those members, they clearly would perhaps be stating it is green. But you also have members from Germany, and those members would struggle to call it green. And honestly, for us at the moment, this is not one of our biggest issues. We really have other issues that we have to work on. Coal, position on coal, clearly. Oil and gas, very important position we need to work on and need to implement. We first resolve these ones, and then we can talk about other sources of energy.
Gunther, you were brilliant. Thank you so much. Wish we had more time. Big round of applause for Gunther there. Gunther Tallinger, member of the Board of Management of Allianz and, of course, chairman of the UN-convened Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. Eloquent, articulate, passionate. We absolutely love that. Right, up next, we're going to go on to a focused UNEP FI panel discussion, which is enabling the net zero transition through sector engagement. Please continue to fire questions our way, both virtually and all of you wonderful people who are still with us in the audience as well. I'm going to hand you over to our panel moderator, Sarah Kemet, Sustainable Finance Consultant at UNEP FI. Give Sarah a massive round of applause.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Great. Oh, I need to lower this. This is not designed for short people. Hi, everybody. My name's Sarah Kemet. I've been with the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance and the Net Zero Banking Alliance Secretariat over at UNEP FI for about a year and a half. And it's been an absolute enormous pleasure to build the Net Zero Banking Alliance and also to lead the engagement track of the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance for that period of time. I won't say too much about the Asset Owner Alliance because Gunther just did the most fabulous job of telling you all about it. It was established in 2019. It has really grown from strength to strength. We now have 71 members, I think, with over 10 trillion of assets. And we have 4 of the members here today. So Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance recently published a discussion paper on the future of investor engagement, and that discussed the sort of relative merits and pros and cons for how we can think about various different types of engagement: corporate engagement, asset owner, asset manager engagement, sector and policy. So today we have an absolutely fabulous panel to join us to explore the question of how engagement can enable the net zero transition. So if I could welcome to the stage Morten Nielsen, who is the CEO of the BT Pension Scheme. Hi, Morten. And Joel Prohin, who is the head of investment management in the asset manager division of Caisse de Dépôt. Hi, Joel. And Kurt Morrison, the head of investment stewardship at Legal and General Investment Management. And we have Paul Dickinson, who is the founder and chair of CDP, and also the sustainability advisor to the board at Persephone. And hopefully the technology works such that online we have Dave Zellner. Excellent. Hello, Dave. He is the Chief Investment Officer at Westpath Benefits and Investment. And I believe you're in Chicago? Is that right, Dave?
Correct, yes.
Great. Okay, well, I'm going to not use up too much of the time because our time is very limited, and I'm going to get straight in there with a question to Dave. How does Westpath determine its engagement focus areas?
Thanks, Sarah, and hello all. It's good to be with you, if only virtually. So with regard to determining the engagement area focuses, our governance structure, so for those of you that don't know, we are the agency of the United Methodist Church that manages for United Methodist clergy and lay employees. And the governance structure that the church gives to us is very clear that any action we take regarding our investment portfolio must align with prudent fiduciary practices. So when developing engagement priorities, we must allocate our scarce staffing resources in a way that achieves the greatest impact on the future performance of our investments. One of my criticisms of the asset owner and asset manager community when it comes to prioritizing engagement opportunities or any investment-related activity for that matter is the notion of idiosyncratic versus systemic risks. Asset managers gain business and chief investment officers enhance their careers by focusing on idiosyncratic risks rather than systemic risks. People are incentivized to beat benchmarks and not to improve the performance of the benchmark. Most think it's impossible to improve the performance of the benchmark, or they preferred a free ride on the efforts of others. So while it's impossible to demonstrate the extent to which we can improve the collective performance of all the companies in the economy that comprise the benchmark, we can't let that deter us from addressing systemic risks to the world economy. So accordingly, when we set our priorities for our engagement efforts, we focus on those areas that are most demonstrably interfering with our vision for a sustainable economy. And we define a sustainable economy as social cohesion, long-term prosperity for all, and environmental health. We firmly believe that achieving a sustainable economy is a prerequisite for achieving the return expectations of our stakeholders. So when we're setting our priorities, we're aligning with our fiduciary obligation and identifying those priorities that we think will move the economy that will result in higher returns for the asset classes in which we invest.
Thank you, Dave. So Morten, turning to you, what's been your focus and engagement at the BT Fund over the last year?
Yeah, so we set our target for goal for net zero in October 2020, where we set a 2035 goal for the portfolio. And so we've been working pretty hard to get to that. And part of our action plan has been to engage with our managers and agree new mandates that align to our target, and we've come quite a long way on that. Then we've been just preparing to submit our interim 5-year targets, which we'll publish quite soon. And we've worked very hard on the data collection also, which is of course a big problem for everyone. And I think that that's an area where we are seeing that that of course the more data we get, our emissions we get more clarity, and we get big swings in our emission from just getting more data. So that's been interesting and quite a good learning. We've also been engaging with our members, which is quite critical for us. So we've been doing both webinars where to share with our members what we're thinking and why it's an important topic for us and what the reason why we're engaging. And then we've been doing member surveys. We've done that for a while, and also asked a member panel to look at our actual sustainable investment communications to get more feedback for them. So quite a lot of engagement with them. So it's been a lot about engagement with different stakeholders, implementing our goal and making progress on that. And then perhaps lastly, just say that of course being on the back of the pandemic and being in the middle of a Ukraine crisis means that it's quite clear that the pathway was never going to be linear, but it's certainly not going to be linear now, and we need to think about how we balance the need for immediate flexibility with not going backwards in the longer term for companies and countries. So that's been a very big focus for us also.
Yeah. The geopolitical situation we're in now was not foreseen when all of these scenarios that we're using were put together, of course. Joel, I understand that you do most of the asset management in-house at Caisse de Dépôt, but you do have a really good track record of corporate engagement, and I wondered, how do you kind of increase your credibility in that corporate engagement?
Thank you, Sarah. In fact, to have a credible engagement policy, you need to be prepared and equipped. That's my first message. Prepared, it means that you have to establish a sound and consistent climate policy, but not only on climate. Of course, we focus a lot of climate today, but for SRI, it means in other aspects. But let's concentrate on climate. You need a very sound climate policy. This climate policy for Caisse de Dépôt has a sub-policies on coal and also on oil and gas and on transportation. And we are also building blocks and blocks one after another in order to have something which is publicly disclosed, which could be explained to our stakeholders and in particular to the companies we are invested in. But if you want to enter into a bilateral dialogue with companies, you need also to be equipped with people, with analysts, with asset managers who can understand and who can discuss at par with the specialists of the companies. Because in the course of the last 10 years, I have observed that the awareness and the skills of the companies, the relationship, the responsibles of the relationships with investors, and also the social responsible people inside the companies are more and more skillful, more and more prepared, and so we cannot enter into a discussion, into a conversation with them without being very sound on the details, on the policies, on the different outcomes. That's not something you are doing without preparation and without being credible. That's very important for us. And conversely, it means that you have to hire people, to train people, and to maintain a very good relationships with these companies in order to have a fruitful engagement result.
Thank you, Joel. So from the perspective of legal and general investment management, Kurt, maybe you could tell us a bit about what you see as the value of stewardship and engagement and really how that brings value to you as an asset manager.
Thanks, Sarah. Hello? Yeah. Thanks, Sarah. Stewardship is something interesting, It's about engagement, but much more than engagement. It's about relationships and how you move relationships to deliver value that's translated through ESG gains and value creation to clients, to companies, and to the broad society. And I'm trying now to think how I can structure the best way in what we do. So one way we can look at the company's engagement, as Joe was saying, it's a highly skillful environment. You really need individuals to excel in how to manage in extractives, the IFC performance standards or Equator principles. The same thing, you have to understand how to design and deliver meaningful and scalable impact. So the stewardship, we engage individually with companies, but we have campaigns. One of them is the most interesting one. It's a climate impact pledge. We started with 50, 60 companies 5 years ago, and now we have 1,000 of them. And what we do with them is something like this. We have a project-driven approach and say, well, that's what we want to do with this company to achieve net zero. Great. Now, how do I do that? We track those companies and say, well, what are you doing? Checking their data, their development, improvements. And over time, if you don't see any improvements in the next 3 years, I'm afraid they are not able to be part of the Impact Pledge. We also take actions, shareholder resolutions, when you see that certain companies, they are not achieving the standards they want or we think they could. Not related to climate here, but the recent one is Sainsbury's. We filed a shareholder resolution on Sainsbury's, not because of climate, but because of living wage. So what is interesting about LNGIM is that there is this culture, and I come from the UN before joining LGIM. We practice what we preach. And then there is an element of in stewardship on policies. You're rightly so. You have to structure stewardship and engagement through solid data and good methodologies as well as good policies. And lastly, the most important one is collaboration. It's hard to be a lonely leader in ESG. It's impossible to achieve impact. So the only way, in our view, to achieve net zero by 2050 is not by working alone, but working together. And that's an example of the value of a COP26 and now a COP27, and showing like how investors can collaborate in meaningful and aligned actions toward a more impactful impact on this field.
Great. And turning to Paul, obviously CDC and Persephone are very focused on data and disclosure. So is transparency of data the most important element of engagement, do you think? Or what's your take on how engagement can really effectively mobilize for net zero?
Well, the approximate 22 years I've spent working on corporate climate disclosure is a testament to the fact that I think it's pretty important, and I'm super proud that myself and a whole bunch of brilliant people have managed to get about 13,000 corporations reporting through CDP, which is about 65% of the global economy, and our data is sold to S&P and Moody's and FTSE and Bloomberg, and it's in all your products, and data's key. And I'm also really pleased to quite separately be an advisor to Persephone, because that data needs to be used, and particularly for the financial services industry, portfolio carbon accounting is absolutely critical. Now, why? Why is portfolio accounting critical? Why does any of this matter? You know, historically, it kind of hasn't really mattered that much, but it's going to matter a lot in the future. And I'm going to draw attention to sort of the world's most annoying, but possibly terrifying and sometimes inspiring person, Elon Musk, who quite, you know, he knows how to sort of kind of get under the skin of the world. And he said, in this tweet, many of you will have seen on the 3rd of April this year, he said, "I am increasingly convinced corporate ESG is the devil incarnate." Now, what he was connecting to was a thing that we're finding it a bit difficult to name, so I'm going to name it. And I'm going to draw attention to the comments from Gunther. Because Gunther said, "I want carbon pricing, but it's a fantasy request." It's not a fantasy request. It's our job. And if we've got any power at all, then we're going to get that carbon pricing, because there ain't no way you reduce emissions 7% a year between now and 2030 without those laws. So I think we know exactly what to do.
Wow. Thank you. That's absolutely, and we'll come on to talk a little bit about public policy advocacy, I hope, in a while. But just to turn to something which is quite unique for the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, and that is the engagement between the asset owner and the asset manager. So Dave, I just wanted to come to you and ask, what do you as an asset owner expect from your asset managers, and how does Westpath assess how well your asset managers are integrating ESG?
Sure, Sarah. Over the years, I've been really lucky to have outstanding professionals staffing our sustainable investment stewardship team. And I've really learned a lot from them and have grown personally, and I just revel at the passion and knowledge that they bring to their jobs. That said, I've been candid with anybody that's joined our team that their ultimate goal is to work themselves out of a job. Clearly, our asset managers are the ones that are best equipped to engage companies because of their knowledge, expertise, and their credibility with companies' managements. It's very obvious to me that one of the most impactful actions that an asset owner can take to address systemic change is to engage their asset managers by encouraging them to engage with their portfolio companies on systemic economic risks. And so, as Sarah, I think you may have referred, I would encourage everybody at the meeting to read a paper that's entitled The Future of Investor Engagement. It was released just a week or so ago by the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, and it's written by my Westpath colleague Jake Barnett and his Allianz partner Patrick Puera. In this paper, they make the case why asset owners should allot a portion of their governance efforts to asset manager engagement as a means of addressing systemic client risks. So what do we do at Westpath? Every year, we ask our asset managers to complete a comprehensive questionnaire on a variety of issues related to the investment portfolio that they manage for us. Included are a number of questions regarding the extent to which they are assessing the risks and opportunities associated with the low carbon transition and other relevant ESG topics. And then several members of my team review those responses and then arrange for a follow-up meeting to answer questions that may have arisen when they were reviewing the responses. We then score our asset managers on a variety of different topics. We develop a composite score, and then we rank order all of our managers on a scale from leader of the pack to laggards. We then inform each of our asset managers where they rank relative to the other asset managers that manage money on behalf of Westpath. Needless to say, the laggards don't like hearing that they're laggards. But I think that providing this rank order listing has probably been the single most important motivating influence in incenting our asset managers to improve their ESG performance. I mean, every year they are anxious to find out if they've moved up from where they ranked in the prior year.
Wow, there's nothing like a benchmark to incentivize a bit of change. So, so Kurt, so we've just heard from Dave as an asset owner, but how important his engagement is with asset managers. And for you as an asset manager, how do you in turn articulate your asks in corporate engagement?
In fact, that's my second message. The first was be prepared and equipped. The second one is be demanding and realistic. In the one-to-one engagement we are doing in Caisse des Dépôts, in fact, we meet with the CFO, the CEO of the companies we are invested in, about 125 of the largest companies in Europe on a quarterly basis. And we do engage them on a regular basis, quarter after quarter. We ask questions, we re-ask the same question if they are not answered correctly, and we follow how things are improving. So we have to be demanding, but also we have to be realistic in order to maintain the dialogue. Sometimes I see some shareholders' resolutions on the General Assembly asking to summarize the company to do harakiri, and that's not something we can ask the company to do, but perhaps to design a strategy towards a net zero target which is credible, perhaps to improve social behaviors and so on. We can list. So the balance between this demanding part and the realistic part is not that simple. it's very more. It's very. It's very simple to be on one side only, or just being satisfied with the things as they are, or being unrealistic as some NGOs are. But we have to keep the balance between the two. But my third message, we have also to be humble and cooperative. And that's why I come back to the paper relaunched by the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance just mentioned beforehand, because we cannot do everything on a standalone basis. And we have also to cooperate with asset managers on different alliances. And Caisse des Dépôts is proud to be one of the founding members of the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, and I totally agree with what Gunther Tellinger told us a couple of minutes ago, and also to cooperate as far as we can and to engage asset managers. That's exactly what we are doing, for instance, for private equity. We are not investing directly in private equity firms, so we do engage the private equity asset managers we are invested in. And especially in private equity, I think that they can have a direct impact since they are very often a part of the board of the managers and so on. So it's a very powerful tool also to have this engagement.
So thinking about private equity, that kind of brings us on to thinking about how you need to tailor your engagement approach for different asset classes. And Morten, maybe you want to talk a little bit about some of the real challenges around engaging on sovereign debt.
Yeah, so sovereign debt is a big part of our portfolio and many other institutional investors' portfolio. And of course, the problem with sovereign debt is that the issues are often so large and our share is so tiny that it's quite hard to have a lot of influence on that. So what we've been doing is we've been working with on a project called ASCO with a number of other asset owners and the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance and PRI and a number of other institutions to create a tool which can help assess sovereigns from a climate perspective. And so it's an investment tool where we try to assess the physical risks, we try to assess policies, we try to assess the adaptability of the company, the country, and we try to assess also the just transition and that side of it. And the idea is, of course, not to give investment advice and not to rank countries, but give investors a tool that can give easier access to understand that asset class. And we think that's, I mean, a lot of effort has gone into to especially listed equities and corporate credit, but now we think this is quite key. We all find a way to crack that and assess that better. And it is hugely complicated. So that's been a big effort for us.
And of course, there's often not a lot of choice about holding sovereign debt because of regulatory requirements or risk management or matching of assets, etc. So, but it's still good to really understand the risks and the climate trajectory of the different sovereigns that you would have choice over.
Exactly, and I think, and also, of course, it's also a way of, I mean, we've been suggesting that perhaps governments should do TCFD reporting or something similar, but it's actually also a way of putting a little bit of pressure on getting some substantiality in what sovereigns are doing and consistency in what they're doing. So again, if we are enough collaborating on initiatives like that, it will have impact, I'm sure, and it will hopefully help both sovereigns and investors in aligning their policies more.
So, Paul, thinking about this from a kind of, a data perspective, when it comes to the transparency of the data around all of the asset classes, not all are created equal, and that's an obvious reason why there's been so much more attention paid to listed equities, etc. So how do we make progress beyond those asset classes for which there is more data, listed equity and debt, etc.?
Well, as I said at the start of my comments,
you've got to, what gets measured gets managed, as Adair Turner said at a number of CDP launch events, or almost better put by Bill Clinton at a CDP launch event, who said, you've got to keep score. It's not exactly rocket science, but you've got to know kind of, what you own and the emissions intensity and the profile and the transition plans, and that's where, you need to participate in decarbonisation and digitization, two buzzwords that come together rather beautifully. But look, on the different asset classes, it's all about power, actually. Let's just, you need to be clear about this. Sustainability is the name we give to problems the government can't fix, right? So if the government was running perfectly, we could all just be private sector people and live our lives, but that's not like that. There's obviously something chronically wrong. The children are on strike. There's this nightmarish extreme weather, like some, advertising campaign from hell with double the budget every year. So something's happening, and it was Madeleine Albright, actually, who said at the first CDP launch event in New York in 2003, she said, our business is to help investors vote with their money. So how do you vote? With equity, it's kind of like a parliament. Congratulations to Legal & General, by the way. First signatory to CDP back in 2002. And I have the privilege to chair Share Action. And thank you for co-filing that amazing living wage, because probably one of the reasons we can't get the laws we need in the E is because we've got such wealth inequities, and the citizenry can't afford to decarbonize whilst all the wealth is locked up in other places. But so equities are a parliament, and you have a voice there. Debt, it's more about credit risk, obviously, and whether the companies are sort of future-proofed. And actually, why not speak to sovereigns about the integrity of their countries? A final comment I would make is we need to get real about the global business system. Everyone imagines that it's this sort of neutral force. No, it's not. If you look at the 100 largest economies in the world, and if you measure nations by government income, then only 30 of the largest economies in the world are in fact nations. The other 70 are corporations, and as you go down, it's all corporations. So let's recognize that, we've got a lot of power, and I think what the people are saying is we've got to use it.
So, to conclude from some of the things that have been said this afternoon, and also this morning we heard from Amundi, who are engaging with 1,000 issuers, that engagement can be very, very kind of labor-intensive as an exercise, and maybe public policy engagement is something that can be so much more sort of bang for your buck in terms of your time investment. And from what we heard earlier from Gunter, some of the biggest asks are in the kind of public policy space. But I often talk about some of the issues of policy fragmentation in the sustainable finance world. Policies are very, very fragmented. But Kurt, I think you've got a bit of a different take there, and you're a bit more embracing of the plethora of different approaches out there.
Yeah, I try to keep short. We're in the age of a greenwashing. And that's true, I believe everyone can say, I'm an ESG specialist today. And if you ask questions like, do you know IFC performance standards? I ask all the time when I go to a conference, could you raise your hand if you know IFC performance standards? Yes, that's what I knew. I always get very few members saying, and if you don't know IFC performance standards, sorry to say, you are not an ESG specialist, because the base of ESG comes from IFC performance standards created almost 30 years ago in greenfield investments. Is predominantly in a extractive industry, which is one that contributes the most for CO2. So what is the problem with the regulation here? Well, sometimes we try to go to the easiest way, and we say, well, the easiest way is to create a regulation. We just follow this regulation and we'll be fine. Fair enough. But how about if other countries start designing similar regulations? They're not the same. One of the panelists was saying something about nuclear energy. France has a view. Germany has another view. How about Israel? How about Brazil? How about Sweden? Coal. How about India? Germany? Can you have a power plant that uses coal but produces 0 emissions? Yes, you can. Are you assessing the emissions or are you assessing the input level? Can you cover all of this in a policy? Nah, not really. Right now, the World Bank has a unit, and this unit is designed to help emerging markets to create their own green taxonomy. Do you know what I mean? Probably in 5 years from now, you already have a taxonomy in China, Indonesia, Bangladesh. In 5 years, probably have 10 more. As an asset manager, so how we design a product? That you have to design a bespoke approach in how you invest in different countries. Regulation, another colleague was saying, was about dreaming. Yeah, I think is the next greenwashing part. It's an unintended impact, negative impact in the ESG industry. Because if in one country you agree that is green, another one thinks that is a little bit gray, another one thinks that it's completely dark, how can you fit these three policies together? So when I look at the future, and I'm wearing a little bit my old hat from international organizations, I see in a much more bespoke environment in regulations. It'd be harder for asset managers because, as our colleague was saying here, you really have to create impact and ESG cases based on your goals as an asset manager or an asset owner and what you want to do about it in the specific regions and areas where you operate. So it's not a silver bullet in my view on regulation. It's a good way to go, but it doesn't mean that's the right way, as the way it is. The right way is? Well, I take this view of we live in a multicultural, take an example. If you want to speak properly, we just speak one language. And someone, a couple of 100 years ago, said, I know what the solution is. Esperanto. Everyone could speak Esperanto. It's the most efficient way. We speak the same language. It doesn't work. Now, what it works? English. And I think it is. It is adaptability. It's understanding that ESG is complex. Understanding that net zero is complex. And there is not one way or another. And that's the beauty. We're building the blocks right now for the future society that will be driven by net zero. So it's the moment to test, to pilot, to innovate, and maybe we find different roads. But I'm not a policymaker to give an answer, but I believe that is this multi-dimensional, ability to see a problem in a much more holistic way than linear way.
Well, it's certainly an interesting perspective, and I know there are so many projects at the moment that are trying to drive convergence. Like the International Platform on Sustainability with their work on taxonomies, and the ISSB on their work on reporting standards. And I think we have had to go through an enormous sort of burgeoning of initiatives and standards and ways of doing things. But ultimately, do you think we need to start narrowing down on?
Could I have a tiny reflection?
Yeah.
I think we might not want to confuse two different things. When we think about financial accounting, we've sort of got two global standards, the IFRS standard and the SEC, basically, and give or take. But when you think of something like, I don't know, tax policy, just normal tax policy, income tax, sales tax, that's really different in each nation. So when I'm saying, we need to have taxation and regulation of greenhouse gas emissions, I'm not suggesting we lobby a fictional world government. We're going to have to lobby lots of governments who will do things differently, and there'll be border tax adjustments. But I do think we can have convergence of reporting, because, to be honest, capital markets can't work without that. Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah. And so, Dave, maybe you can talk to us a bit about what Westpath's been doing to engage on the public policy front.
Yes, Sarah, I think that the vast majority of our work on public policy has been through our participation in investor coalitions, so Climate Action 100+, ICCR, Council of Institutional Investors series, and a number of other coalitions that we belong to. They are directing some of their efforts to public policy. So some of the things that we've done is we've, of course, submitted a comment letter to the SEC looking for information regarding the climate change disclosure rule. We submitted a comment letter to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency supporting strong methane regulation. We engaged directly with U.S. congressional lawmakers, and that was arranged through Ceres when they had their lead climate day. And then we've also encouraged the portfolio companies in which we invest to align their lobbying and engagement activities with their stated goals in relation to sound ESG practices.
And Joel, what are some of the challenges that you face when it comes to public policy engagement?
In fact, as Gunther said, we have to do different things altogether. And that's why the Net Zero AOA is very well structured with a measurement track, because it's key to measure what we are doing and what is the pace to which we decarbonize our portfolios. The second is the engagement track, and engagement in several dimensions: direct one-to-one engagement, collaborative engagement, asset manager engagement, and also the policy track. And for a public institution like Caisse des Dépôts, it's very useful to join other institutional investors all around the world. Some are public, some are private, insurance companies, pension funds, sovereign funds, and so on, all together, agreeing that the way we would like the government to pursue, the regulators to foster, is this way. And that's why we are very happy to be part of this game of having a policy track which can engage the governments, not perhaps necessarily on a one-size-fits-all policy, of course, but nevertheless aiming to the same goal, which is very important in our opinion. And that's why I do support fully what Gunther said about the three goals of this policy track we are pursuing all together.
Joel, that sort of brings us very nicely onto the topic of collaboration and some of the benefits of collaborating in this space. And if I can ask everybody to just start thinking about questions that you might want to ask the panel while Morten addresses that point about your experiences of various different collaborative initiatives in this space.
Yeah, so first of all, I think it was very clear to us when we set our goal that we couldn't reach it without working with others, and we of course can't do it by ourselves, and that we really believe that the more voices we are that are saying similar things, the more impact we'll have, and that's quite obvious perhaps, but also quite critical. So we signed up to Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance when we set our target, and we've been working with the IHSCC and a number of other organizations since. And I think for me a couple of things that are quite high on the agenda is, of course, the data gathering we've talked about and the reporting. And I think one of the things we're seeing is that so many people are inventing reports, and it would be really helpful if we could start to try to standardize it and really focus on the effects, because reporting is critical, there's no doubt about that, and what gets measured, get managed, and all that. We truly believe that, but if we can work together across asset managers and asset owners to standardize that more, that would be really helpful, I think. But I suppose the other thing I'd perhaps like to go back to, which is newer, is that if we look at where we are right now with high inflation and with a real focus on securing domestic energy supply, there's a real opportunity to accelerate a climate transition. But there's also a real risk that we are going backwards, and I think that balance is something we all need to work through quite carefully. And I think support governments and companies in navigating that, because there is need for immediate flexibility, clearly, and that's you know, we need to make sure we're not freezing next winter and all of that. But we do have an opportunity to make real changes now that will be helpful and really direct our investments into the right types of investments. And I think we are in that really interesting spot where it can go faster, or we could actually go quite far backwards. And I think we all have a pretty good and pretty big responsibility in doing what we can in making sure we're going forwards here and getting the best out of that situation. And that will require a lot of collaboration.
Yeah, exactly. I think the current situation could either accelerate or retard the net zero journey, and I guess it's up to everybody to communicate the need to keep pushing forward. And I guess, you know, engagement can be kind of one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one, or many-to-many. There's lots of different sort of forms of engagement. So, yeah, Dave, I wondered if you could just reflect on some of your experiences of collaboration and how that adds value in this space.
Yes, I totally echo what Morten said regarding the importance of working together. I do think that collaboration is the secret weapon of the sustainable investment community. It's just the synergy that we get from working together, I think, can really help us get things done. We share intelligence, we share the work, we're able to demonstrate through our meaningful collective market value of assets that we have under our control, that we're serious about bringing about transformational change on how corporate business must operate in a sustainable economy. We can accomplish so much more working collectively rather than individually. And if there's anyone that's at the conference who's not involved in some sort of industry collaboration, multiple industry collaborations, I just don't think that you're effectively leveraging your resources to bring about the meaningful change that we need to make in order to make this transition to a net zero economy and accomplish other objectives aligned with managing the risks associated with various environmental, social, and governance issues.
Great. Well, in the last few minutes, let's take some questions from the audience. Could you raise your hand if you have a question? And I'm sorry, I'm rather blinded by the light. There's somebody over there. If we could get a mic to them. Anybody else? We'll take 3 questions. Another one in the middle, and a lady at the back. We'll take all 3 and then we'll address them.
Yeah, right. Thank you very much. My name is Alan. I'm from LBBW Asset Management from Germany. And my question goes to Kurt and to Joel. And basically to the question, how do you measure engagement progress? Now, being a member of Climate Action 100+, and engaging on, for example, Lockheed Martin, I know it's hard to achieve any progress when engaging with companies, maybe in terms of transparency. However, some companies, if they would change or become more sustainable, or they would lose a lot of business. How do you measure the progress of your engagement activities?
Thank you. We'll take the next 2 questions.
Hi. My name is Masha Gluchovsky. I'm from Sovereign Advisory at JP Morgan. So I'm very interested in this sovereign engagement. And what would you guys say is the biggest obstacle to speaking to countries? Is it the lack of expertise? Is it the unwillingness to engage? Or we do understand that there's complete lack of dialogue, and that's a big sort of gap in the market right now with the sovereign issue specifically. But just wondering, what your perspectives are. Thank you.
Well, and we had one in the middle there. Great.
Yeah, hi, Alex Wilkes from Sunrise Project again. On the question which, Morten, you just raised about the danger of the Ukraine war, either being an opportunity for, rebalancing the argument or setting us back. I wonder whether you or others on the panel have been weighing in on the question of LNG infrastructure and LNG contracts, because I see the danger that various countries in Europe are going to bind ourselves in building infrastructure, which then gets, and locking into long-term contracts with LNG suppliers. And on some measures, LNG is similarly carbon problematic to coal if you take leakage of methane and take liquefaction and all that. So are you weighing in on trying to make sure that Europe doesn't become over-dependent on LNG and therefore there's a space for renewables? Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I was a little nonplussed there because I was thinking you were saying LNG as in the firm LNG, but LNG as in liquid natural gas, I'm sure is what you actually meant. So let's take those. So who would like to tackle the difficult question about measuring engagement progress? It's really tough to measure. We've tried to develop KPIs and things on this in the AOA. It's tough.
I can take it and you can go along. It's a very good but very difficult question. In fact, we have to be, as I said, demanding and realistic, but also humble. And when you had a discussion with a CEO who asked you to explain to him what is Net Zero AOA about, and some months ago, this large company changed its strategy towards a more sustainable future in terms of climate consequences. What is the percentage of your action in this change of the strategy? Impossible to assess, because we were not the only ones to ask this company to change its strategy, and luckily. But nevertheless, the qualitative background and feedback we received is that it counted in the change of its strategy. So what we are doing, we are just counting the number of companies we are engaging, the themes on which we are engaging them, and we are trying to see the outcomes globally and to see if it works. And frankly speaking, I'm quite optimistic that it works. Of course, it's a long-term strategy. It's not something you are doing in 1 month. You have to establish good relationships with the company and so on. But you will always be frustrated if you want to have a number with 2 digits after the comma.
Great. We are actually over time, so I'm going to ask for super quick answers on the next two. Would you like to address the one on sovereign, about the biggest obstacles to engagement on sovereign risk and climate?
Yeah, if I perhaps just look at the UK, where there's actually a lot of information available, the problem in the UK is it's not assembled. So you have to look for it, you have to think quite carefully, you have to gather it yourself, and that's quite challenging. So it's again making some of that information more available so you can engage better is one of the obstacles we're seeing, and one of the things we would like to achieve through that project with others.
And that's even in the UK, where we have the Climate Change Committee, and we're reasonably well developed. So I'm sure it's much harder in many other countries. And so the last question from Alex at the Sunrise Project on liquid natural gas.
Yeah, so it's a great question, super good question. There are people getting blown to bits in the Ukraine at the moment. I was at dinner last night at an event with the Ukrainian ambassador, and they're flying flags, the Ukrainian flags everywhere around the world. Where does it say that we couldn't take an economic hit and ration our industry to some extent, maybe even ration ourselves, to make sure that we didn't have to just put in a whole bunch of LNG infrastructure? If you've got a £5 note, if you turn it round, you'll find a political manifesto from Winston Churchill. It doesn't sound like politicians this day, but it just says, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat." But a few years later, they thought, we'll put that on the money because people need to remember there are times when we have to focus.
Excellent. Well, with that, I think it's time to close the panel. Thank you all so much. Please, everybody, join me in thanking this wonderful panel for their insights. Thank you.
Yes, fantastic. Final panel of the day. Still a couple of one-on-ones and speeches for you as well. Do stay with us. We're going to move it on really quickly. Up next, sustainable investments. Do retail clients really care? I want to invite to the stage Gerrit Sinderman, Project Director at the Green Digital Finance Alliance. Nice round of applause for Gerrit as the stage. Sorry, I'm being a bit hasty. You sit there anyway, Gerrit, and I'll sit here. That's absolutely perfect. Great. Thank you for joining us, and we'll have some fun in the next 15 minutes. Just enlighten the audience, the physical and the virtual, Gerrit. Tell us about the Green Digital Finance Alliance. Who are you, and why do we care?
Thanks a lot, Mark, and also thanks for having me here just before the end. So the Green Digital Finance Alliance is a non-profit that was started about 4 years ago by UNEP and with support from the ANT Group with the ambition to make every citizen on the globe a green asset owner. So big target. With it also how we do that, we engage with all the different stakeholders, with policymakers, central bankers, but most importantly also with the business sector. And engage in research projects and especially also in market demonstration projects.
So to make every citizen on Earth a green asset owner, define green asset owner.
Yes, good question. And I mean, I just joined 4 months ago, and that was, I would say, also like one of the first questions. And I mean, like being here at an investment community event, probably our definition was a bit, especially when we talk also about investment, was a bit broader. So we said in general, as a citizen, you do or you make a lot of money decisions where you put your money, whether that's through consumption, whether that's through investment in an original sense. Of course, I mean, it's obvious, and that's why I'm also here. That's the investment that, for example, an individual does through, makes through its lifetime, through the pension, through personal investments is, of course, the biggest potential leverage that they have on the environment. And we have tried to put that, of course, also a bit more into on the more practical level. So, I mean, while the Green Digital Finance Alliance is the umbrella organization, I'm working and responsible for the Every Action Counts coalition.
And this is wonderful, this Every Action Counts coalition. What is it? What does it do?
So that is actually a network of currently 14 large digital platforms, especially around the globe. We joined them up last year around the common pledge, where we broke down this big target of making everyone a green asset owner a little bit smaller. So we said joint pledge is let's get and empower 1 billion green champions by 2025 to make it a bit easier.
Yeah.
Still a bit maybe high-level target that still needs to be a bit explained, and we are actually even working on this also with the corporates, because the corporate partners that are aligned under this pledge really range from an Ant Group as a digital payment group, to a telco, to e-commerce, but also banks like a BBVA, a Rabobank, as well as FNZ, who you will hear in one of the next sessions, I think in May here.
So that 1 billion figure, I mean, A, how did you get to it? And B, how do we get to it? How do you attain 1 billion in a matter of years?
I think it needed to be an ambitious number. And I mean, maybe with me coming before from startup space, there it was always like the magic 100 million that you needed to aim for. Here it's corporate, so it needs to be a quantum bigger. And at the same time, also the platforms that we have in this coalition have about 2.7 billion end customer relationships or access to these customers. And I think therefore it is a strong target that is achievable, but of course there's a lot of work to get there.
Yeah, it comes back to the title of this session, Gerrit, sustainable investments, do retail clients really care? It's quite provocative. I mean, in your 4 months experience, and obviously a much deeper experience elsewhere, do retail clients, do retail investors, do we not care?
Actually, retail investors and consumers, citizens do care. I mean, that's obvious from lots of studies. But what's also obvious is that regardless of how much they care, the action is what is still lacking. And I mean, that has different reasons. But yeah.
Why is the action lagging?
So, I mean, there's like Oxford Risk has, for example, identified at least 2 gaps on the way to actually making sustainable investment decisions. One is from the interest. I mean, you have to have a basic interest in the topic to being actually aware what is available or how can I actually make my investment portfolio sustainable. And then, of course, you also need to actually do it, meaning you need to well understand, okay, what is maybe a trade-off that I need to potentially make. And I think the whole topic is often quite abstract. I think we discussed it here already, and even like in the B2B or in the expert community, there's already like a lot of debate and debate necessary around ESG. But for the consumer, it's even more abstract.
So how do we help the cause? What's the barrier to achieving positive answers to all those questions you just said?
So I would say on the one side, one of the most basic conclusions, also from research and from practice, is there is no one size fits all. And that refers also, like, if I, as a financial service provider, as an investment manager, want to work with clients on sustainable investments. I mean, sustainability means different things to different people. And although it has been found, I think also by the colleagues from Cambridge, that investors or consumers who are interested in environment also care about social and vice versa. But in the end, like if in the moment, like if you want to really like convince someone of a product, you need to be really sure what are the main interests of that consumer. And I think then it becomes easier. And of course, I mean, like if one thing is to explain the topic and maybe like the tagging, and the other part is also actually understanding what it means. Is there any like trade-offs which, according to research or meta research, and also like I think this morning the lady from LA also said, I mean, there is actually a good correlation of financial performance and sustainability. So, but there is, I think, also like a lot of uncertainty, and I think this is then also still missing to turn.
Yeah, the industry doesn't help itself by using terms like metric tons.
Yeah, exactly.
Does it?
Yeah.
What should we replace it with?
I think, I mean, that is maybe the benefit from us also working with these digital platforms where, I mean, in their nature, it is already like quite advanced, the understanding of how you analyze user interaction, how you also build funnels like towards products. And I think one part there is definitely to put it into whether metaphors or images that are resonating with the user. And like if you stay on the example of metric tons, I mean, a consumer better understands, okay, kilometers of driven with a car, or translated even into waste, kilograms. So there's different metrics that are much more daily life examples.
Yeah, you're dealing interregionally, aren't you? So is there a different approach, a different narrative for different regions? If so, what are they?
Yeah. Maybe on the investment side, we don't have, or I don't have too deep insight on that.
Sure.
But in general, like when we look on sustainability, what we definitely see already is that naturally, like from the development stage of an economy, also of the consumer income level, local context. I mean, there's quite different perspectives that those consumers / also investors have. So I mean, let's say while in Europe maybe people already start thinking and bothering about climate and global warming, maybe in some more emerging market there's still like more a need and desire also to fulfill some basic needs. But at the same time, there may be also, for example, in Latin America, also health is already like quite a strong topic, and that is then coming back so that you actually in this, especially in this digital space, to really target the messaging to the individual user. And if this user, for example, is more concerned about health, you may still reach the target of turning someone into a climate-friendly investor by pointing out the factors that concern health, but that in the end also relate to the climate.
Yeah, Garrett, we've got a question from our virtual audience. Thank you, virtual audience. You've been wonderful today. Physical audience, keep thinking. We'll have a question from you if you have any. How do we persuade consumers, Garrett, not to buy products which do more damage to the climate, environment, and the planet? To the climate, the environment, and the planet.
I would say in a similar way how you convince them of the opposite. I mean, it needs to be really like very tangibly understood. And of course, I mean, I think the risk, what you are buying or what you're investing in, needs to be also well enough relatable. I mean, that's also like going away from the abstract side, and probably also the other part is, I mean, no one wants to be told to be wrong or to misbehave. So I think it should be always like combined like with a positive narrative. Also, like what is the alternative? So, because I think it's of course easy to say what they shouldn't do, but I think as long as they don't understand what to do instead, and that has a benefit, it's much harder to change behavior.
Because you believe in visualization of negative impact, don't you?
Also, I think that is of course something like where there's probably also nowadays much more sensitivity, what you can do, what you cannot do. So I think therefore the imagery is definitely important, but it's not the only part.
Yeah. Any questions for Garrett from our audience? Come on, be brave. There's only a few more minutes to go. The consumer. Yes, gentleman at the front. Tell us who you are, where you're from, and far away.
Stephen Tiley, W.H. Smith. I think it's important to start with why, isn't it? I mean, I watched a video by Simon Sinek, and it was very illuminating to me. And you have this kind of buy-in, almost a visceral buy-in to something. When you believe in the product, you believe in why. So you start with why and say, you know, this is for your grandchildren's sake. It's to contribute to trying to make us all sustainable. And I think, you know, that inspired me to think about things. And, you know, you have a choice. You know, you can pay a bit more for something that's organic or sustainably produced. And I think there is a big market to pay more for lots of products. And, you know, if you know the origin and you know why it's being produced, for example, people follow companies and reputations can be destroyed almost overnight. But, you know, people follow Apple, for example, almost religiously. And it's because why? Why are they on the planet? They're on the planet, you know, they say, to make the most superlative electronic products that you'd ever want, you know, and sort of people buy into that, and the price point goes out of the window. So surely all these consumer products and all these investments, we have to explain, this is why we're doing this. This isn't just to get you a higher return, this is to get you a sustainable higher return.
So what, do you have a question?
Well, it's a question of explaining why to consumers. Isn't that the most important thing?
Yeah, Garrett?
Yeah, I would say it's probably, I mean, people are at different stages and have different needs to fulfill, and I think as certain like more urgent needs are not fulfilled, I think they also like are maybe less opening to addressing those more global long-term needs. But I think therefore it's also quite important to transfer these narratives again like into something that is understood what the user is or what the investor is concerned with, and that can be, I mean, potentially if someone is not concerned about himself or like his health or what you will suffer from, but I mean, a lot of people have children, and I think maybe you need to find a way how to include that.
And how do we do that? Because this is a question from the virtual audience. How do we transcend generations, given that, as the audience member says, millennials are much more socially, environmentally conscious, from the coffee they drink, the backstory of the sustainable coffee farmer. There's an understanding. How do you transcend generations?
Good question. No, I think like what we have definitely seen is that younger investors are definitely, as you say, more open. Also, the same we see actually for less experienced investors. They're also more concerned about sustainable investments, and I think to some extent that may also be related to the common still old perceptions that sustainability comes at a price and is actually more related with a discount, while as we have learned that is not the case anymore. So I think there's therefore probably also still just some education needed to actually convince the part of the customer segments that is still like maybe more advanced in their literacy about investment, but is still like basing a lot of assumptions on old knowledge, and I think that is the hardest to overcome probably.
Yeah, Gerrit, well put. We're 1 minute over, but that's allowed.
Thank you.
He's only been there 4 months. Well done, Gerrit. Fantastic. Big round of applause for Gerrit Sinderman, Project Director at Green Digital Finance Alliance. And look him up. So much good stuff going on there.
Thank you.
Just
Mark.
one of the projects. You can leave now, Gerrit. Every action counts, making oceans count, empowering people to green their home, FinTech for Biodiversity Challenge. That's some of the initiatives that they're up to. Brilliant. Let's move it on. That's Gerrit. Brilliant chat from him. Let's get our closing keynote interview. I'm going to invite onto our virtual stage. It's a pleasure. Nili Gilbert's here, Vice Chairwoman, Carbon Direct and Advisory Panel Chair of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. GFANZ. We've heard a lot about GFANZ today. Nili, big round of applause for Nili, our penultimate guest. Nili, you work at the intersection of climate and capital, essentially, how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So how far, Nili, is carbon removal part of the solution to getting the planet to net zero emissions by 2050?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me today, and congratulations on the success of the event so far. Thank you to the leaders who are gathered here for your shared commitment on the sustainability goals that we have ahead. As everyone here knows all too well, climate change is already causing major adverse disruptions around the world, and tragically, some of these negative impacts are already likely to be irreversible. The most recent IPCC working group report that we received on the topic of mitigation, this was the one that was released at the beginning of this month, points to the urgency of doing two things. First of all, we must reduce greenhouse gases being emitted into the atmosphere as much and as quickly as we possibly can. And also, secondly, to your question, we must remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Now, during the past decade, the world recorded its highest annual average emissions on record at about 56 billion tons per year, and unfortunately, our emissions are still on the rise. Our remaining carbon budget for having a likely chance of remaining below 1.5 degrees of global warming is estimated only about 400 remaining gigatons, which is equivalent to the amount that we emitted between 2010 and 2019. As you hear, for an average country, this means that our remaining carbon budget will run out in 9 years, but for a high polluting country such as the US, where I'm sitting today, or the UK, our shares of the remaining carbon budget will run out in just 3 years. This means that reaching net zero will require us to reduce those emissions as quickly as we can through actions like reducing energy demand through conservation and efficiency, reducing our fossil fuel consumption while dramatically increasing investments in clean energy and increasing the production of low and zero carbon energy resources and increasing electrification across all sectors. But the reality is that even if we achieve all of this on time, it won't be enough. The IPCC modeled scenarios that restrict global warming to 1.5 degrees point to an average of 10 gigatons of annual CO2 removals that will be needed over the course of the 21st century. Just to give you an idea of how much 10 gigatons is, that's 2 times the amount of fossil fuels that we currently move around the planet every year. So we can rely on nature for some of this. Scientific research suggests that restoration of forest and agricultural ecosystems will be expected to remove about 2 to 4 gigatons of that 10 gigaton budget. But in addition to nature-based removals, the math also calls for durable engineered removal, which is also permanent. And the IPCC report and others point to this. So at Carbon Direct, where I serve as vice chairwoman and where we employ over 50 climate scientists, we advise clients both on scientific pathways to manage emissions reductions and to invest in high quality removals. Voluntary buyers are paying up to lower the cost of carbon removals, and this has to remain one of the many important focuses of the international climate community in years to come.
Nili, I want to look back at COP26. I mean, were you encouraged by the commitments made at COP? How difficult do you believe it's going to be to put such commitments into tangible action?
Well, as you know, I sit in the leadership of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, and along with others whom you've heard from today, I actually chair the advisory panel of technical experts, which makes up the leaders of climate finance NGOs who have been working at this for a very long time. GFANZ announced at COP26 membership of over 450 leading global financial institutions, and it was a real honor to be representing the private sector and to be representing the private finance climate community at COP when so many net zero pledges were being announced. But now it's extremely important that every institution that has made a net zero pledge be held accountable to these commitments. The work that we have now ahead is forward-looking, just as our transition pathways themselves are forward-looking. And we are very far away from declaring victory. The scope and ambition, though, of what's represented today in terms of the pledges that we heard at COP and beyond is more than I could have ever imagined even this time a year ago. For me, one of the things that's really important for finance sector net zero commitments is that we place our emphasis on using finance as a principal lever in decarbonization across the real economy. This means going well beyond just portfolio level accounting. It includes placing an emphasis on decarbonization pathways for hard to abate sectors. As some of you know, my personal belief is that focusing on deep decarbonization of hard to abate sectors like energy and industrials and materials is some of the most important work that we have to do in the battle for climate. Interim targets are also extremely important in this. Directly to your question about how difficult it will be to bring these commitments into tangible action, interim target setting allows us to ratchet up the levels of difficulty as we go. So for example, in the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, which is how I come into GFANZ as the chair of the investment committee of the David Rockefeller Fund, we focus on 5-year interim targets across our membership. So this means that in the first 5 years, which is now, we're focusing on the actions that are most achievable, most in reach right now. And we're all committed to 22 to 32% portfolio decarbonization in these first 5 years as Alliance members. But even as we're working on this 5-year plan, we're also working to create the conditions that will be needed to deliver the required level of decarbonization in the next 5 years. So for the funds that I oversee, I don't see it as having a series of disconnected serial 5-year plans. It's more like we're working on a 5-year plan, and we're also working on a 10-year plan, and we also have a 15-year plan that we need to deliver, and so on. And we're working on these all at the same time so that as we go, we're creating the conditions that we need to get all the way to 2050. So when you think about it this way, you can see from here where we need to end up, and the work is building the bridge that we need to get to cross, to get there plank by plank. And so when I think about the process this way, yes, the pathway still looks difficult, but it looks like a path that will be surmountable with applied, organized, and continuous effort.
Nili, I want to talk to you about and ask you about what's happening in Ukraine. We're seeing soaring energy prices as a result of events there even before, and governments, as a result, are rethinking their energy policies, which the IPCC is warning against, saying it'll put the 1.5 degrees target beyond reach. So what are your thoughts on that? And sort of second part, can we realistically achieve a just transition by 2050?
I want to take this question in two parts because the unjust Russian invasion of Ukraine and its impact on the energy transition deserves its own focus, just as the just transition does. So before talking about the economic and climate impacts of the Ukraine invasion, it's always important that we take a moment to recognize and mourn the great extent of human loss and suffering that we continue to see each day. My heart is with the families and the people who are there suffering. When it comes to the energy transition, in the near term, right now, we are unfortunately seeing a ramp up in fossil fuel emissions and in new investments in order to advance energy independence. What I hope and believe that we'll end up seeing is that albeit we have a spike in the short term, we will also see an accelerated deceleration of fossil fuel use and emissions in the years to follow, off of the back of the same catalyst. So therefore, in the intermediate term, our community, our sustainable investment community, and all of the communities that it touches must see this as a moment, as an opportunity to accelerate the energy transition. For example, we're now seeing the opportunity for rapid growth of green hydrogen in Europe and of efforts to produce it around the world. Hydrogen had been expected to reach cost parity with traditional energy sources by 2030 when we first came into this year before the Ukraine invasion. But now we're seeing that because of current increases in natural gas prices in Europe, it makes the cost parity with clean hydrogen and other clean energy solutions come closer on the horizon. And as a result of this change in relative costs, and also because of the security and climate exigencies that we've always faced, the demand for hydrogen is now rising. Goldman Sachs actually quadrupled their estimates for the use of hydrogen in Europe by 2030 in the wake of the Ukraine crisis. As a community, if we accept the notion that this crisis will set our energy transition permanently back, I think that we're under-imagining the money that government and private actors may spend on the clean energy transition, that we're under-imagining appetites to get off of fossil fuels all across Europe, and that we're missing the opportunity to accelerate emissions reductions using new tools. So whether this crisis pushes us forward or backward is up to us, and it's up to our choices now. We have to imagine and then deliver on the vision of a net zero world that is also energy secure. Thank you for also asking about the just transition and for allowing me to take it as a second question, because another thing that you know is that I'm really passionate about that topic. So I think that the logic of climate transition should begin with thinking about managing emissions, but we also know that it can't end there. Because of the many problems that we face, climate and inequity, biodiversity, health, poverty, these topics cannot be separated. And the truth is that they're all interconnected. All 17 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals really are interrelated and inseparable. So as the world mobilizes around the critical need to neutralize carbon emissions, we must also find ways to align our decarbonization goals with our social goals. Did you know that the most vulnerable populations and ecosystems around the world is roughly half of the world's population now living in highly vulnerable areas? That's 3.5 billion people and over 1 million other species. We also know that 2/3 of the remaining investment towards net zero is going to need to be made outside of North America and Europe. So our just transition will mean focusing in our economies on labor, on green jobs, on upskilling for workers in high-emitting industries, but it also must mean climate justice between the global north and the global south. And it must mean addressing legacy environmental justice issues tied to racial inequities, to our frontline communities, and addressing the longstanding connection between climate and gender as well. But on balance, we're facing a circumstance that has the potential to be accretive, both in economic and social terms, because of the very nature of the deep change, of the great rebalance that is ahead of us because of the net zero transition. And so when you ask if I believe that we can really achieve a just transition by 2050, the answer is yes, because there will be no transition without a just transition. And because the alternative to net zero is just too horrible to imagine. I believe that humanity will be able to achieve everything that we have to in order to ensure our stable future.
Nearly a fitting end to an inspiring closing keynote. I want to ask our audience, both virtual and physical, to give you a massive round of applause in New York. Thanks, Nili. That was fantastic. Nili there in New York, Nili Gilbert. Wonderful to showcase the fact that this forum is very much a global forum. Okay, this is our final session of part 2. Yes, we've got a special feature for you. Insights from our networking drinks partner, International Copper Association. Steve Kokodas coming onto the stage, Vice President and Executive Director of the International Copper Association.
Thanks
Good
so
to
much.
see you again.
Excellent. Good
Were
to see
we
you as
really
well.
together in Glasgow only a few months ago?
It seems like a couple of months ago, and sometimes it seems like years.
It does. How have you been since?
It's been excellent. I've been building off of the momentum we achieved at COP26.
I liked the energy efficiency message of COP26, which you brought, and we heard it today, loud and clear, specifically in that one panel, didn't we? The EBRD is a vocal, energy efficient sort of proponent.
No, that's right. And so I was joking with the organizers earlier today that I expected to come up here at the end of the day and give a little bit of scolding that wouldn't be enough discussion in energy efficiency, which is typically the case, but that was not. I was quite pleased to see how much.
We had some, hadn't we? So tell us about the copper industry, Steve, because many might be confused. Hang on, copper, pollutants, hang on, what are you doing up there, sitting on the stage? How dare you sponsor our networking drink session? But it's good to educate, and we all need to be educated. So how are you, how is the association involved in financing this clean energy transition?
Yeah, well, copper has a critical role to play in all of this. It came out in one of the discussions earlier. I was pleased to see if you speak about the 3 pillars of the clean energy transition: renewables, e-mobility, and energy efficiency. They typically all require more copper because it's the best non-precious conductor of heat and electricity. But more specifically to your question on financing and energy efficiency, if you look at the IEA's analysis of the Paris Agreement, the greatest share, more than 40%, nearly half of the actions we need to achieve Paris are from energy efficiency. That's more than renewables, and it's more than e-mobility. Yet, frighteningly, The IEA also states that we need to at least triple the investments in energy efficiency each year if we have any hope of meeting the Paris Agreement. Now, pre-COVID, I attended a sustainable finance event, and the speaker from the World Bank said, well, with all due respect to the IEA, that number is actually closer to 9 or 10 times the amount that we need to bring to energy efficiency financing. So that's my main message to bring here today, is that we need to get that right. The finance community needs to come together with the partnerships working in this space, and we need to do something different. We need to do something innovative, and we have to get it right if we have any hope.
Well, what role does copper play in all this then?
So we recognize that there's a lot of voices out there on renewables and on e-mobility, and we're not going to add much to that discussion in terms of moving the needle. We feel, though, that on energy efficiency, we have a more important role to play. So we've become sort of evangelists in the area of energy efficiency. I was once personally introduced at a clean energy event by someone in the US government, and he introduced the International Copper Association as the world's most active industrial trade association in the energy efficiency space. And I never thought of ourselves in those terms, but then I did reflect on it, and for more than 20 years, we really have been advocating on this. And I felt that at COP26, there was just finally, this aha moment, this recognition that, we've got to do something on energy efficiency. And just one last word about COP, just because that was a moment in time, wasn't it? It felt like the world was opening up.
It did.
We sat around for 2 years, and people did good thinking. There were good ideas. And then Omicron said, no, not quite just yet, right? Yeah. But good ideas came out of that, and hopefully we'll get to talk a bit more about
What are
that.
some of the barriers then to achieving your goals?
Energy efficiency is difficult. I mean, my good friend Nigel Jollins from EBRD today did talk about its importance, but he also talked about how difficult it is to finance it. The projects tend to be maybe smaller and more fragmented than, let's say, renewable energy projects. There's a lack of understanding and awareness of it. It's easy to see a wind farm. You finance a wind farm. You've got something to look at, or a solar field.
It's hard to sell it, isn't it?
It's hard. It's hard to sell it, but we've got to figure it out. I mean, that's the message that I want to bring here today. We just have to figure it out. There needs to be increased partnership with the people in this room, in the virtual audience here, with the partnerships that are out there, that know the work, that can get the work done. The issue, though, and the biggest barrier, though, is that I'm not a finance expert. I don't have that background. I know the work that needs to be done. So, myself, my colleagues in the various energy efficiency partnerships that are under this broad umbrella with Sustainable Energy for All, and then branding of mission efficiency that we'll launch at the Sustainable Energy for All Forum in Kigali next month. We bring this expertise, but we're not experts in this area. So I know we're not developing bankable projects. We're developing work streams that need to be addressed. So, motors came out today. It's buildings, it's district energy, it's industrial efficiency more broadly. And we actually are covering nearly all of global electricity consumption, right? So there's partnerships out there that know the work that needs to be done, but we're just not doing a good enough job in speaking in the terms that will resonate with the people in this room.
What's next then? What happens between now and November? We've got Egypt to look forward to, COP27, then COP28 in the UAE the year after.
So the last bit, if it's okay, is a bit of a call to action, again, for the people in this room. On the 14th and 15th of June, we will be convening an energy efficiency event. We're not calling it a typical event like this. We're calling it a charrette, which is more of a workshop, a roll-up-your-sleeves thing to try to tackle an issue together. You will see presentations from these various initiatives. We will speak about the barriers. We hope that there will be some presentations from people in this room that will bring innovation to the table. And then we'll spend the rest of the day doing breakouts in 3 different areas, again, covering the vast majority of global electricity consumption. And we're going to ask you to work with us in the coming months to come out of these meetings in Copenhagen, by the way, at the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, to come away with commitments to work with myself, my partners in this space, between then and COP27, and it's my hope that at COP in Egypt we'll make some massive announcements on energy efficiency. Good projects, sound projects with the financing behind it, and we could stand up there and say, we finally got it right. We're getting energy efficiency done right. The website and the registration page will be done by the end of this week, so at the cocktail, just come see me, get a business card, look me up on LinkedIn. I'd love to see you there in June. Thank you.
Steve, wonderful. Big round of applause for Steve. Thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you all.
You can leave the stage. Thanks to Steve for his invaluable insights, and please do approach Steve in the networking break and the drinks, which of course is sponsored by the International Copper Association as well. So that's fantastic. What a day we've had. We've been absolutely spoiled. I've written just page after page after page of notes. It's almost impossible to relay, you know, what's been said, because so much good stuff has been said. Alliances have grown. As Steve said, collaboration is so important as well. We opened it with deploring Russia's aggression. We had Eric Usher from the UNEP-FI, of course, calling for immediate ceasefire. Moving on, Valentin van Nieuwenhausen, we all need to take our responsibility. We have the influence to make the world sustainable. I love this quote. We need to finance change, but change finance as well. It's a huge capex challenge to achieve the transition. There was a panel, is green finally going mainstream? Yes, we'd agree it is, but the question, are we delivering, you'd have to say, is a resounding no. We need action. We need implementation. We heard from ShareAction on their new model for responsible investing, MFS, investment management, about exclusion versus engagement. Engagement is obviously the way forward. We heard about tech investors today from a number of junctures as well, tackling the private-public culture gap as well. Are we banking on the right timescales for net zero? Banks aren't moving fast enough, aren't they? Climate-aligned investing. I love this quote. Let not the imperfections of data be the enemy of progress. I absolutely love that. We heard about delivering on a just transition, the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, Gunther Tallinger, that was a wonderful virtual one-on-one as well, and then the panel on enabling the net zero transition through sector engagement. We've been absolutely spoiled. Thank you for staying right to the end, all you physical attendees. I really appreciate it. And I want to say a big thanks as well to our virtual audience as well. You've been with us throughout. You've all been fantastic. You fired so many questions our way, making our jobs all the easier. I want to welcome you all you physical attendees, to our networking drinks reception in the breakout area, which, as we said, is brought to you by the International Copper Association. Today was parts 1 and 2, parts 3 and 4 next Wednesday and Thursday. That's virtual. Please join us for parts 3 next Wednesday, 10 a.m. UK, 10 a.m. BST next Wednesday. That's the Sustainable Investment Forum Europe 2022. I'll be there. I'll be chairing. Part 3 Wednesday, Part 4 Thursday. Thank you all again. Give yourselves, both virtual and physical, a massive round of applause. I'll see you out there.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today. I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects where we do not put our money to work, where we are actually sort of steadfast in upholding our criteria, but it also means the flip side is where we do put our money to work. So investment restrictions is actually about investment possibilities.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. we can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors, and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics, and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Reducing our carbon emissions to net zero may be our biggest challenge yet. There's no single action that will lead us to carbon neutrality. But there is a single source of essential sustainability intelligence: S&P Global Sustainable One. Uncover risk scenarios, reveal transition pathways, and optimize your net zero opportunities with our unparalleled data and insight. Accelerate to zero with us.
MFS takes an active 360 approach to delivering value for our clients. In a complex and changing world, we manage risk and reward to invest responsibly for the long term. Our active 360 approach to delivering value for clients.
Why work with us? The flexibility and choice to use a selection of data, our own leading research and intellectual property across our index and analytics solutions. Known, trusted, and proven brands under the Contigo umbrella, coupled with other strategic partnerships. Highly flexible and customizable products and delivery, taking into consideration your efficient frontier.
Sometimes the world can make you feel that making a profit comes before the environment, that profitability and social progress aren't compatible. But what if a different world were possible? A world where your investments would encourage companies to change. That's why Amundi offers investments which allow your savings to help build that world. And you, in what world do you want to invest your money and your future? Amundi, confidence must be earned.
There are some beautiful cards here with some very bright colors and of course the themes that we work on every day.
I'll go for this one. Teaming up with technology.
To elaborate on governance and teams.
Keep an open dialogue, which is what we need today.
I would choose implementation of ESG integration.
Investment restrictions. The topic I chose is about the essence of what we do, because that reflects